Martial Peak, Chapter 4494. Nothing more poisonous. Yang Kai laughed and said, "There is no enmity between Void Spirit Sword Sect and Heavenly Martial City. You worry too much, City Lord Miao. Looks like this guy has many enemies. Otherwise, he would not have asked me if I was here to kill him as soon as he saw me." After pausing for a moment, Yang Kai eventually continued, "I'll be honest with you. I am an alchemist. When I heard that you were ill, City Lord, I decided to try refining some pills for you. I sent my subordinate to offer the pills to you as a sign of my sincerity, but to my dismay, the City Lord's mansion claimed that the pills I refined contained poison and captured my subordinate on the spot." "You are an alchemist?" Miao Hong glanced at Yang Kai in surprise. Yang Kai didn't just look young. He was young, probably no more than 17 or 18 years old. Having his cultivation at that age was surprising enough, so it was hard to believe that he was also an alchemist. It had to be said that alchemists were highly revered in the divine armament world. Moreover, their inheritance was very strictly guarded. Not just anybody could become an alchemist. "What grade of an alchemist are you?" Miao Hong asked curiously. "Earth grade." Yang Kai did not dare to say too much. In truth, his alchemy grade could not be categorized according to the standards of the divine armament world. If he had enough materials and adequate strength to persevere, even refining a spirit-grade pill would be a simple task for him. Miao Hong originally showed some interest, but his expression immediately turned cold, and a trace of displeasure entered his eyes when he heard what Yang Kai said. It was one thing to have such outstanding cultivation at such a young age. Somebody like that could be considered a talented individual, but an earth-grade alchemist? How could a young brat achieve something like that? It had to be said that Heavenly Martial City was a notable great force in its own right. Even so, they paid a huge fortune and spent hundreds of years just to nurture 2 earth-grade alchemists. It would take at least several dozen years of hard work to become an earth-grade alchemist. "Little brother, this City Lord has no idea why you came here. I don't have the mood to ask, let alone be bothered to care. Just go back to where you came from." After saying that, Miao Hong closed his eyes a little disinterested. Yang Kai was astonished and asked, "You don't believe me, City Lord?" Miao Hong replied coolly, "There's nothing interesting about mocking a dying man." Yang Kai nodded lightly and took a good look at Hong Miao before he started speaking. "If my guess is correct, your condition is not caused by old age, but the relapse of an old injury. Isn't that right, City Lord?" Miao Hong's tightly closed eyes opened slightly again, and he murmured approvingly, "You have a good eye, little brother. How could you tell?" The public only knew that he was dying of old age. They did not know that he was actually suffering from the relapse of an old injury. Yang Kai explained, "You don't seem that old from your appearance, City Lord. Of course, when it comes to a master like you, your cultivation makes it hard to tell your actual age from your appearance alone. However, the vitality in your body has clearly not been exhausted, yet is still strangely weak. Moreover, you seem to have a different force surging inside your body." Miao Hong finally revealed a surprised look at those words. "You can even tell that much?" Yang Kai asked, "City Lord Miao, if you can trust me, can you let me perform an examination on you?" Miao Hong studied Yang Kai solemnly for a moment before he lightly said, "There's nothing for a dying man to fear. You can take a look if you want, little brother." Yang Kai apologized for any offending actions and took Hong Miao's hand. Placing 2 fingers on Hong Miao's wrist, he probed Hong Miao's condition with his spirit qi. Hong Miao immediately noticed Yang Kai's true cultivation as soon as his spirit qi flowed into his body. This boy was actually at the peak of the earth realm. Although Hong Miao had been fairly certain that Yang Kai was at least in the earth realm, after seeing him silently sneaking into this place, it wasn't until this moment that his speculations were confirmed. Not only was Yang Kai in the earth realm, but he was at the peak of the earth realm. He was only 1 step away from advancing into the heaven realm. "Little brother, how old are you?" Miao Hong asked curiously. 18, I think," Yang Kai answered casually. In his memories, that was indeed the approximate age of this body in the divine armament world. Miao Hong smacked his lips in wonder. A true genius. It was unprecedented for anybody in the divine armament world to achieve such outstanding cultivation at such a young age. If there was a 10 revolutions clear heart pill on hand right now, Miao Hong was certain that Yang Kai could break through into the heaven realm in one go. An 18-year-old heaven realm master. Just how sensational is that? Although he never had much expectations for Void Spirit Sword sect in the past, Miao Hong now had a vague feeling that the rise of Void Spirit Sword sect was just around the corner. A short while later, Yang Kai retracted his hand. There is indeed a strange force in your body, City Lord. It is devouring your vitality. Miao Hong replied. I was injured in battle many years ago, and that energy has always been lurking inside my body. I can't get rid of this energy, no matter how hard I try to dispel it. Since you are aware of this, do you have any good solutions to the problem, little brother? Yang Kai mulled over the question for a moment. I have both good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first, City Lord? Tell me the bad news first. Miao Hong decided. City Lord, you have very little vitality remaining, and what little is left is rapidly fading away. If left untreated, you will die within 3 days. Miao Hong couldn't help snorting. That sounds like pretty good news. Yang Kai replied. I'm actually amazed you can still maintain consciousness, City Lord. Logically speaking, most people in Miao Hong's condition would have lost consciousness or become confused and disoriented. However, Miao Hong was still capable of speaking coherently. It could be seen that his willpower was extremely strong. What's the good news? Miao Hong asked. The good news is that I can help you extend your lifespan, City Lord Miao. You won't die so quickly, but to remove this energy from your body. Yang Kai shook his head slightly. I don't have enough strength. I'm afraid I can't help you with that. Miao Hong's eyes lit up. It's fine. You only need to help this City Lord stay alive for another 7 or 8 days. 7 or 8 days. Yang Kai calculated the time. That was probably when Gao Xian Peng would arrive at Heavenly Martial City. It looks like Miao Hong is staking his hopes on Gao Xian Peng. That was not surprising. Gao Xian Peng not only had a long history with Miao Hong, but he was also a heaven-grade alchemist. Compared to a person of unknown origins like Yang Kai, it was only natural for Miao Hong to trust Gao Xian Peng more. Going by this logic, it would seem that Gao Xian Peng was not coming here to refine life extension pills. He was probably coming here to help suppress the strange energy in Miao Hong's body. That's not a problem. Yang Kai nodded. Taking out the vitality pills he refined, he tipped 2 pills out of the bottle. These are the pills I refined personally. They can enhance and stimulate the vitality in your body, City Lord. They should help improve your condition. Miao Hong glanced at the soybean-sized pills in Yang Kai's hand, feeling uncertain whether he could trust Yang Kai. While Miao Hong was hesitating, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. Somebody's coming. Miao Hong had also detected the approaching presence. He might be terminally ill, but his powerful cultivation was not just a decoration. Besides, the visitor had no intention of hiding their movements. There was no way he could not hear them coming. Hardening his resolve, Miao Hong sucked in a breath of air that drew up the 2 pills in Yang Kai's hand into his mouth. Yang Kai had no time to escape, so he could only leap back onto the roof beam, where he had been hiding before. A short while later, the sound of light footsteps approached from a distance, and soon arrived in front of the door. Greetings, madam, the voice of the guard at the door rang out. How is the City Lord? A cold voice sounded. It obviously belonged to this madam. The guard replied, same as usual. Open the door. I'm going to take a look. Immediately after that, there were some sounds and the door was opened. Moonlight spilled into the room, and a slender figure stepped inside. Yang Kai looked down and couldn't help feeling startled. That was because the madam was somebody he had seen before. It was the woman he encountered while he was wandering around earlier. Their tryst ended so quickly. Yang Kai couldn't help muttering to himself in his heart. However, his expression soon became strange. The guard at the door called her madam. What kind of relationship does this woman have with Miao Hong? The only person in the city lord's mansion with the right to be called madam is the city lord's wife. Yang Kai suddenly felt as though he had discovered a huge secret. Nevertheless, he was not sure whether his speculations were correct. It's possible that this woman is not Miao Hong's wife. But if they are not husband and wife, then why is she here in the middle of the night? When Miao Hong spoke to Yang Kai earlier, his voice had been weak, but he still had some energy. At this moment, however, he just lay motionless on the bed. His aura was faint and gloomy, almost as though he might die at any time. Husband! The woman came over to Miao Hong's side and sat down by the side of the bed, calling out to him softly. Yang Kai immediately knew this woman was really the city lord's wife. Lying on the bed, Miao Hong twisted with difficulty and tried his best to open his eyes to look at her. A low groan involuntarily came out of his mouth. Husband, your condition has gotten worse. The woman's beautiful brow was slightly wrinkled. Combined with her cold temperament, she seemed very pitiable. Looking at you in this condition breaks this mistress' heart. Yang Kai sighed in his heart when he heard those words. A married couple is devoted to each other for life after all. Even if this woman betrayed Miao Hong with her actions, it must be hard for her to see him in this condition. Before he could finish his thought though, he heard the woman's voice continue. Why do you bother to struggle so hard? Why don't you just die here? Death ends all troubles. How much longer can you live in this condition anyway? 2 days? 3 days? A gurgling noise came out of Miao Hong's throat. There was no telling what he wanted to say. On the other hand, Yang Kai was completely flabbergasted. The woman smiled, and the dimly lit room suddenly became dazzling for a moment. Then, she leaned down and pushed her ample bosom into Miao Hong's face. She gently said, "Smell this. This mistress still has his scent on me. It's very fresh." Miao Hong probably could not breathe properly with her twin peaks in his face. His hands tried to push her away weakly, but his efforts were to no avail. Her laughter gradually became more sinister. When you used such despicable means to snatch me from his arms back then, did you ever think that such a day would befall you? At this point, I'm not afraid to tell you this anymore. Our daughter is not yours. She is the product of Ko Yong and I. Those extremely vicious words came out of the mouth of this seemingly cold-tempered woman. If Yang Kai had not heard them with his own ears, he would never have believed it. He couldn't help thinking of the saying, a wasp's stinger and the fangs of a poisonous snake's mouth were both venomous, but there was nothing more poisonous than a woman's heart. When Miao Hong spurted out a mouthful of blood, the city lord's wife deftly got up and stepped to the side to avoid being splattered by the filth. Bitch! His entire body shuddered, and he coughed up blood again. She stood by the side of the bed and looked at him coldly. It was not until his eyes rolled to the back of his head, and he lost consciousness completely, that she turned around and walked out. A short while later, her commanding voice came from outside the door. The city lord coughed up blood again. Go in and clean it up. Yes. With your skills, you won't have any trouble coming and going from this place, as long as you're careful. If this city lord can survive this crisis, I will definitely reward you handsomely in the future. Yang Kai helplessly said, that seems to be the only way. He only wanted to come and investigate the situation in the city lord's mansion. But how could he have known that things would turn out like this? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling speechless. City Lord Miao, my subordinate is still locked up in your dungeon currently. I don't even know whether he is dead or alive. Yang Kai said after a pause. Miao Hong pondered in silence for a moment. I'll give you my faith token. Go and find a man named Huang Da. He is the deacon of the city lord's mansion. With his help, your subordinate will not be in danger. Although he was basically placed under house arrest by his own wife, Miao Hong still had some loyal subordinates under him. This deacon named Huang Da was probably one of them. While speaking, Miao Hong took out a jade token the size of his palm from under his pillow. Yang Kai took the jade token, which felt cool to the touch, and asked, City Lord Miao, if Huang Da asks about your condition. Miao Hong's eyes flashed. You can tell him the truth. Good. Afterwards, Miao Hong told Yang Kai how to find Huang Da's residence. Only then did Yang Kai take his leave. The city lord's mansion was not small. Fortunately, Yang Kai still had a faint recollection of the layout after his earlier exploration. With the help of Miao Hong's directions, he quickly found Huang Da's residence. It was only natural that their first meeting was laced with some misunderstanding. After Yang Kai revealed the faith token though, Huang Da became very emotional and asked about Miao Hong's condition. As such, Yang Kai explained everything to him. Huang Da was both pleased and surprised by the news. It was not until Yang Kai mentioned Shi Minghui that he finally realized that the latter was Yang Kai's subordinate. Don't worry, your subordinate is only being locked up in the dungeons for the time being, and is in no real danger. The city lord's mansion is currently facing troubled times with many people plotting in secret, who do not want to raise any further fuss. So he won't be in danger until the dust of this huge incident settles. If anything unexpected happens, this old master will help to watch out for him, Huang Da promised. Many thanks, Deacon Huang. Yang Kai responded politely. After a busy night, it was almost morning by the time Yang Kai returned to his living quarters. A short while later, Du Yu came to greet him. Yang Kai handed her the note he prepared in advance and sent her to purchase some items. Miao Hong needed a large amount of nutrients to support his waning vitality. However, his body could not currently withstand the burden of strong supplements. Even his cultivation, which was at the peak of the heaven realm, could not help in this particular case. Therefore, Yang Kai needed to think of a gentler method. After some consideration, Yang Kai determined that preparing a medicinal soup was the safest option. Du Yu did not know what Yang Kai wanted these ingredients for, but her biggest merit was her obedience. It didn't take long before she returned after buying the listed items. In the meantime, Yang Kai casually asked about Ko Yong. Ko Yong was the man who had an affair with the city lord's wife. According to the city lord's wife, her daughter was the result of her affair with him. Ko Yong. Du Yu pondered for a moment. Is Sir referring to Heavenly Martial City's Vice City Lord? I think he is in the 7th step or 8th step heaven realm. Yang Kai raised a brow at those words. It was not judgmental. He just felt that Miao Hong's life was quite pitiful. Yang Kai was busy all day, and when night fell, he secretly snuck into the city lord's mansion again, this time to deliver food to Miao Hong. The effects of the vitality pill were evident, and after finishing off a huge pot of medicinal soup, Miao Hong's complexion became noticeably rosier. He was full of praise for Yang Kai, complimenting him on being a promising young man. It was clear that he was trying to win Yang Kai over. After all, it was impossible to find another person in the divine armament world who not only stood at the peak of the Earth realm, but was also an Earth-grade alchemist at such a young age. It would surely be helpful if he could win Yang Kai over. In the following days, Yang Kai would head to the city lord's mansion at night to deliver nutrient-rich tonics to Miao Hong in order to supplement the vitality pills he had provided. Miao Hong's condition improved by the day, but his underlying injuries did not heal. There was no saying exactly how much strength he could exert, so he continued to endure under these circumstances, and he would deliberately pretend to be dying whenever his wife came to visit him. The city lord's wife would visit every few nights, and each time she came, she would viciously provoke him until he coughed up blood before she left in satisfaction. On one occasion, Yang Kai was hiding on the roof beam when he saw the city lord's wife and Ko Yong visiting together. They kissed and flirted openly right in front of Miao Hong. This time around, Miao Hong was probably so angry that he passed out for real, as it took Yang Kai a lot of effort to wake him up again. On a certain day, Yang Kai was here to deliver the medicinal soup and vitality pills. After Miao Hong finished consuming both, he lay back on the bed and said, "Little brother, I need to ask you for a favor." Yang Kai put away the items he brought and said, "Please speak freely, City Lord Miao. I want you to go and welcome the heaven-grade alchemist of profound pill sect, Gao Xianpeng." Miao Hong panted for breath. According to the plan, Alchemist Gao will arrive at Heavenly Martial City in 3 days' time, but that cheating couple will not wait that long. You've seen the current situation over the past few days. They can't wait for me to die, If I'm still alive when Gao Xianpeng arrives, they will probably risk making a move directly. That's why I want you to meet Alchemist Gao and ask him to hasten his arrival, preferably without allowing anyone to find out. Yang Kai smiled. Don't worry, City Lord Miao. I've already taken care of this matter. There's no need to disturb Alchemist Gao. Yang Kai had anticipated the situation that Miao Hong mentioned. Knowing that the City Lord's wife and Ko Yong would become desperate, he had made preparations in advance. Oh, Miao Hong was surprised. What have you arranged, little brother? Yang Kai reached into his pocket, took out a small jade bottle, and tipped out a longan-sized black pill from the bottle. This is a turtle breath pill. City Lord Miao, you will fall into a kind of false death state after consuming this pill. Both your vitality and aura will be suppressed to the point that even those two will not be able to detect it. Miao Hong was extremely astonished. Taking the turtle breath pill from Yang Kai's hand, he asked a little hesitantly, is this pill really that effective? City Lord Miao, do you not trust me? Miao Hong shook his head. I might not have known you for long, but I can tell that you're a brave and righteous young man. If you really wanted to harm this city lord, you could have made your move a long time ago. Besides, you saved this city lord's life, so how can I not trust you? It's best if you can trust me, City Lord Miao. You don't need to worry either, as this turtle breath pill does not have any negative side effects. You just need to consume the antidote later, and you will wake up within a quarter hour. Yang Kai paused for a moment. Besides, meeting Alchemist Gao now will only tip them off. They also know that Alchemist Gao is your only hope, City Lord Miao, so I'm sure they're already monitoring his approach. There's no saying what consequences we might face if we rashly contact him at this time. Miao Hong pondered for a moment and nodded. Your words make sense, little brother. Let's follow your plan. Yang Kai did not know how much Miao Hong trusted him, but it was clear that someone as stubborn and forbearing as Miao Hong would not be a kind man at heart. The betrayal of his closest confidant would surely have caused him to lose his trust in others. Nevertheless, he could probably sense that Yang Kai had no ill will towards him. Coupled with the fact that he had experienced Yang Kai's abilities over the past few days, it was reason enough to accept Yang Kai's suggestion. 2 nights later, Yang Kai hid on the roof beam and personally witnessed as the city lord's wife, Qin Yushuang, and Ko Yong angered Miao Hong so much that he spat up 3 liters of blood and died on the spot. Martial Peak, Chapter 4496, Gao Xianpeng. The sudden death of Heavenly Martial City's city lord caused the entire city to mourn. Everybody knew that the city lord was old and frail. It was public knowledge that he was reaching the end of his life expectancy. Even so, many people had trouble accepting the truth when this news was announced. Many shops and houses voluntarily hung white silk cloth above their doors to express their condolences to City Lord Miao Hong. Yang Kai stood beside the window on the 2nd floor of Tianluo Hall's shop. Du stood beside him. Following his gaze, she looked out the window but did not see anything unusual, so she asked curiously, Sir, what are you looking at? A storm is coming, he said. Du looked up at the sky where the scorching sun was obviously shining brightly and thought, is there something wrong with his eyes? Somebody might come looking for me later. Just let me know at the time. After saying that, Yang Kai returned to his room. He had handed the antidote for the turtle breath pill to Huangde in advance. It was foreseeable that there would be a bloody battle at the city lord's mansion. But Yang Kai had no plans to participate in something like that. It was enough for him to quietly wait here. The only thing that interested him was the heaven-grade alchemist, Gao Xianpeng, who was coming soon. The pill recipe for the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill was in that person's hands after all. Less than a day after Miao Hong's death, Gao Xianpeng arrived. A heaven-grade alchemist held an extremely high status in the divine armament world, so his arrival created a great sensation in the city, and many people went to look at the excitement from afar. As a heaven-grade alchemist of profound pill sect, Gao Xianpeng was quickly welcomed into the city lord's mansion. It was not until late at night that Du suddenly knocked on Yang Kai's door. Sir, A deacon from the city lord's mansion named Huangde is here to see you. Also, Shi Minghui is back. Good, Yang Kai responded as he stood up and walked out. Huangde stood waiting outside the shop, and Shi Minghui stood next to him, looking ashamed. When he saw Yang Kai, he quickly spoke with chagrin. This subordinate was incompetent. Please punish me, sir. He was only supposed to offer up 2 pills, but he was captured and detained for 8 days instead. Even he felt that he was very incompetent. Nevertheless, it was exactly as Huangde had mentioned before. The city lord's mansion was facing troubled times, so the city lord's wife, Qin Yushuang, and the vice city lord, Ko Yong, had no intention of causing further trouble. As a result, Shi Minghui was only captured and fortunately, was not subjected to torture. It's not your fault. Go and have a good rest. Yang Kai waved Shi Minghui away and cupped his fist at Huangde. Deacon Huang. Huangde returned the greeting. You are too polite, little brother Yang. The city lord sent this humble one here to invite you to the city lord's mansion. Yang Kai had already expected this outcome, so he simply nodded, lead the way. Turning back, he called out to Du Yu, come with me. Du Yu quickly responded with a confused look. She clearly heard Huangde saying that the city lord had extended his invitation. But, wasn't the city lord dead? Did Heavenly Martial City obtain a new city lord so quickly? Even though Yang Kai had gone in and out of the city lord's mansion on numerous occasions, this was actually his first time walking in openly. Upon entering the premises, Du Yu was horrified. The guards around them were busy cleaning up the place, as there were bloodstains that had not dried up all over the ground and traces of battle in many areas. It was obvious that a huge struggle had occurred in this place. However, she could not understand why people were killing each other in the city lord's mansion. Soon, the two of them arrived at a grand hall under Huangda's leadership. This hall was brightly lit, but a bloody aura permeated the air. Heavenly Martial City's city lord, Miao Hong, sat majestically on the main seat. As soon as he saw Yang Kai, he laughed loudly and stood up in greeting. Little brother, I was waiting for you. This Yang is reassured to see that you are safe, City Lord Miao. Yang Kai greeted warmly. It's all thanks to you that this city lord can stand here today. Come. Let me introduce you to an honored guest. While saying so, Miao Hong enthusiastically grabbed Yang Kai by the arm and led him into the hall. Yang Kai immediately saw the man sitting at the first seat on the left at a glance. There was nothing special about this man's appearance. Rather, he seemed extremely ordinary. He was dressed in pale blue robes, and at this moment, he was looking over with an inquisitive gaze. Behind him stood a man and a woman. Their auras were concealed, but Yang Kai could clearly sense that they possessed horrifying strength. Similar to Miao Hong, these two were most likely masters at the peak of the heaven realm. At this moment, they were standing behind the seated man like bodyguards. Thus, Yang Kai immediately knew that this man was the target of his visit, heaven-grade alchemist, Gao Xianpeng. Sure enough, Miao Hong pointed at Gao Xianpeng and introduced them. Little brother, this is alchemist Gao of Profound Pill Sect. Yang Kai gently nodded. This junior has long admired senior Gao. Gao Xianpeng looked at Yang Kai with interest. On the other hand, the expressions of the two guards behind Gao Xianpeng turned cold, and a chilly pressure loomed down on Yang Kai. The status of a heaven-grade alchemist was highly revered, so most people would bring large gifts and act worshipful. Nobody would ever act as open and aloof as Yang Kai. It was only natural that these two were unhappy with his conduct. Even Miao Hong was slightly surprised. It was just that he was not in the position to say anything, considering all the help that Yang Kai had given him. Thus, he simply chuckled and continued with the introductions. Brother Gao, this is the one I mentioned to you before, little junior brother Yang. It's all thanks to little junior brother Yang's help that this Miao turned misfortune into great fortune in this situation. Like you, he is this Miao's savior. Gao Xianpeng nodded lightly and smiled. I didn't quite dare to believe it when I first heard about you from the city lord. But now that I see you, you are indeed a brave and talented young man. I've taken a look at both the vitality pills and the turtle breath pill you refined. Your methods are quite unusual but profound. Even the way you proportion the herbs is very innovative. I gained a lot from studying those pills. Are you an earth-grade alchemist? Probably. Yang Kai smiled. Gao Xianpeng was stunned. If you are, then you are. If you're not, then you're not. What do you mean by probably? Forget it. Seeing as you can refine those 2 pills, you definitely have the foundation of an earth-grade alchemist. It looks like your master is not an ordinary person. As a heaven-grade alchemist, Gao Xianpeng was qualified enough to take no notice of earth-grade alchemists. But Yang Kai was a little different. He was so young that his future was unlimited. Otherwise, Gao Xianpeng would not have been this polite. Yang Kai casually replied, perhaps. It's just that the master who taught me alchemy has no origins, so I'm not too certain either. Gao Xianpeng nodded lightly. There are many such hidden masters in the world. If possible, can you introduce us, little brother? I would like to meet your master. To teach a disciple like Yang Kai, this hidden alchemist was bound to be a heaven-grade alchemist or higher. Thus he was qualified to discuss alchemy with Gao Xianpeng. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Alchemist Gao. I won't hide the truth. My master only taught me for a few years when I was younger before he left. I've not heard from him since. As expected, Gao Xianpeng revealed a disappointed expression inside. Is that so? What a pity. Miao Hong smiled by the side and said, let us sit and talk. After Yang Kai sat down, he finally continued. Both of you are my saviors. If not for your help, this Miao Hong would have died a tragic death. Yang Kai had helped him to prolong his life, buying him time until Gao Xianpeng arrived. On the other hand, Gao Xianpeng brought 2 masters at the peak of the heaven realm with him to help clean out the traitors in the city lord's mansion and regain authority over heavenly martial city. As for what happened to Ko Yong and the others, Yang Kai could not be bothered to ask. They most likely were met with a tragic end. In fact, Ko Yong might have contributed to the smell of blood in this very hall. Brother Gao and I have known each other for several dozen years and have a deep and inseparable friendship, so this city lord won't bother offering his thanks. Gao Xianpeng chuckled. If not for your help back then, City Lord Miao, this Gao would not be standing here today. If you need help, this Gao will naturally come to your aid. Miao Hong nodded lightly and turned to look at Yang Kai. Little brother, we had not met until a few days ago, but you've already done a great kindness for me. This city lord is extremely grateful. Besides, this city lord promised to reward you handsomely. Little brother, do you have any wishes? If you do, please do not hold back. This city lord will not refuse as long as it is within my means. It could be seen that he was in a jubilant mood. Moreover, it was a gesture of sincerity to speak of such matters in front of Gao Xianpeng. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before nodding. There is indeed something I'd like you to do for me, City Lord. Go ahead and speak freely. Miao Hong looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai turned to look at Gao Xianpeng. I wish to compete with alchemist Gao in alchemy. The smile on Miao Hong's face stiffened while Gao Xianpeng looked surprised. As for the 2 bodyguards behind Gao Xianpeng, they shouted in unison, How dare you? Gao Xianpeng raised his hand slightly and looked at Yang Kai curiously. You want to compete with me in alchemy? Yes. I hope you will fulfill my wish, Alchemist Gao. Yang Kai said seriously. Gao Xianpeng burst out laughing. You are an earth-grade alchemist while I am a heaven-grade alchemist. We are in different grades altogether. How can we compete? Yang Kai replied, I've never competed with other alchemists before, so I'm curious about the difference between myself and the others. It is a rare opportunity to encounter Alchemist Gao, so I have a bit of an itch. Miao Hong spoke up from the side with a strange expression. Little brother, didn't your master tell you that a competition between alchemists is a very serious matter? Unless they have grievances against each other, they would never make such requests easily. Yang Kai was extremely astonished. Is there such an etiquette? He turned to look at Du Yu. Her complexion was ashen, but she nodded. Yes. When she heard that Yang Kai wanted to compete against Gao Xianpeng in alchemy, She had been so frightened that she nearly fell to the ground weakly. Miao Hong burst into laughter and shook his head. Little brother, your actions are equivalent to pointing a sword at this Miao and declaring a battle to the death. Yang Kai was stunned. No wonder the two bodyguards behind Gao Xanpeng reacted so strongly. It seems that my request is no different from challenging Gao Xanpeng. Thank goodness Gao Xanpeng is not such a petty man. Otherwise, we could have fallen out with each other right here and now. Yang Kai was ashamed and cupped his fist apologetically. It appears this Yang is truly ignorant and uninformed. Please forgive me, Alchemist Gao. Gao Xanpeng laughed. It looks like your master did not tell you much about the taboos among alchemists. Yang Kai did not know what to say to that, as he did not have a master to speak of. The only master he had in the divine armament world was the sect master of Void Spirit Sword sect. His random excuse was only to deal with Gao Xanpeng's questions. But if I can't compete with Gao Xanpeng, then how am I going to get my hands on the pill recipe of the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill? Just as Yang Kai was feeling extremely conflicted, Gao Xanpeng suddenly spoke up. It's been a while since I've encountered something so interesting. Let's do this instead. We can exchange some pointers with each other. Martial Peak, Chapter 4497. I will prepare them myself. Really? Yang Kai raised his brow at those words. He thought that he would need to change his plans. But who could have known that Gao Xanpeng would agree to his request? It was an unexpected surprise. Gao Xanpeng smiled. It's just a friendly match. Since it's not a competition, it's not a big deal. Besides, this Gao is interested in your alchemy techniques. He was certainly an honest person who said what he was thinking. If he was not interested in Yang Kai's alchemy techniques, he would never have agreed to this request. After all, he was a heaven-grade alchemist. It was impossible for an earth-grade alchemist to surpass him in alchemy techniques. Miao Hong hesitated. Brother Gao, is this really all right? Gao Xanpeng smiled slightly. Why? Are you afraid that this Gao will bully the weak city lord? Miao Hong quickly waved his hands in denial. Brother Gao, you know that's not what I meant. It's just, forget it. Since you've already agreed to this request, Brother Gao, this Miao won't say any more. I just hope that you know when to stop. Don't harm the peace. Of course. Gao Xanpeng turned to look at Yang Kai. Little brother, since you wanted to learn from me, I'll let you decide on the topic. What pill do you think we should refine? The 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. Yang Kai immediately replied. Gao Xanpeng was slightly stunned. The 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill? Little brother, are you sure you want to refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill? Yang Kai said, I'm already at the peak of the Earth realm, and I currently need a 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill to advance into the Heaven realm. After I complete this pill, I can also make the best use of the pill. Gao Xanpeng asked, Little brother, could it be that you're not aware? The 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill cannot be refined by those who are not in the Heaven realm. Why is that? Yang Kai furrowed his eyebrows. Gao Xanpeng explained. The Spirit Qi and Earth Realm Masters is not sufficient to support the refining of the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. Only those in the Heaven realm can refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. Seeing Yang Kai's ignorance, he couldn't help doubting whether the Vitality Pills and the Turtle Breath Pill were refined by Yang Kai. Yang Kai had never heard of such things before. Although the divine armament world had given him some memories, along with an identity to move around in the world, he didn't know much of the common knowledge about the alchemic Tao here. Upon further consideration though, Yang Kai realized something. Cultivators needed the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill to advance from the Earth realm to the Heaven realm. But the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill could only be refined by those in the Heaven realm. If that was the case, then how did the first 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill come about? This question was similar to the question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. There was no answer. You won't have any advantages if we refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. Why don't you change it to something else instead? Gao Xanpeng suggested. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I am confident that I can refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. Leaving aside the fact that the spirit chi in his body was much stronger than general Earth Realm Masters, his own accomplishments in the alchemic Tao were enough to allow him to figure out a solution when faced with various problems. His top priority was to obtain the pill recipe for the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. Seeing Yang Kai's persistence, Gao Xianpeng became slightly annoyed. He felt as though Yang Kai was deliberately trying to show off in front of him. No matter how good-tempered he was still a highly revered heaven-grade alchemist. When the two of you are ready, this Miao will open up the pill room, so that you may compete to your heart's content. The city lord's mansion was in turmoil today, and many people had been killed and injured. Miao Hong himself had barely escaped from the jaws of death earlier. Thus, he was dead tired after forcefully pushing his energy to the limits and talking so much. Even so, he made sure to personally arrange for Gao Xianpeng and Yang Kai's living quarters before he left to get some rest. That night, Yang Kai sighed and put on his familiar black robes. Instructing Du Yu to keep watch, he silently left on his own. In order to refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill, he had to know what kind of herbs Gao Xianpeng had purchased. Therefore, he could only go out and investigate by himself. It was fortunate that he had been wandering around the city lord's mansion recently, and he had perfected his stealth techniques over the past few days. After a short search, he quickly found the place where Gao Xianpeng was staying. Concealing his aura, Yang Kai silently crouched beside the skylight and looked down into the room. There was a single flickering candle inside the room. Gao Xianpeng sat on the bed, seeming to be resting in meditation. There was no sight of the male bodyguard, so he was probably outside the door. Thus, Yang Kai breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Both of Gao Xianpeng's bodyguards were at the peak of the heaven realm, and not people he could oppose right now. There was already a precedent of being discovered by Miao Hong previously, so Yang Kai did not know whether his presence would be discovered if he kept spying into the room. Therefore, the fact that the bodyguard was not inside the room was something to be celebrated. Although Gao Xianpeng was also in the heaven realm, his cultivation was not at the peak of the heaven realm. Besides, an alchemist like him would spend most of his energy on alchemy. Despite being a heaven realm master, he probably could not exert the strength corresponding to his cultivation. As long as Yang Kai was careful, he would not be discovered. After waiting for about an hour, Yang Kai suddenly heard the sound of footsteps entering the room. His spirits lifted, knowing that the female bodyguard had returned from buying the herbs. Sure enough, the female bodyguard knocked on the door and entered the room. She placed the bag in her hands on the table and cupped her fist. "Sir, I've bought the herbs." Gao Xianpeng didn't even bother to open his eyes. "Good. You may leave." "Yes," the female bodyguard responded and respectfully took her leave. Yang Kai's gaze latched firmly upon that bag like a leech. He knew that all the herbs needed to refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill were inside. As long as Gao Xianpeng opened the bag to check the contents, he could get a glimpse of what he needed. And so he waited quietly. What made Yang Kai so depressed that he wanted to spit blood, though, was that Gao Xianpeng continued to meditate without moving. Dawn was about to arrive, but Gao Xianpeng remained calm and peaceful. It was obvious that he was extremely confident in his subordinate's ability to carry out her duties. However, Yang Kai was waiting for Gao Xianpeng to open the bag. What am I supposed to do in this situation? Yang Kai was beginning to contemplate luring the two bodyguards and Gao Xianpeng away with some sort of trick in order to investigate the contents of the bag himself. But just as he was preparing to move, Gao Xianpeng, who had been sitting cross-legged all this while, finally roused from his meditation. Under Yang Kai's scrutinizing gaze, Gao Xianpeng got out of bed and boiled a pot of tea. While sipping slowly on his tea, he seemed to recall something and opened the bag, taking out all the herbs and checking them one by one. Seeing this, Yang Kai was tempted to summon the Azure Dragon Spear and stab Gao Xianpeng to death. Unfortunately, he knew that the idea was unrealistic, so instead, he quickly memorized all the quantities and the types of herbs. A short while later, Yang Kai quietly slipped away. He led Du Yu out of the city lord's mansion and returned to Tian Luo Hall's shop. Taking all the black jades that he previously brought with him, he hurriedly rushed to the various medicine shops. When the sun was high up in the sky, everyone gathered at the pill room in the city lord's mansion. Miao Hong personally opened the pill room. Then he led Yang Kai and Gao Xin Peng inside, smilingly reporting, "This is the pill room of the city lord's mansion. You can access the earth fire here. Of course, it cannot compare with your alchemy flame, Brother Gao, but it is enough for the lowly alchemists in heavenly martial city." Gao Xin Peng nodded reservedly. Since this is a learning exchange with little junior brother Yang, it's only right for everybody to use the same alchemy tools. This is fine. He obviously did not wish to seem as though he was bullying the weak. Otherwise, it would not be an honest victory even if he won. It was a symbol of fairness for both of them to use the same earth fire and alchemy furnaces in this place. Miao Hong personally explained to Gao Xin Peng and Yang Kai about how to use their spirit qi to draw upon the earth fire. Then, he asked the two of them to each find an alchemy furnace of similar standards. Only then did he stand to the side with a proud expression. As the witness of this competition, he was full of smiles. Although he was a master at the peak of the heaven realm, he rarely had the chance to observe heaven-grade alchemists like Gao Xin Peng personally performing alchemy. Under normal circumstances, the alchemy techniques of heaven-grade alchemists were absolutely confidential. Except for a few assistants, it was impossible for others to observe and emulate their actions from up close. Miao Hong had known Gao Xin Peng for decades, but he had never seen Gao Xin Peng refining pills. It was only natural that he was extremely interested in this matter. If the two of you are ready, then this exchange competition can begin now. Miao Hong gestured. Gao Xin Peng nodded lightly. He opened his bag, took out the herbs, and arranged them by the side. Meanwhile, Yang Kai continued to activate his spirit qi and familiarize himself with the earth fire. The strength of the fire was extremely important in alchemy, so it was very important to familiarize himself with his new tools. Martial Peak, Chapter 4498. I have something to ask you. Needless to say, Yang Kai's main reason was to buy more time, so that he could observe and emulate Gao Xin Peng's refining process. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to obtain the secrets of the pill recipe just by observing an alchemist during the process of refining a pill. However, Yang Kai was not comparable with ordinary alchemists. His profound attainments in the alchemic Tao were his greatest capital. Besides, he had partially deduced the pill recipe in his mind while buying the herbs. At this point he already had several ideas in mind. If there was a complete 10 revolutions clear heart pill in front of him, right now to further supplement the information he received already, he was 60% confident that he could fully deduce the pill recipe. Naturally, this process would take a long time, possibly taking several months to several years to complete. On the other side, Gao Xin Peng finished arranging and preparing his herbs. He activated his spirit qi and stimulated the earth fire. Then, he skillfully placed herb after herb into the alchemy furnace to condense the medicinal liquid. In the meantime, he also glanced over to see what Yang Kai was doing. When he saw that Yang Kai was still getting familiarized with the earth fire, he couldn't help shaking his head slowly. He wondered whether he had been a little too hasty when he agreed to this competition, as Yang Kai's current performance was very disappointing. It was not until Gao Xin Peng had tempered most of his medicinal liquid that Yang Kai finally made a move. Under Yang Kai's instructions, Du Yu opened the bag they brought and took out the herbs one by one. Gao Xin Peng glanced over and couldn't help being startled. Even the earth fire below his alchemy furnace flickered for a moment. It was obvious that his mental state had been affected quite badly. He panicked for a moment and quickly controlled the alchemy flame again. The reason for his reaction was that he noticed the herbs Yang Kai brought were practically identical to what he took out earlier. Moreover, even the quantities were similar. This was very strange. Although the 10 revolutions clear heart pill could be refined as long as one was a heaven-grade alchemist in the divine armament world, The pill recipe owned by each sect was bound to have subtle differences. The most obvious manifestation of these differences was the difference in the type of herbs. Naturally, the medicinal efficacies of different 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill also varied in strength. As one of the current top 10 sects in the divine armament world today, Profound Pill sect boasted an impressive heritage and long-standing inheritance. The pill recipe for their 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill had thus undergone countless generations of improvements and modifications. Even if they dared not claim to be the best in the world, they would still rank among the top 3. Hence, it was impossible for the pill recipe mastered by other people or other alchemy sects to be identical to that of Profound Pill sect. That was why Gao Xianpeng was so shocked to see that the herbs Yang Kai brought out were almost identical to his own. On the other hand, Yang Kai looked up and nodded lightly at Gao Xianpeng. He knew that Gao Xianpeng was feeling suspicious. He had previously considered buying several extra portions of herbs to disguise his intentions. His main purpose in performing alchemy today was to imitate Gao Xianpeng. By doing so, he could then deduce and perfect the pill recipe during the process. Those additional herbs would not only prove to be useless at the end of the refinement process, but they would also serve to highlight his guilty conscience instead. So he decided against that method. Fortunately, Gao Xianpeng said nothing even though he did not understand why the herbs that Yang Kai brought were so similar to his own. The only difference was in their quantities. He simply suppressed his doubts and decided to inquire about this matter after he finished the refinement process. As time passed, Yang Kai formed various hand seals that changed constantly. His spirit chi fluctuated wildly, and the earth fire he controlled also became stronger and weaker accordingly. Yang Kai looked like he had fully immersed himself in condensing his medicinal liquid, but in reality, he had separated a thread of his consciousness to observe Gao Xianpeng's movements. He then mimicked all of Gao Xianpeng's methods, though he did not copy everything exactly. His own attainments in the alchemic Tao were extremely deep, so even though he was imitating Gao Xianpeng's refining process, the truth was that many different concepts would instantaneously appear in his head. This allowed Yang Kai to use his own special means to replace Gao Xianpeng's secret alchemy techniques. Be that as it may, their alchemy refining process looked extremely similar. There was too little time, and he needed to keep up with Gao Xianpeng's various alchemy processes, so Yang Kai could not afford the time to conceal his actions too much. Even Miao Hong, who didn't know anything about alchemy, could tell that something was wrong from where he stood watching by the side. His gaze would flicker between Gao Xianpeng and Yang Kai from time to time with a puzzled expression. With Miao Hong noticing something was off, there was obviously no fooling Gao Xianpeng. Even though Yang Kai had tried to change things up as much as possible, Gao Xianpeng could tell that Yang Kai's movements when refining the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill were performed at practically the same rhythm as himself, only slightly slower. This realization made his expression change subtly. At this point, Yang Kai could not be bothered to care so much anymore. Things had already progressed to this point, so he could only continue until the end. As long as he could completely observe and emulate Gao Xianpeng's refining process, it would be a success. As more and more medicinal liquid was condensed at a steady rate, the temperature in the pill room increased accordingly. Gao Xianpeng's expression remained unchanged. For a heaven-grade alchemist like him, refining the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill was not a difficult matter. All he needed to worry about was whether or not he could succeed in producing a pill at the end. In contrast, Yang Kai was drenched in sweat, and his complexion was pale. It looked like the process was consuming a lot of his energy. He was not faking it either. Refining the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill required a considerable amount of spirit chi, and it was only now that he finally understood why Gao Xianpeng had said that it was impossible to refine this pill unless one was in the heaven realm. When he reached the final stage to condense his pills, Yang Kai did not use his 9 heavens profound pill method, as this pill condensing technique was far too powerful for the divine armament world. Hence, he only used another pill condensing technique that was neither too good nor too bad. A series of clanging sounds rang out soon after, and the medicinal fragrance in the pill room became denser than ever. Yang Kai's complexion was so pale that it was frightening. Pretending as though he was about to die, he stumbled and collapsed face first towards the ground. Fortunately, Du moved quickly and caught him before he fell, calling out anxiously, "Sir." Gao Xanpeng hurried over and stated, "He is suffering from overconsumption. It should have been impossible for an Earth Realm master to refine a heaven-grade pill in the first place. I can't believe he actually did it. Hurry up and let him lie down." Du laid Yang Kai down as she was told. Then, Gao Xanpeng took out a pill and handed it to her and ordered, "Give this to him." She took the pill but hesitated slightly. On the other hand, Yang Kai just weakly said, "Many thanks, Alchemist Gao." Gao Xanpeng waved his hand dismissively. "Don't talk. Just focus on recovering. There's something I want to ask you after." Yang Kai sighed in his heart. He knew that Gao Xanpeng was very concerned about his performance earlier. Whether it was in terms of alchemy ingredients or the refinement process, he was being suspected of imitating Gao Xanpeng. Anybody who encountered something like this would probably be unable to get over it so easily. He secretly felt thankful that Gao Xanpeng was good-natured and did not kick up a fuss on the spot. But how was he supposed to explain this situation now? The current Void Spirit Sword sect could not afford to upset a heaven-grade alchemist. If he offended Gao Xanpeng here, he would probably suffer greatly in the future. After being fed the pill by Du, Yang Kai's spirit chi quickly recovered. On the other side, Miao Hong walked over with 2 jade bottles in his hand and smilingly said, "This Miao has taken the initiative to collect the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill that you two refined. This is what Brother Gao refined. There are 4 pills. 3 of them are mid-rank pills, and 1 of them is a low-rank pill." He handed one of the jade bottles to Gao Xanpeng. Gao Xanpeng accepted the bottle without reservation. "This is what you refined, little brother." Miao Hong's eyes gleamed as he looked at Yang Kai. "You produced 1 low-rank pill." Martial Peak, Chapter 4499. A series of strange coincidences. "Alchemist Gao, your skills are truly superb. This Yang is very lacking in comparison. I've learned a lot." Yang Kai cupped his fist slightly. Regardless of everything else, he had succeeded in secretly learning the pill recipe for the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill. So it made no difference to him, even if he admitted his loss in this competition. Besides, he deliberately made it so that he produced only 1 low-rank pill at the end. If he really put his mind to the task, it would have been impossible for him to produce such poor results, even if it was his first time refining the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill. Gao Xanpeng shook his head. This Gao was unable to refine a heaven-grade pill with the strength of an Earth Realm master. It is this Gao who is lacking. He turned to look at Miao Hong. "Brother Miao, please prepare a secret room. I need to have a good chat with little junior brother Yang." "No problem." Miao Hong immediately agreed. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. He knew that it might be a blessing and not a curse, but even if it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. The traces of how Yang Kai had imitated Gao Xanpeng were far too obvious. Gao Xanpeng probably suspected something a long time ago. He probably did not ask anything earlier, because he did not want to be distracted during the competition. Now that the competition was over though, it was only natural to get to the bottom of the matter. How should I explain this situation? Yang Kai was a little perplexed. I can't say that the pill recipe I obtained is identical to his. How can something so coincidental happen? But there is no other reasonable explanation otherwise. At this point, he could only take one step at a time. Gao Xanpeng did not look like a pedantic person. Furthermore, he was a heaven-grade alchemist. Yang Kai did not wish to have a falling out with him if possible. Miao Hong quickly prepared a quiet room, and Gao Xanpeng and Yang Kai entered it with their entourages. Then, Gao Xanpeng turned to the 2 Heaven Realm bodyguards who had been following behind him all this while and said, "Leave us." "Sir." The female Heaven Realm master hesitated slightly. "Leave us," he instructed once more in a firmer tone. Only then did the 2 bodyguards take their leave. Before they left, they shot a deep glare at Yang Kai, as if to say that they would immediately rush in and chop him into pieces if he dared to harm Gao Xanpeng. You stand down too, Yang Kai ordered Du Yu. Du Yu said nothing in particular and respectfully left the room. As soon as the door closed, Gao Xanpeng and Yang Kai were the only ones left in the room. Gao Xanpeng stared fixedly at Yang Kai with a measuring look. The way he observed Yang Kai up and down was as though it was his first time getting to know him. Yang Kai was watched so keenly that he felt uncomfortable all over. Thus, he began mulling over how to end things later once the truth was exposed. There were 2 more sword chi attacks that he could activate in the True Void Sword, but those attacks were ridiculously overpowered. If he used the True Void Sword here, forget Gao Xanpeng, the entire City Lord's mansion would be razed to the ground. He neither wished to be pursued by Profound Pill Sect as a wanted man, nor drag Void Spirit Sword Sect into his mess. Therefore, he could not use the True Void Sword Chi unless it was absolutely necessary. Little brother, do you know the identity of the master who taught you alchemy? What was his name? Just as Yang Kai's thoughts were bouncing around in his head, Gao Xanpeng suddenly popped out this question. Yang Kai shook his head solemnly. Unfortunately, I don't. I'm sure you know that I'm a Void Spirit Sword Sect disciple, Alchemist Gao. Master came to Void Spirit Sword Sect, taught me alchemy for a few years, and then left to travel around the world again. From the start to the end, he never revealed his name. He casually responded to the question while thinking to himself, how would I know what my non-existent master is called? It's unrealistic to make up a name now. If Gao Xanpeng decides to investigate, my secrets will quickly be discovered. I can only be as ambiguous as possible. Gao Xanpeng raised his eyebrows. That senior, why did he teach you alchemy? Yang Kai shook his head again. I was only 6 or 7 years old when my master taught me alchemy. I was too young at the time, so I don't remember much from back then. 6 or 7 years old. Gao Xanpeng quietly made some calculations. So, this happened approximately 10 years ago. And, do you remember how he looked? Gao Xanpeng continued asking. Yang Kai was helpless and could only continue talking nonsense. I don't quite remember. I think he is quite old as his hair was graying. He also always wore a set of dirty clothes. Gao Xanpeng's eyes immediately lit up at those words, frightening Yang Kai so much that he quickly said, as you know, I was very young back then. I don't remember much. I understand. I understand. Gao Xanpeng nodded repeatedly. Think about it carefully. What other more specific special characteristics did your master have? More specific? Which aspect? Yang Kai was honestly at his wits' end by now. He no longer knew how to continue with his story. His hand. Gao Xanpeng raised his left hand and waved his hand around in front of Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before the realization struck him. Yes, there was something. I think he either had an extra finger or was missing a finger. An extra finger. Gao Xanpeng's expression was serious. Yang Kai slapped his thigh. Yes, that's right. He had an extra finger. He didn't dare to say more. If he said anything else, he might end up exposing his own secrets. At this point, he had the vague feeling that this nonsensical master he created on the fly was an actual person. It was just that Gao Xanpeng seemed to have misunderstood something. Therefore, he quickly tried to take control of the conversation by asking, Alchemist Gao, do you know my master? Gao Xanpeng breathed out lightly. Yang Kai could sense that the way Gao Xanpeng looked at him had become much more cordial. Nodding lightly, Gao Xanpeng replied, Of course. How can I not know him? If that's the case, everything makes sense now. Yang Kai sat up straight. Please enlighten me, Alchemist Gao. Gao Xanpeng smilingly said, Didn't you realize that the herbs you and I both needed to refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill, as well as the refining process, and the steps are basically the same? Yang Kai was astonished. Is that so? Gao Xanpeng nodded and explained. You were very focused on performing alchemy earlier, so you probably didn't have the time to observe your surroundings. However, I saw everything clearly. The pill recipe for the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill that you and I have is almost identical. This should have been impossible, as there are countless pill recipes for the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill in the divine armament world. Moreover, each pill recipe will have subtle differences unless they come from the same sect. I was puzzled earlier and wondered why you had the pill recipe belonging to Profound Pill sect, but everything makes sense now. Yang Kai pretended to humbly ask for advice. Gao Xianpeng smiled. Do you still not understand? The one who taught you alchemy belongs to Profound Pill sect. Huh? Yang Kai was genuinely shocked. I can't believe that the non-existent master I randomly created became related to Profound Pill sect. This is quite a pleasant surprise. Alchemist Gao this. Yang Kai didn't know what to say. After careful consideration, he realized that the main reason for Gao Xianpeng's speculation lay in the fact that their pill recipes were identical. As for the special characteristics of his fabricated master, half came from his imagination, and the other half was guesswork thanks to Gao Xianpeng's guidance. Why are you still calling me Alchemist Gao? Gao Xianpeng looked at Yang Kai with a smile. It was said that great fortune brought wisdom, and Yang Kai's wits were keen thanks to the good luck that came to him. He stood up and cupped his fist. Greetings, senior brother Gao. Sit down and talk. Gao Xianpeng seemed even more amicable now. Yang Kai sat down as he was told, not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. He had been worried about what Gao Xianpeng would do to him, but things had taken such a sudden turn instead. By some unfathomable circumstances, he was now Gao Xianpeng's junior brother. Of course, it's hard to talk about the specifics since I have not met your master in person. It's only my speculation that you are the disciple of that person, but I'm quite certain that is the case. Only that person will, act in such a manner. The pill recipe for the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill that you obtained is the best proof. In this world, there was nobody who could deduce a complete pill recipe just by observing and imitating another person performing alchemy once. That was why Gao Xianpeng never suspected Yang Kai of imitating his refinement process on the spot. From the beginning, he suspected that Yang Kai was a disciple taught by one of the wandering senior experts of Profound Pill sect. His subsequent inquiry was only to confirm his speculation. Senior brother Gao, what kind of person is my master? Yang Kai took the opportunity to inquire more about his fabricated master. Otherwise, he might accidentally expose his own lies in the future. Gao Xianpeng pondered the question for a while before he gave a short and helpless laugh. That person, how do I put it? His manner of conduct is very eccentric. It's not something you can guess by using common sense. In any case, you only need to remember this. That man is one of the oldest and most authoritative seniors in the sect. Even I have to call him Martial Uncle if I run into him. It's just that it has been many years since I last saw him. He doesn't really like to stay in Profound Pill sect. He prefers to travel all over the world. Only the heavens know what he does out there. Yang Kai was stunned. It turns out that master comes from such a prominent background. But I'm surprised that person actually took in a disciple. Gao Xianpeng turned to look at Yang Kai with a pensive look. All of a sudden, the realization struck him. Martial Uncle has such discerning eyes. No Earth Realm master in Profound Pill sect could have refined a heaven-grade pill. Could Martial Uncle have noticed that junior brother Yang is incredibly talented? Is that why he made an exception and took in a disciple? Yang Kai shook his head. Master only taught me alchemy for a few years. Moreover, he never allowed me to call him master. He claimed that it was a disgrace to him. Gao Xianpeng failed to stifle his laughter. That's definitely how he does things. Don't worry about it, junior brother Yang. Seeing as you were taught by that man, that makes you part of Profound Pill sect. You should pack up your things later and follow me back to Profound Pill sect to greet your seniors. But Void Spirit Sword sect, Yang Kai hesitantly said. I'll be honest with you, senior brother Gao. This junior brother is the eldest disciple of Void Spirit Sword sect. Furthermore, I grew up in Void Spirit Sword sect and am deeply indebted to the master sect for raising me. This junior brother cannot be ungrateful. Gao Xianpeng was slightly taken aback. I forgot about that. He pondered in silence for a moment before he continued. In that case, I'll return to Profound Pill Sect and ask for instructions first. We'll see what the sect master decides. Your situation is rather special after all. Profound Pill Sect has never had such a precedent before. I'll visit Void Spirit Sword Sect to inform you once I have further information. Then I shall have to trouble you, Senior Brother Gao. Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He definitely had no intention of going to Profound Pill Sect. The master he casually created on the spot had accidentally gotten him involved with Profound Pill Sect. Although he managed to fool Gao Xianpeng, he was bound to face more inconveniences if he went to Profound Pill Sect. It would be bad if his lies were exposed in some way. Why are you being so polite with me, junior brother? Gao Xianpeng was clearly in a good mood. Reaching his hand into his pocket, he took out a jade bottle. Since you are already at the peak of the Earth realm, you will need a 10 revolutions clear heart pill to advance into the heaven realm. Don't use that low-rank pill of yours, as its effects won't be good. Your aptitude might be extraordinary, but it's better to be careful. I have a high-rank 10 revolutions clear heart pill here. It's just right as a welcome gift from me as your senior brother. This high-rank pill was clearly not the one he refined earlier. Nevertheless, Gao Xianpeng was a veteran heaven-grade alchemist. It was not strange for him to have such a pill on him. Yang Kai did not refuse, and accepted the pill gratefully. Martial Peak, Chapter 4500 Heaven Realm. With a high-rank 10 revolutions clear heart pill in hand, Yang Kai's advancement into the Heaven Realm was as good as an accomplished fact. Afterwards, Yang Kai asked about the amber liquid that Gao Xianpeng added at the end of the refining process. Gao Xianpeng only said that it was a secret recipe he developed himself, which could increase the success rate of pill condensation by a slight margin. Its presence or absence had nothing to do with refining the 10 revolutions clear heart pill. Something like this was very common. Even if everybody had mastered the same pill recipe, each person would have a different understanding of it. That was why many alchemists had their own special tricks. It was just that Yang Kai was meeting another alchemist for the first time in the divine armament world, so such practices were very curious and strange to him. With your talent, junior brother, you might even be able to modify the pill recipe for the 10 revolutions clear heart pill if you work hard in the future. By doing that, you will leave your name in history. You will be famous for countless generations to come. Yang Kai was embarrassed. You're praising me too much, senior brother. Gao Xianpeng shook his head. I have high hopes for you. To successfully refine a heaven-grade pill as an Earth Realm master. As far as I know, you're the first person to ever succeed. Good, let's end our idle chat here. Let's go out now. I need to return to Profound Pill Sect as soon as possible and report about today's matters. It would have been different if Yang Kai was an alchemist with mediocre aptitude. But the key point was that his aptitude was extremely outstanding. So much so that he might even become the next master of the Medicine King Furnace in 100 years. This matter was related to the glory of the Profound Pill Sect, so it could not be handled sloppily. The two of them pushed open the door and walked out, smiling and chatting with each other. Miao Hong, who had been standing outside the door, hurried over to greet them only to be stunned by the sight. Gao Xianpeng then briefly explained the situation. Miao Hong was shocked by the turn of events. Even his gaze became solemn when he looked at Yang Kai. He initially planned to recruit Yang Kai into Heavenly Martial City, but it would now seem that his plan was hopeless. Yang Kai had not only gotten a connection with Profound Pill Sect, but he also considered Gao Xianpeng as his fellow brother. How could he take interest in Heavenly Martial City? In addition, Miao Hong had also planned to prepare a banquet. There were two reasons for his actions. The first reason was to welcome Gao Xianpeng. The other reason was to thank both Gao Xianpeng and Yang Kai for helping him. Unfortunately, Gao Xianpeng was in a hurry to return to Profound Pill Sect to report about Yang Kai's matters, and politely declined the invitation. Miao Hong did not insist. Afterwards, Miao Hong and Yang Kai saw Gao Xianpeng out of heavenly martial city. It wasn't until the luxuriously decorated carriage disappeared from view that Yang Kai turned around and cupped his fist. City Lord Miao, I must take my leave too. I apologize for all the trouble I caused over the past few days. Alchemist Yang, you are too polite. This Miao has received your life-saving grace. If there is anything this Miao Hong can help with in the future, please don't hesitate to let me know. This Miao in heavenly martial city will never refuse. Ever since he learned about Yang Kai's connection with profound pill sect, he recognized Yang Kai's terrifying potential. Therefore, these words came out decisively. Next, Miao Hong abruptly changed the subject. Alchemist Yang, are you really not going to stay a few more days? Yang Kai shook his head with a smile. No. I need to return to the master sect, but we might meet again very soon. Miao Hong was overjoyed to hear those words. In that case, this Miao will quietly wait to hear from you. While he was speaking, he clapped his hands smartly. 2 carriages immediately drove out from behind him. The furnishings might not be as luxurious as the carriage Gao Xianpeng took, but they were not bad either. Not to mention, the carriages seemed to be filled with something very heavy. The body of the carriages was clearly weighted down by something. This is... Yang Kai looked at the carriages questioningly. 100,000 pieces of red jades to show you my sincerity. Alchemist Yang, please don't refuse. Despite listening to those words, Yang Kai did not react. On the other hand, the eyes of Du Yu and Shi Minghui standing behind him immediately gleamed brightly. 100,000 pieces of red jade was equivalent to 1 million pieces of black jade, or 10 million pieces of white jade. This was a great display of sincerity indeed. Void Spirit Sword Sect might own a black jade mine, but they could only mine 10 to 20,000 pieces of black jade a month at most. It would take them at least 7 to 10 years just to accumulate an amount that was equivalent to 100,000 pieces of red jade. Therefore, Du Yu and Shi Minghui were blown away by Miao Hong's generosity. Miao Hong laughed. Alchemist Yang, you will advance into the heaven realm soon. When your cultivation reaches this level, it's best to cultivate using red jades. The efficiency is far too low if you use black jades. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Your kindness is appreciated, City Lord. It would be impolite for this Yang to refuse. Yang Kai currently required a large amounts of resources for his cultivation. Besides, Miao Hong was showing his favor in advance. There was no reason to refuse. The value of 2 carriages worth of red jades was not small. For that reason, Miao Hong further arranged for people from heavenly martial city to escort them back. It took several days, but Yang Kai and his companions finally returned to Void Spirit Sword Sect. The escorts left immediately after delivering the items. Even so, the appearance of such a large force frightened Su Chang Fa and the others badly. They thought that somebody else was here to pick a quarrel with them again. After receiving an explanation from Du Yu and Shi Minghui, Su Chang Fa's mouth fell wide open. It was not until a long while later that he shook his head in amazement and disappointment. I've gotten old. Upon returning to Void Spirit Sword Sect, Yang Kai recounted the events at Heavenly Martial City to Su Chang Fa and the others. During the conversation, he secretly revealed that he was taught alchemy by a strange man when he was younger. There was no choice. Gao Xianpeng would surely come to Void Spirit Sword Sect in the future. At that time, Su Chang Fa and the others would learn about this matter. Rather than letting them hear about this from somebody else, it would be better for him to disclose this information in advance to give them some buffer time. Sure enough, Su Chang Fa and the others were completely stunned by the news. Gu Kongning frowned. When you were 6 or 7 years old, weren't you spending all day long thinking about how to peek on your martial aunt Hong Xiu while she was bathing? Where would you find the time to learn alchemy from others? As soon as those words left his mouth, Hong Xiu immediately shot a sharp glare at him. Yang Kai was shocked. Did I do that when I was younger? Cold sweat dripped down the back of his head in waves. Hong Xiu's sharp knife-like gaze immediately swept over him, and his cold sweat oozed out even harder. Su Chang Fa lightly coughed. If it was a senior expert from Profound Pill Sect, we would not have been able to detect anything. That's a good thing. I just never imagined that a brat like you would have such amazing talent in alchemy. You even managed to refine a heaven-grade pill. However, when he recalled that even the ancestor had handed his legacy inheritance to Yang Kai, Su Changfa found that it was not that surprising after all. Gu Kongning and Su Changfa exchanged a glance with each other before they nodded lightly in unison and said happily, "It is a joyous occasion for Void Spirit Sword Sect." The true Void Sword replica that had been missing for so many years finally reappeared. The 3 true Void Sword Chi fortified the fate of the sect. Now that Yang Kai was a heaven-grade alchemist who had connections with Profound Pill Sect, it was easy to see that Void Spirit Sword Sect would soon rise to glory. Honored Master, I'm afraid I have to enter retreat immediately even though I just returned to the sect. Senior Brother Gao gave me a high-ranked 10 revolutions clear heart pill before he left. By the time this disciple exits retreat, I will probably be able to advance into the heaven realm. Hong Xiu couldn't be bothered to be annoyed by what happened in the past upon hearing that. Instead, she exclaimed in astonishment when she heard those words. What is your current cultivation? The peak of the earth realm. Yang Kai surged his spirit chi while speaking. The aura belonging to a master at the peak of the earth realm immediately permeated the air. Su Changfa and the others instantly became dumbstruck. The 3 elders of Void Spirit Sword Sect were astonished by how fast Yang Kai's cultivation speed was. They could not wrap their heads around how a cultivator in the 4th step mortal realm could reach the peak of the earth realm in a short span of 3 months. Ignoring their reactions, Yang Kai went off to cultivate in retreat on his own. He had tried to break through before, but there was a layer of shackles formed by the world principles of this world. The help of an external source was required to advance from the earth realm to the heaven realm. Otherwise, it was impossible to break through to the next realm just by relying on his strength alone. He did not know the reason behind this phenomenon and could only assume that it was a special characteristic of the divine armament world. Yang Kai sat beside a pile of red jades inside his secluded home and took out the high-rank pill that Gao Xenpeng gave to him. After a quick check, he confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the pill and swallowed it. The process of advancing from the earth realm to the heaven realm was a process of transformation for any cultivator. It was their first baptism in life. It was a sublimation of their power. It was a test of life and death. If they crossed this threshold, they would step into a wider world and see greater sights. If they failed to cross this threshold, they would suffer endless troubles in the future. Be that as it may, Yang Kai's heritage as a 6th-order open heaven realm master was not just for show. Not to mention that he had a high-ranked 10 revolutions clear heart pill to support him, so there was no need to worry that he might fail. He activated the heaven-devouring battle law, and the medicinal efficacies in his abdomen quickly dissolved. In addition, the pure spirit chi contained within the red jades around him seemed to be pulled by a strong guiding force and transformed into a wave of spirit chi that poured into his body through his pores. His aura was released without any reservations. Then, it began to climb with a steady momentum and soon reached a peak. During his past attempts, Yang Kai would feel an invisible layer of shackles restricting his body whenever he reached this point. As a result, he became powerless to proceed any further. However, things were different this time. When he felt the invisible shackles wrapping around his body, he also felt the medicinal efficacies of the 10 revolutions clear heart pill in his body simultaneously flowing throughout his body and quickly shattering the shackles around him. He immediately felt lighter, as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. His aura that had reached the peak earlier continued to climb once more. Moreover, it grew in leaps and bounds. An overwhelming force burst out with him as the center, along with a ripple of air waves visible to the naked eye. The loose rock around his secluded home cracked and heaved noisily. All the cultivators in Void Spirit Sword Sect sensed something at that moment, and quickly stopped what they were doing to look in the direction of Yang Kai's secluded home. Su Changfa, Gu Kongning, and Hong Xiu had been standing guard not far away from Yang Kai's home all this while. At this moment, the old man's aged face became emotional. A Heaven Realm Master. There is finally a Heaven Realm Master in Void Spirit Sword Sect. Our ancestors have finally taken pity on us, and have given us their blessings. While speaking, tears flowed down his cheeks freely. Gu Kongning and Hong Xiu were similarly moved. Su Changfa was getting older, and his vitality was beginning to decline. His martial Tao would forever stay in the third step Earth realm. But that was not the case for Gu Kongning and Hong Xiu. They still had the potential to move forward. The main reason for the slow growth of their cultivation was the lack of resources that could not keep up with their demands. Fortunately, the situation was getting better by the day. There were black jades being mined from the Black Jade Mine every single day, and Yang Kai was a heaven-grade alchemist who could refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. As long as they worked hard in their cultivation, they would eventually reach the Heaven Realm in their lifetime. For a moment, their eyes were filled with great hope. On the other side, Du Yu and Shiming Hui stood together. Martial Peak, Chapter 4501 Loyalty. Inside the main conference hall of Void Spirit Sword Sect, Yang Kai sat valiantly in the main seat. To his left sat a group of elders from Tianluo Hall, with Li Zhengqing as their leader. On the other hand, to his right sat another group of people from Roaring Tiger Sect with Sect Master Zhuang Juhe at their head. There was a clear distinction between the two sides. Moreover, all the people present today were cultivators in the 4th step Earth grade and above. It had been 1 month since Yang Kai advanced into the Heaven Realm, and many things had happened during this time. The biggest incident that affected the entire Void Spirit Sword Sect was that the old sect master Su Changfa had abdicated his position. The eldest disciple of the younger generation, Yang Kai, had taken over in his stead. This was also what everybody desired. Yang Kai was the one and only Heaven Realm Master in the entire Void Spirit Sword Sect. Not only was he the strongest, but he was also very young. Thus, it was only a matter of time before he took over as the sect master. Su Changfa had simply brought this matter forward a little. What's more, Void Spirit Sword Sect was now a booming business, thanks to Yang Kai's efforts in developing the sect. Not only did Roaring Tiger Sect and Tianluo Hall become branches of Void Spirit Sword Sect, but all the other sects and clans within 1,000 kilometers radius had also decided to submit to Void Spirit Sword Sect. Therefore, Void Spirit Sword Sect was indeed in need of a stronger sect master to act as a deterrent and a symbol. Su Changfa was getting on in his years. Although he was happy to witness the rise of Void Spirit Sword Sect, he no longer had the energy to manage the sect. In this aspect, Yang Kai was full of vigor, which was perfect for the circumstances. For that reason, Su Changfa swiftly decided to pass the torch to Yang Kai after a simple discussion with Gu Kongning and Hong Xiu, regardless of whether Yang Kai agreed or not. The succession ceremony was held half a month ago. All the nearby great forces sent their representatives to express their congratulations, making it a lively scene. Aside from that, news of Yang Kai refining the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill in Heavenly Martial City had spread like wildfire among the elders of Tianluo Hall and Roaring Tiger Sect. This was something that could not be kept secret, and Yang Kai had no intention of keeping it secret either. That was why he did not care when Du Yu and Shiming Hui either intentionally or unintentionally spread this news to the public. The news caused a huge stir among the elders of Roaring Tiger Sect and Tianluo Hall. Accordingly, the attitudes of these people were obviously much more respectful and attentive nowadays. In the past, they had no choice but to surrender under Yang Kai's brutal ferocity after he forced them to consume poison pills. However, it was different now. Yang Kai was not just a Heaven Realm Master, but also a heaven-grade alchemist. A person like that was a pivotal figure in the divine armament world. Once this information spread, there would be many Heaven Realm Masters willing to follow him. In the divine armament world, it was not shameful for a Heaven Realm Master to serve under a heaven-grade alchemist. Rather, it was an act that was approved and recognized by the public. That was because Heaven Realm Masters required large amounts of resources for their cultivation, while heaven-grade alchemists were wealthy people. As long as a heaven realm master could serve under a suitable heaven-grade alchemist, there would be no need for them to worry about cultivation resources again. Naturally, there was another, more important reason. If the heaven-grade alchemist they served could advance to become a spirit-grade alchemist, then they had hope of obtaining 100 revolutions clear heart pill and advancing into the spirit realm in the future. They were simply investing in their future in advance. The two bodyguards at the peak of the heaven realm, who served beside Gao Xin Peng, were eagerly waiting for the latter to become a spirit-grade alchemist and subsequently refine 100 revolutions clear heart pills for them. After all, there were not many spirit-grade alchemists in the entire divine armament world. Even if masters at the peak of the heaven realm like themselves begged those spirit-grade alchemists for a pill, they might not have a chance of success. The people of Roaring Tiger Sect in Tianluo Hall were well aware that Yang Kai could easily amass a large force of heaven realm masters with his current status and identity. Therefore, they were dispensable pawns in his eyes. It was not easy for them to gain a connection to a heaven-grade alchemist. Hence, they would never let this opportunity slip by without a fight. Inside the hall, these people sat upright with their backs straight. They also had attentive looks on their faces. Despite so many people gathering in the main hall, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Even the sound of their breathing had been suppressed to the limits. They did not know the reason why Yang Kai summoned them all here. Ever since he returned from his previous trip, he had remained in retreat. Aside from the one time he showed up at the succession ceremony, there had been no sight of him. Looking around, Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction after seeing the respectful behaviors of these elders. He then shouted, "Li Jingqing!" Tianluo Hall's sect master Li Jingqing hastily stood up and cupped his fist. "Subordinate is here." "How long have you been stuck at the peak of the earth realm?" Yang Kai casually asked. Li Jingqing quickly replied, "Reporting to Sir, it has been 13 years since this old master advanced to the peak earth realm." Yang Kai nodded and looked to the other side. "What about you, Zhuang Juhe?" Roaring Tiger sect master, Zhuang Juhe, also stood up quickly and smiled brightly. "I'm slightly better off than brotherly. It has been 8 years for me." Yang Kai said, "This world has shackles that bind us tightly. Unless you break free of these shackles, you will never get a glimpse into the mysteries of the heaven realm." Raising a hand, he threw out 2 bursts of light towards Li Jingqing and Zhuang Juhe. "Take this and cultivate hard. Don't disappoint this king." Both Li Jingqing and Zhuang Juhe accepted the beams of light, and when they stared down at the item, they immediately became emotional. Li Jingqing's lips trembled. "This. Sir, see, could this be?" Zhuang Juhe took a deep breath and finished the sentence for Li Jingqing. 10 revolutions clear heart pill. There was an uproar among the people in the main hall, and numerous gazes latched onto the pills that Li Jingqing and Zhuang Juhe were holding in their hands like leeches. They might not need this pill right now, but it was something they would need one day. "Yes, they are 10 revolutions clear heart pills. As you know, I am now a heaven-grade alchemist." This king refined these 2 pills himself. Yang Kai responded indifferently. He had already learned the pill recipe for the 10 revolutions clear heart pill by heart. So a few days prior, Yang Kai sent his subordinates to purchase some herbs for him and quickly refined some 10 revolutions clear heart pills. Seeing as he had no need to conceal his skills anymore, Yang Kai went all out during the refining process and produced 6 pills in the end, out of which 1 was a high-rank pill and 5 were mid-rank pills. To prevent standing out too much, he had only given Li Jingqing and Zhuang Juhe a mid-rank pill each. Even so, his actions made those 2 incredibly emotional. They had known that Yang Kai would one day give them 10 revolutions clear heart pills to aid them in advancing to the heaven realm if they were loyal enough. However, they never imagined that such a great blessing would come to them so soon. They thought that it would take several years of loyal performance for them to obtain the 10 revolutions clear heart pill. Thinking about it again though, Yang Kai's strength was obvious. Not to mention that he was also a heaven-grade alchemist. Earth realm masters like themselves were probably of little importance to him. As such, they could play a greater role if he helped them advance into the heaven grade as soon as possible. Li Zhongqing was the first to return to his senses. He put the pill away with great care and cupped his fist. Many thanks for your gracious gift, sir. This old master swears that he will repay your kindness. He used to be the great elder of Tianluo Hall. Although Tianluo Hall was not a bad place, he had been suppressed by the palace master Xu Wancheng, who stood above him. Most of the resources had been taken by Xu Wancheng, so even if Li Zhongqing wanted to ask a heaven-grade alchemist for a 10 revolutions clear heart pill, he could not gather enough compensation to do so. On the other hand, Xu Wancheng had managed to accumulate enough compensation to make such a request. Be that as it may, he still had to wait several years for his turn to come. The problem Zhuang Juhe faced was similar to Xu Wancheng. Back then, Zhuang Juhe traveled tens of thousands of kilometers to Profound Pill Sect to request a 10 revolutions clear heart pill. He had handed over a substantial reward, only to be told that he had to wait for another 8 to 10 years. But now there was a 10 revolutions clear heart pill right in front of him. He gave a deep sigh as he thought to himself, the treatment sure is different when you have powerful friends. With this pill, he was 80% certain that he could advance into the heaven realm. Cupping his fist solemnly, he said, Many thanks, sir. This subordinate will not let you down. I will definitely advance into the heaven grade as soon as possible and dedicate my services to you. Yang Kai nodded lightly and swept his gaze over the others below him. As for the rest of you, there's no need to be envious of them. If any of you reach the peak of the earth grade and wish to advance into the heaven realm, feel free to come to me. I will prepare a 10 revolutions clear heart pill for each of you. The expressions of the others changed upon hearing those words, and they thanked him with great emotion. Even if Yang Kai tried to drive them away now, they would never leave. Staying here meant that there was no need to worry about the 10 revolutions clear heart pill that was required to advance into the heaven realm. Where else would they find such a beneficial deal? Afterwards, Yang Kai dispersed the crowd and went to check on the studies of Wan Ying and his other 2 junior brothers. He taught them some common knowledge and techniques for alchemy, and only then did he return to his secluded home. Out of the 100,000 pieces of red jade Yang Kai brought back from Heavenly Martial City, only half of them remained. If anybody were to learn about his consumption rate, they would be absolutely shocked. However, for a person who used the heaven-devouring battle law like him, this was the result of deliberate suppression. The power of the heaven-devouring battle law was unfathomable. Even Yang Kai was horrified by this secret art that allowed him to devour everything in existence when activated. If he did not deliberately suppress the power of this secret art, he would have finished consuming the 100,000 pieces of red jade a long time ago. Unfortunately, Yang Kai needed to allow his body to become accustomed to the surge in his cultivation, and he also needed time for the might of his dragon vein to remove the hidden dangers brought about by cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law. Therefore, he had no choice but to slow down his cultivation. Fortunately, the toughness of his body gradually increased as his cultivation improved and more power from his dragon vein could be stimulated as a result. All of this formed a delicate balance with the heaven-devouring battle law, so there were no hidden dangers for the time being. During this past month, his cultivation did not grow by much as he only advanced from the first step heaven realm to the second step heaven realm. The main reason for such slow progress was that the amount of resources he required just to advance by one step was colossal now that he was in the heaven realm. Other cultivators might not face such issues, but Yang Kai knew that he was unlike other people. If it was said that one's body was a container, then other people might have the capacity of a large lake when they reached the heaven realm. In contrast, Yang Kai's capacity was as large as an ocean. The spirit chi he needed to accumulate in order to advance into the next minor realm was many times greater than average. The reason for such an occurrence was that the gradual strengthening of his body allowed him to accommodate even more spirit chi. That was why Yang Kai was confident that he could win against most masters at the peak heaven realm despite only being in the second-step heaven realm. Moreover, he could succeed purely with his own strength, without the support of the true void sword qi. The days went by smoothly. In addition to cultivation, Yang Kai would take the time to teach Wan Ying and the others daily. Li Zhengqing hurriedly narrated the incident in detail, as that was the reason he had been waiting here in the first place. Before Yang Kai entered retreat to cultivate, he had ordered that no one should disturb him. Therefore, Wan Ying had been standing guard outside of the secluded home, and she wouldn't even let Li Zhengqing come anywhere near the place. Upon hearing his story, Yang Kai finally learned that about half a month ago, a Heaven Realm Master snuck into Void Spirit Sword Sect. No one knew who the person was, or even if they were a man or woman. They also had no idea why the person had snuck into this place. Li Zhengqing and Zhuang Juhe ascended to the Heaven Realm not long after. Since this was a serious incident, they personally led their subordinates to look into the matter. Unfortunately, when they finally detected some traces and found the intruder's hiding place, they were easily defeated by that person. Li Zhengqing and Zhuang Juhe were injured even though they had joined forces. Fortunately, that person didn't seem to have the intention to kill, so after injuring Li Zhengqing and Zhuang Juhe, they immediately fled. Otherwise, the two new Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't have been able to survive. Other than the ones guarding the Black Jade Lode, the people from Tianluo Hall and Roaring Tiger Sect had gone all out to look for that mysterious person, but they hadn't found a single clue so far. The reason Li Zhengqing had been staying there was to inform Yang Kai about it as soon as the latter exited his seclusion. A mysterious person, huh? Yang Kai frowned. Why do you think that person came to our sect? The elusive person never killed anyone, and they were able to defeat two new Heaven Realm Masters, so it was obvious that they were very strong. The person must be in the third-step Heaven Realm at the very least. There must be a reason for such a person to sneak into this place. Li Zhengqing replied. Brother Zhuang and I discussed it before, and we're worried that the person came here for the Black Jade Lode. After all, in Void Spirit Sword Sect, only the Black Jade Mine could arouse the interest of Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai nodded gently. It's a possibility. Did you find anything in the lode itself? Li Zhengqing shook his head. That's what's strange about it. We didn't find any trace of the intruder in the mineral lode. Is that person still in Void Spirit Sword Sect? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Yes, I believe so. Li Zhengqing bowed his head. That person is powerful. Even though we discovered them once, they didn't immediately leave. Brother Zhuang found the person again last night, but they soon disappeared. Interesting. Yang Kai's lips curved into a smile. There was a mysterious Heaven Realm Master who appeared in Void Spirit Sword Sect and kept hiding in different places. It was expected that the people here were anxious. Before they figured out the person's intentions, the entire Void Spirit Sword Sect would be shrouded in suspense. All right. Before Yang Kai finished his words, he saw a burly man rushing towards them. He's from Tianluo Hall, Li Zhengqing spoke up. The burly man stood in front of Li Zhengqing and cupped his fist. Greetings, Sect Master. What's wrong? Li Zhengqing asked. The burly man replied. There's a Heaven Realm Master at the bottom of the mountain who has requested to meet the Sect Master. Li Zhengqing turned solemn. A Heaven Realm Master? Did he reveal his background? The burly man shook his head. He didn't. However, he gave me this thing. He said that the Sect Master will understand it when he sees it. Upon finishing his words, he held out a token with both hands. A doubtful Yang Kai took it and instantly saw the character Gao on the token. Upon realizing who the visitor was, he said to the burly man, Invite him to the reception hall. I'll be waiting for him over there. Yes, the burly man replied and turned to leave. Li Zhengqing gazed at Yang Kai and asked, Sir, could the visitor be? No, he's from Profound Pill Sect. Profound Pill Sect. Li Zhengqing straightened his face as the sect was truly famous. It was one of 10 great sects in the divine armament world, that currently controlled the Medicine King Furnace divine armament. A moment later, a muscular man stepped into the reception hall. Just like what Yang Kai had expected, the visitor was the one he had in mind. However, what surprised Yang Kai was that the man was carrying a person in his hand. This person's strength was apparently sealed, so they appeared weak while trying to struggle out of the man's grip. Gao Ming greets Alchemist Yang. The man directly threw the person onto the ground, and ignoring their glare, he cupped his fist to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded his head. Are you the bodyguard of senior brother Gao? When he saw the token just now, he reckoned that Gao Xan Peng must have sent someone over. When they parted ways in Heavenly Martial City previously, Gao Xan Peng said that he had to return to Profound Pill Sect as soon as possible to report the matter of Yang Kai's existence to his sect. 2 months had passed, so it was about the right time for Profound Pill Sect to react. Yes, Gao Ming nodded. It was the first time Yang Kai heard his name, so he asked curiously, you share the same surname as senior brother Gao. Are you two from the same family? Gao Ming nodded, that's right. I see. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai reckoned that Gao Ming's loyalty could be guaranteed since he and Gao Xan Peng were from the same family. Gao Xan Peng must share the same concerns, which was why he asked Gao Ming to be his bodyguard. Then, Yang Kai took a glance at the person who was squirming on the ground and asked curiously, who is this? The person on the ground was a woman, but her face couldn't be made out for now. Although her spirit chi had been sealed, she was still squirming like a worm, as though she was trying to flee. The sight was quite comical. Gao Ming replied, I detected this person's aura when I was climbing the mountain. Since she was being rather stealthy, I decided to capture her. Please forgive me if she's from your sect. Yang Kai was instantly amused. She's not from Void Spirit Sword sect. Then he turned to look at Li Jingqing. Is it her? Li Jingqing shook his head. I can't be sure. Just ask her about it. Yang Kai rose from the chair and walked up to the woman to block her way. The woman immediately lifted her head and roared, Get lost! Yang Kai adjusted his clothes and squatted in front of her before clenching her chin and lifting her up. He realized that she was a young woman with an alluring face and skin was as fair as snow. Despite her beautiful looks, the woman was clearly quite fierce and incensed as the first thing she did was widen her mouth in an attempt to bite Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai exerted more force into his grip, which ensured that she was unable to close her mouth. She could only hoot in response. Are you the one who has been hiding in Void Spirit Sword sect? Yang Kai questioned. The woman still hooted in response. Yang Kai grunted and scolded. I'll release you, but don't you bite me. Otherwise I'll break all your teeth. The woman glared at Yang Kai without saying anything. It was only then that Yang Kai released her, which instantly left some red marks on her fair face. Speak. Are you the one who has been making a scene in Void Spirit Sword sect? Are you the one who hurt my subordinates? So what if it was me? Despite her alluring face, the woman was hot-tempered. Release me if you have the guts and fight this great ant. Yang Kai chuckled and gazed at Gao Ming. What's this woman's cultivation? Gao Ming replied, 6th-step heaven realm or slightly higher. You're unlucky then. Yang Kai started sympathizing with her. A 6th-step heaven realm master should be quite powerful, and she was basically peerless in Void Spirit Sword sect. However, she happened to come across Gao Ming, which was why she was easily captured. Martial Peak, Chapter 4503 Unlucky Huarong. What's your name? Where are you from? Yang Kai asked. The woman glared at him. Do you think I'll tell you? You're pretty hot-tempered. Yang Kai grinned then yelled Li Jingqing. Yes. Li Jingqing hurriedly stepped forward. Whip her 100 times before I interrogate her. Li Jingqing was startled for a moment, but he soon replied, yes. Then he moved towards the woman. The woman was horrified. 100 whips were no big deal as since she was a heaven realm master, the torture wouldn't kill her. However, after 100 whips, her clothes would certainly be destroyed. How was she going to face anyone when her body was exposed by then? She couldn't believe that such a vicious man existed in this world. My name is Hua Rong. Hua Rong. The woman hurriedly spoke up. So it's Sister Hua. Yang Kai nodded gently. What are you doing in Void Spirit Sword Sect? Hua Rong batted her alluring eyes. Will you believe me if I say I'm having a stroll around here since this place is beautiful and serene? Yang Kai looked up and shouted, Li Jingqing. Wait. If you don't believe me, I'll come up with another excuse. Hua Rong cried. Yang Kai waved his hand. Take her away and whip her 100 times. True Void Sword. Hua Rong exclaimed. I'm here for the True Void Sword. Oh. Yang Kai arched his brow, then took the sword from his waist and waved it in front of her. You're here for this sword? Hua Rong nodded. Yes. Yang Kai stared fixedly at her, and realized that she didn't seem to be lying. She really seemed to be here for the True Void Sword. It seemed that he and Li Jingqing had gotten it wrong. The Black Jade Lode and Void Spirit Sword Sect wasn't the only thing that could arouse the interest of Heaven Realm Masters. There was also the True Void Sword. Nevertheless, it wasn't surprising at all. Although the True Void Sword was just a replica of a divine armament, it was still commissioned by the True Void Sword Lord, using a lot of money and resources. Therefore, the True Void Sword was no ordinary weapon as it was a spirit armament, making it practically invaluable. However, since this was the inheritance left behind by the True Void Sword Lord for his descendants, there were naturally some security measures in place. The sword had 3 distinct portions of sword chi sealed within it, and could only be safely used by one who cultivated the Void Spirit Sword art. If an unsuspecting person rashly activated the sword's power, the True Void Sword chi would kill the wielder instead of their enemies. It wasn't certain how Hua Rong found out that the True Void Sword had appeared, but that was apparently the reason she had come all the way here. Unfortunately, even if she managed to obtain the sword, she wouldn't be able to use it unless she was able to remove the sword chi from within it. That's the True Void Sword. To the side, Gao Ming, who had always remained calm and collected, was shocked as he looked dazedly at the sword in Yang Kai's hand. As a Heaven Realm Master, he certainly had heard about True Void Sword before, as it was one of the 10 great divine armaments. Yang Kai shook his head. Of course, it's not the real True Void Sword. An ancestor from Void Spirit Sword Sect made this weapon by imitating the divine armament. It's just a spirit armament. A spirit armament? Gao Ming took a deep breath. Although this True Void Sword was just a spirit armament, no ordinary person had the right to possess it. Such a treasure would bring misfortune to its owner if they weren't strong enough. It was imaginable that if word got out, Void Spirit Sword Sect would never have any peaceful days again. Forget about Heaven Realm Masters. Even many Spirit Realm Masters would come over to snatch this weapon. Since you've barged into Void Spirit Sword Sect and wounded my subordinates, I can't let you off easily. However, seeing as you didn't have the intention to kill, I won't sentence you to death. Why don't you receive one attack move from me? I'll release you after that. Yang Kai looked condescendingly at her. Hua Rong was surprised. Are you serious? Do I look like I'm pulling your leg? Yang Kai dispassionately replied. Hua Rong was startled for a moment, then nodded. You're a good man. I'm in the wrong as I shouldn't have offended your sect. Yang Kai turned to look at Gao Ming. Please lift her seal. Gao Ming appeared hesitant, but he still stepped forward and sent his spirit chi into her to release the seal he had placed. Hua Rong immediately got up and began stretching her limbs. Gao Ming said, Please be careful, Alchemist Yang. Although this woman is weaker than me, she's still pretty strong. It took me quite some effort to capture her just now. Yang Kai nodded and gazed at the woman. Are you ready? Of course Before Hua Rong could finish her words, she saw something flashing through her eyes. When she came to her senses, she realized that Yang Kai was already right in front of her. From the corner of her eye, she could see something coming right at her head, so she anxiously lifted her arms to block it. How could? Before she could accuse Yang Kai of launching a sneak attack, she heard a loud bang. Instantly, she became dizzy, and after staggering for a bit, she collapsed to the ground. Raising his True Void Sword, Yang Kai took a glance at the unmoving woman and frowned. I guess I used too much force. The weapon was sheathed when Yang Kai struck Huarong's head with the flat of his blade. Although she had passed out, her injury shouldn't have been serious. Gao Ming was dumbfounded. After lifting the woman's seal, he secretly circulated his spirit qi and was ready to make a move to ensure nothing unexpected would happen. But the subsequent incident thoroughly shocked him. He thought that Yang Kai was a pretty despicable man. How could Yang Kai launch a sneak attack on such an alluring woman? That wasn't what a gentleman should do. Nevertheless, he wouldn't dare to say it out loud. Ying, throw her off the mountain. Yang Kai gave an order to Wan Ying, who was still dumbstruck. Wan Ying replied and picked up Huarong before shuffling out. A moment later, a speechless Wan Ying returned. Li Jingqing was stunned. Did you get rid of her so soon? Wan Ying replied, No, that woman wasn't really passed out. Not long after I left this place, she woke up and leapt off the mountain. Upon realizing what had happened, Li Jingqing remarked, She's quite a clever woman. That Huarong obviously pretended to have passed out. Otherwise, she couldn't have regained consciousness so soon. Then, Li Jingqing looked worriedly at Yang Kai. Sir, will there be a problem if we let her go? Yang Kai waved his hand. Don't mind her. She doesn't have any ill intentions. I guess she's just interested in the true void sword. Otherwise, you and Zhuangju he would have been killed. Since she doesn't have the intention to kill, a light punishment for her was enough. You're indeed a righteous man, sir. Li Jingqing bent his back. Yang Kai recalled the sight of him striking the woman with his sword. Now he had a better understanding of the power he had grasped. He then turned to look at Gao Ming and said, Sorry for the farce, brother Gao. Gao Ming hurriedly replied, Please don't call me that, Alchemist Yang. I don't deserve it. Just call me Guardian Gao. Yang Kai nodded. Why have you come to Void Spirit Sword Sect, Guardian Gao? Does Senior Brother Gao want you to pass on a message to me? Gao Ming cupped his fist. Senior Gao wants me to bring you back to Profound Pill Sect. He said that since you're also part of Profound Pill Sect, you should return to your roots and acknowledge your ancestry. Besides that, the elders have some questions for you as well. I see. Yang Kai felt his heart skipping. Although he knew that the matter regarding Profound Pill Sect would be a problem, he hadn't expected it to come so soon. Previously, in Heavenly Martial City, Yang Kai randomly came up with an imaginary master to explain his skills, and Gao Xianpeng someone concluded that person was a senior from Profound Pill Sect. That was why Yang Kai suddenly became related to Profound Pill Sect. Honestly speaking, Yang Kai never wanted to go to Profound Pill Sect. Although he was able to fool Gao Xianpeng previously, it would be terrible if his lie was exposed after he headed there. Yang Kai believed that there were many spirit realm masters in Profound Pill Sect, since it was one of the 10 great sects, and there was no way he could go up against such a force as he was currently. Once his lie was exposed, he would be doomed. Martial Peak, Chapter 4504 Blood Warriors of Profound Pill Sect. However, since those from Profound Pill Sect were aware of Yang Kai's existence, and Gao Xianpeng had sent someone over to invite him, it would arouse their suspicion if he rejected the invitation, and his lie might be exposed. It seemed that he had no choice but to head to Profound Pill Sect. Nevertheless, it would be a good thing if he could really join Profound Pill Sect. Although it had only been 2 months since he ascended to the Heaven Realm, it would only take him a few years before he could make it to the Spirit Realm, given the speed at which he cultivated using the Heaven-devouring battle law. By then, he would need to use the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. The 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill was a spirit pill. Only a small number of great forces in the divine armament world possessed the pill recipe, and each one was a top existence in this world. It was practically impossible for Yang Kai to get the pill recipe of the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill from those great forces. However, if he could assimilate into Profound Pill Sect, he might be able to get the pill recipe from them. All in all, there were pros and cons if he headed to Profound Pill Sect. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai decided to give it a try. It was said that fortune favors the bold, so he reckoned that it was worth going to Profound Pill Sect. As long as he was careful enough, his lie wouldn't be exposed. After all, he had successfully fooled Gao Xanpeng already. At the thought of this he nodded. Since it's an order from senior brother Gao, I'll definitely obey. However, Void Spirit Sword Sect. Gao Ming said, Don't worry, Alchemist Yang. You're a heaven-grade alchemist, and a disciple from Profound Pill Sect. As long as word spreads, no one will dare to harm Void Spirit Sword Sect. Yang Kai reckoned that the other man was right. No one in the divine armament world was willing to rashly offend a heaven-grade alchemist, especially when he had something to do with Profound Pill Sect. Will you please wait here for 2 days, Guardian Gao? I'll settle everything in my sect, and follow you to Profound Pill Sect. Gao Ming naturally wouldn't object to it. For the next 2 days, Yang Kai was busy handling all the trivial matters in Void Spirit Sword Sect. His trip to Profound Pill Sect was risky, so he decided not to bring anyone with him. Furthermore, there were only 2 Heaven Realm Masters in Void Spirit Sword Sect, so it was pointless to bring them with him. He'd rather let them stay here to protect the sect. With Li Zhengqing and Zhuang Juhe guarding Void Spirit Sword Sect, they could at least fend off some reckless people. Yang Kai then refined some 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill, and passed them to Su Chong Fa, so that there wouldn't be a lack of such pills when their disciples had to achieve an ascension. There was a Black Jade mine in the Master Sect, as well as other businesses controlled by Tian Luo Hall and Roaring Tiger Sect, which could sustain the sect's development for a long time. As for the junior brothers and junior sisters, Yang Kai had some arrangements for them as well. Wan Ying and 2 other junior brothers had gained some experience in the alchemic Tao, so there wouldn't be a problem after they were given some pills for body tempering. What they lacked was cultivation, which couldn't be solved in a short time. Yang Kai also left behind a book, which contained his insights into alchemy for Wan Ying. The book also contained many pill recipes. With this thing in her possession, she could still cultivate alchemy on her own, even though Yang Kai wouldn't be by her side. Everything was settled in 2 days. Outside the mountain, Yang Kai bid farewell to the seniors, junior brothers and junior sisters of his master sect. Su Chong Fa and the others were worried as, after they parted ways, it would probably take a long time before they reunited. Furthermore, Yang Kai was going to a faraway place. As seniors, Su Chong Fa and the others were expected to be worried. Wan Ying was sobbing as she wouldn't let go of Yang Kai's clothes. Alright, stop crying. I'll come back to visit you all after some time. Yang Kai helped Wan Ying brush the tears from her eyes. If it weren't because he was worried that he might fall into trouble in Profound Pill Sect, he could have brought Wan Ying with him and personally taught her. However, his future was uncertain, so it might do more harm than good to her if he brought her with him. Please take good care of yourself, eldest senior brother. If you feel aggrieved in the outside world, remember you can always come back. Wan Ying cried. And please protect the sect on my behalf. If anything happens, go to Profound Pill Sect to look for me. Yang Kai then turned to look at Li Zhengqing and Zhuang Juhe. Both of you will be in charge of Void Spirit Sword Sect when I'm not around. They cupped their fists and said with straight faces, Don't worry. We'll not disappoint you. Then, Yang Kai also talked to Su Chong Fa, Gu Kong Ning, and Hong Xiu for a bit before he leaped onto his horse and beckoned to Gao Ming. Let's go. Gao Ming nodded his head and led the way for him. After waving his hand at the crowd, Yang Kai clenched the horse with his legs and charged forward, soon disappearing into the distance. Profound Pill Sect was pretty far away, as it would take them half a month to arrive at their destination. They would also pass by Heavenly Martial City on their way. However, not long after they left the mountain, Gao Ming frowned and looked behind as though he had detected something. Yang Kai said, Keep going. Let's see what she's up to. A surprised Gao Ming asked, You're aware of it as well, Alchemist Yang? He was at the peak of the Heaven Realm, so it was expected that he could detect any anomaly around them. However, Yang Kai was a newly promoted Heaven Realm Master, so it was surprising that he had also noticed it. Yang Kai replied with a smile, Alchemists have very sensitive perceptions. Otherwise, we can't accurately control our alchemy flames. After giving it a thought, Gao Ming realized that it was true. Alchemists indeed had more acute senses, therefore, he obeyed his order and kept going. Upon moving past a call, they hid on the side and waited patiently. Soon a figure was charging forward in their direction. As soon as she dashed past the call, she saw two people staring fixedly at her. She instantly stiffened and became rooted to the spot. With a cold expression, Gao Ming glowered at Hua Rong, who had been tailing them. Hua Rong batted her eyes, then rubbed her palms together and beamed at them. What a coincidence! I didn't expect to bump into you here. Are you leaving? Where are you going? There was still a bump on the woman's forehead after Yang Kai struck her with his sword previously. It looked like there was a horn on her head, which was quite comical. Gao Ming questioned grimly, "Why are you stalking us?" "Huh? Who's stalking you?" Hua Rong looked around, then pointed at her own nose. "Are you talking about me? I'm worried it's just a misunderstanding. I happen to." She soon realized she was unable to keep fabricating a lie, so she said meekly, "All right, it seems that you won't believe me." Not wanting to waste any more time on her, Yang Kai shook his head and warned, "Stop following us, or I'll hit your head one more time." Then, he leaped onto the back of his horse and beckoned to Gao Ming before galloping away. However, Hua Rong used a profound movement skill as she tagged along with Yang Kai closely and asked curiously, "Are you really a heaven-grade alchemist? Did you lie to me?" Yang Kai shot her a glance, wondering what was wrong with her. Her head was previously struck by his sword, but she still relentlessly followed him. It wasn't certain what she was up to. "Would you like to hire a bodyguard who is loyal and manageable? How do you find me?" Hua Rong kept babbling regardless of whether Yang Kai would respond to her. "It's really easy to manage me. You just have to give me some resources and food every day, and I won't demand anything else. If anyone tries to harm you, I'll protect you." Hua Rong tried her best to recommend herself. "Moreover, I'm quite beautiful, so you can look at me when you're bored. Of course, you can't do anything to me. I'll only be a bodyguard, not a whore. What do you think? Do consider hiring me. I'm a powerful sixth-step heaven realm master." Unable to take it anymore, Yang Kai grabbed his sword and attempted to strike her head while bellowing, "Take this." A shocked Hua Rong instinctively covered her head and leaped away. Seizing the chance, Yang Kai hastened his pace and left her behind. Watching the man leave, Hua Rong was infuriated. She gritted her teeth and raced after him. However, she wouldn't dare to go near him this time as she tailed him from a distance. After pondering on it for a moment, Gao Ming said, "It seems that woman is determined to become your bodyguard, Alchemist Yang. It's no wonder you're unable to get rid of her." A helpless Yang Kai replied, "I can't believe there's such an unreasonable person in this world." Gao Ming shook his head. "You might not be aware of it, but it's actually quite normal. Many Heaven Realm masters aspire to become the bodyguards of heaven-grade alchemists. In that case, not only could their cultivation resources be guaranteed, but they also wouldn't have to worry about obtaining 100 revolutions clear heart pill once that heaven-grade alchemist manages to ascend to the spirit grade in the future. It's a clever move." Although Yang Kai was already aware of such information, he still found it inconceivable when he finally had a taste of it. Hua Rong was a powerful sixth-step heaven realm master, but she could be so obstinate in order to serve him. "Is that the same case for you, Guardian Gao?" Yang Kai asked. Gao Ming shook his head. "I'm different from them. As a blood warrior of Profound Pill sect, I was born to protect the alchemists in the sect. When you arrive at Profound Pill sect, you also have a right to select blood warriors to protect you." "Oh, that's wonderful." Yang Kai was surprised. He then recalled that when Hua Rong saw Gao Ming 2 days ago, she indeed mentioned the blood warriors of Profound Pill sect. However, he wasn't bothered about it at that time. Gao Ming went on to say, "Alchemists spend most of their time practicing alchemy, and they rely on pills to increase their cultivation. Therefore, they're usually not very strong. In that case, their safety can't be guaranteed when they go outside. Considering all that, our sect trains a number of blood warriors from youth. When an alchemist of our sect reaches the earth realm, he'll have a chance to select a blood warrior, and there'll be another chance when he ascends to the heaven realm. Therefore, a heaven-grade alchemist from our sect usually has 2 blood warriors while an earth-grade alchemist has 1. Of course, besides the blood warriors from our sect, the alchemist can also hire bodyguards from outside. Nevertheless, he'll have to bear the costs of hiring one. Yang Kai was stunned by how generous Profound Pill sect was. Just like what Gao Ming had said, blood warriors started receiving training in the sect when they were young, so they could be said to be the disciples of the sect. The only difference was that they were trained to fight, and their loyalty wasn't a concern at all. With the protection of blood warriors, the alchemists from Profound Pill sect could rest assured when they headed out into the world. Blood warriors were something that was familiar yet distant to Yang Kai. When he was still in the Great Han Dynasty, there was a group of blood warriors in the Yang family, whose duties were about the same as those from Profound Pill sect. Martial Peak, Chapter 4505, Recruitment Stage. Unlike the bodyguards hired from outside, blood warriors can get a certain amount of resources from the sect every month, so we could be considered part of the sect. Moreover, Gao Ming put on a smile at this point, we can get a lot of good stuff from the alchemists we follow. Therefore, those from the Blood Warrior Hall yearn to be selected by an alchemist. Whenever an alchemist comes over to select a blood warrior, those little brats all become quite energetic. It's understandable. Yang Kai could imagine the sight. Then he took a look at Hua Rong, who had been tailing them. In that case, it seems I was wrong about her. Gao Ming said, that doesn't matter. You'd better not rashly accept any strangers. If you want a bodyguard, you can select one from the Blood Warrior Hall when we get to the sect. Yang Kai nodded gently, then suddenly recalled something. Are there spirit realm masters in the Blood Warrior Hall? Gao Ming shook his head. No. Throughout the entire divine armament world, spirit realm masters are considered peak experts. Such people naturally wouldn't stay in the Blood Warrior Hall. However, many of the blood warriors grow with their alchemists. Therefore, the bodyguards of the elders are basically all spirit realm masters. You'll find out more about it when you arrive at Profound Pill sect. Yang Kai went on to ask more about Profound Pill sect, and Gao Ming replied to him honestly. The main reason was that Yang Kai didn't inquire about any secrets, so there was no need to hide anything from him. In any case, given Gao Ming's position in the sect, he was unable to get his hands on any top secrets. Yang Kai stealthily tried to get more information about the person he claimed to be his master. However, Gao Ming had no idea about this revered but mysterious person. The main reason was that he wasn't Gao Xianpeng's bodyguard at that time, as he was still in the Blood Warrior Hall, so he had never come across that person. Since Yang Kai was unable to gather any useful information, he could only give up. Now, he could only play it by ear, and try to make sure his lie wouldn't be exposed. He still hoped to get the pill recipe for the 100 Revolutions, Clear Heart Pill, from Profound Pill sect. As they moved forward at full speed, they arrived at Heavenly Martial City 3 days later. They decided to visit Miao Hong and stayed over for one night. Miao Hong received them in a hospitable manner, and upon learning that Yang Kai was returning to his roots in Profound Pill sect, he congratulated him. The next day, they leaped onto different horses and continued their journey. They never came across any trouble along the way. Gao Ming was at the peak heaven realm, and he was from Profound Pill sect. Naturally, no one would dare to offend him. Half a month later, they finally arrived at Profound Pill sect. The mountains were huge, and the spirit peaks were beautiful. As one of the 10 great sects in the divine armament world, Profound Pill sect was located in a picturesque mountain range. There was a city at the bottom of a mountain that was named Profound Pill City, which was bustling with noise. According to Gao Ming, even though the city was the property of Profound Pill sect, they didn't really mean to develop it. It was just that the city had developed into such a scale over a long time. Countless cultivators would come here every year to ask the alchemists from Profound Pill Sect to refine pills for them. Most people were unable to enter Profound Pill Sect, so they would wait at the bottom of the mountain. There wasn't a city initially, but as more people gathered together, a city was gradually formed. The city's scale then increased over time. Now Profound Pill City was one of the largest cities in the entire divine armament world. In Profound Pill City, there were a lot of herb shops and pill shops. One could find any herbs that existed in the divine armament world in this city. Before Yang Kai even entered the city, he saw many people flying around in the sky, which greatly surprised him. He was now a Heaven Realm master, and although he was able to fly, he would have to consume a lot of spirit chi to do so. Heaven Realm masters usually wouldn't fly unless it was absolutely necessary. People who could fly as they pleased were Spirit Realm masters. In other words, the people flying around before his eyes were basically all Spirit Realm masters. These were the strongest cultivators in the divine armament world, and there was no doubt that the Spirit Realm was the goal for all Heaven Realm masters. At the very least, Yang Kai could see a sense of yearning in Gao Ming's eyes as he gazed up at the sky. Gao Ming was now at the peak of the Heaven Realm, so with just 100 revolutions clear heart pill, he would be able to make it to the Spirit Realm. Unfortunately, Gao Xian Peng wasn't a spirit-grade alchemist yet, so he was unable to refine the pill for him. Outside Profound Pill City, there was a wide avenue that was paved with stones which led to the nearest spirit peak. Gao Ming led Yang Kai to charge forward in that direction, and no one stopped them. However, Yang Kai could see many people walking on both sides of the road. Some of them appeared nervous as they were going up the mountain, while some of them appeared dejected or excited as they were going down the mountain. Although there wasn't a restriction around the avenue, there seemed to be an invisible power that ensured no one would dare to step on it. While Yang Kai and Gao Ming were moving forward, those people looked at them with envious gazes. Noticing Yang Kai's doubt, Gao Ming secretly explained, "This avenue is exclusive to the disciples of Profound Pill Sect. Those who are not our disciples are not allowed to use it. The people you see are the ones who are here to ask for alchemy services from our sect." "There are so many of them." Yang Kai was shocked. Gao Ming said with a smile, "There are actually not many people today. There are days when more than twice as many people line the streets here." It was then that Yang Kai realized why those people sported different expressions. Those who got their pills were excited while those who didn't were crestfallen. The sect established the Seeking Pill Pavilion, where people would go to request for pills. When you have a right to make pills in the future, you can set up a place there and get a medicine boy to be stationed there. If anybody wants you to refine pills, they will pass the necessary ingredients and compensation to your medicine boy. Yang Kai's eyes brightened when he heard that. That's interesting. Then he turned to look in a different direction. What are those people doing there? Is that Seeking Pill Pavilion? He could see that there was a huge platform where a large group of people, both men and women of different ages, gathered together. After scanning them, Yang Kai realized that many of them were cultivators in the Earth Realm or Heaven Realm. They had occupied the corners, as they either looked around vigilantly or cultivated with their legs crossed on the ground. There were several dozen to 100 of them. What bothered Yang Kai was that there were traces of blood that had turned crimson on the ground. The traces of blood were a mess, and some of them were multi-layered. Yang Kai had a feeling that many fights had taken place here before. The place was at the bottom of the mountain where Profound Pill Sect was located, so why would anyone get into a fight there? Looking over, Gao Ming explained, "That's not Seeking Pill Pavilion. That's the recruitment stage." Recruitment stage? Yang Kai frowned. What is it for? Gao Ming swept a glance over them and suddenly pulled the reins of his horse. "Since we still have some time, you can take a look to find out what the place is for." Yang Kai stopped his horse beside Gao Ming and looked curiously at the recruitment stage. Just then, a young man with a blue hat walked down the mountain with his hands behind his back. Despite his young age, he looked pretty arrogant. Yang Kai felt like laughing when he saw him. However, When the cultivators on the recruitment stage saw the blue hat youth, they broke into a commotion, as though a stone had been dropped into a still lake, which caused a layer of ripple to form. The blue hat youth directly shuffled towards the center of the recruitment stage and looked around with a smug expression. Seeing that all of their attention was on him, he coughed lightly and said, "My master needs to hire 2 bodyguards. He has total trust in me, so he has entrusted me to handle this matter." As soon as he finished speaking, one of them hurriedly asked, "Sir, is your master in the heaven grade or the earth grade?" The blue hat youth glared at the person who spoke, as though he was blaming him for saying something unnecessary. A moment later, he reluctantly replied, "He's an earth grade alchemist for now, but I believe he'll make it to the heaven grade soon." Right after he finished his words, the eyes of many of the cultivators on the recruitment stage dimmed and soon, many cultivators left. Seeing that, the blue hat youth yelled, "Don't go! I said that my master will make it to the heaven grade very soon. By then, you'll be the bodyguards of a heaven grade alchemist. It's not every day you get such a chance. If you don't seize it now, you'll regret it in the future." Regardless of what he said, those who were determined to leave had stepped down from the recruitment stage. About half of the cultivators were left. Young Kai could clearly see that the people who left were all in the heaven realm, while the ones who stayed were in the earth realm. He had a speculation about the use of the recruitment stage, so he gazed at Gao Ming and asked, "Is it a place where alchemists hire bodyguards?" Gao Ming nodded. "That's right. Besides the blood warriors assigned to them, alchemists can also hire their own bodyguards, and there isn't a limit in number. Of course, the prerequisite is that they have enough money to employ them." Did the Heaven Realm Masters leave because they think an Earth-grade alchemist wouldn't have enough money to pay them? That's one of the reasons. Another thing is these Heaven Realm Masters treasure their dignity, and it's reasonable that they want to follow at least a Heaven-grade alchemist. They wouldn't be able to get over it if they followed Earth-grade alchemists. Yang Kai nodded to mean that he got it. The blue hat youth was haughty when he came, but at this moment he appeared dispirited. While standing in the center of the recruitment stage, he let out a sigh. One of the Earth Realm Masters asked, "Sir, what are your master's requirements when selecting bodyguards?" "Requirements?" The blue hat youth looked up at the sky as though he was bored. Then he grinned. "There aren't really any special requirements. Why don't all of you fight against each other? I'll select the people I prefer and bring you to see my master. Perhaps my master will hire some of you." The demand was boorish, but the Earth Realm Master seemed to have directly accepted it, so the person who asked the question nodded. Understood. At that instant, the atmosphere around the recruitment stage became tense. Everyone, regardless of their age or gender, gazed vigilantly at the people around them. It seemed that a scuffle was about to take place. It was then Yang Kai realized why there were so many traces of blood on the recruitment stage. A scuffle could be ignited when it was just an Earth-grade alchemist who tried to hire bodyguards, so nothing need be said about a Heaven-grade alchemist. This situation was clearly quite common in this place. "Let's go." Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to watch such a farce. He pulled the reins and beckoned to Gao Ming, after which the two of them continued moving forward. Soon, the noises of battle could be heard coming from behind them. Martial Peak, Chapter 4506, Seeking Pill Pavilion. With Gao Ming leading the way, Yang Kai soon arrived at the spirit peak nearest to them. It was supposed to be the reception peak of Profound Pill Sect, as there was a reception palace located here. Upon his arrival, Yang Kai was led by a maidservant to a room to get some rest. Gao Ming stated, "Please wait here, Alchemist Yang. I've sent a message to Sir, and he'll be here soon." Yang Kai nodded gently, "Many thanks." Gao Ming cupped his fist and turned around to leave. Yang Kai was left in the room to wait patiently. 1 hour later, Gao Xen Peng was still nowhere to be seen. Since Yang Kai was bored, he decided to leave this room and take a stroll. The maidservant followed him closely. Yang Kai took a glance at her but didn't mind it. After all, he was unfamiliar with this place as he had just arrived. so it would be good to have someone to guide him and answer his questions if he got lost. The reception peak was in the periphery of Profound Pill Sect. Yang Kai wasn't surprised that he was told to stay here. After all, he wasn't a disciple of Profound Pill Sect yet, so he didn't have the right to enter the inner area. The view on the reception peak was splendid as the buildings were finely built, and there was ample world energy. After taking a stroll for half a day, Yang Kai returned to the guest room. Gao Xi and Peng happened to arrive at this point. Junior brother Yang, I'm sorry for making you wait for such a long time. Gao Xi and Peng was still as passionate as ever. It so happened that it was my turn to teach today. I was giving a lesson on alchemy to the juniors, which was why I was held up. It's fine, senior brother. I didn't really wait for long. Yang Kai put on a smile and invited him to have a seat. Gao Xi and Peng took a glance at him and nodded. You're a Heaven Realm master now, junior brother Yang. Yang Kai replied with a smile. It's thanks to the high-rank 10 revolutions clear heart pill you gave me, senior brother. Gao Xi and Peng waved his hand. Even without that pill, you still would have broken through successfully. After all, your aptitude is extraordinary. All of a sudden, his expression turned solemn. I'm sure Gao Ming told you about the reason you were asked to come here. Yang Kai nodded. All my alchemy skills come from Profound Pill Sect. Although I don't have a title, I'm still a disciple of Profound Pill Sect. That's right. Gao Xi and Peng gently knocked on the table. The thing is, when I returned to the sect previously, I reported your matter to the higher-ups. They take this matter very seriously. After all, it has something to do with that person. That's why they told me to invite you to this place. However, before that, there'll be a test to find out whether you've really inherited the alchemy skills from Profound Pill Sect. A test? Yang Kai arched his brow. What is it about? Gao Xi and Peng replied with a smile. Don't worry, junior brother. They'll just be asking you to refine a 10 revolutions clear heart pill. The pill recipe you possess is the best proof. Some of the higher-ups will also observe the test. You'll just have to perform as usual by then. Of course, they may ask you some questions, but I'm sure that won't be a problem for you. The last part was actually what Yang Kai was most worried about. There wouldn't be a problem if he was only asked to refine the 10 revolutions clear heart pill. After all, he had stolen the pill recipe from Gao Xi and Peng, so there wouldn't be any mistakes. However, he wouldn't be able to explain himself if he was asked to talk about that person. The only things he knew were that the master was an old person with an extra finger on one hand. Although he felt helpless, Yang Kai didn't show any distress on his face and simply asked, when will the test be held? It's up to the higher-ups, but I believe it will be held within a few days. You have to get prepared. I'll inform you when there's any news about it. Gao Xi and Peng seemed to have other matters to attend to as he rose from the chair upon finishing his words. Since you've come all the way here, I'm supposed to treat you to a meal. However, I'm truly busy today, so I'll get back to you on that. Not to worry, I'll prepare a proper banquet for you at a later time. Yang Kai got up and saw him off. Please attend to your matters since you're busy, senior brother. I can take care of myself. Good, then I'll take my leave now. After Gao Xi and Peng finished his words, he left the place in a hurry. Yang Kai followed him to the door, then turned around and sat down to get some rest. A night passed in silence. The next day, Yang Kai waited for half a day, but there still wasn't any news, and he didn't have any resources with him to cultivate. Since he was bored, he decided to take a walk. After taking a stroll around the reception peak though, he was still quite bored. Therefore, he found the maidservant and asked, "Will it be all right if I go down the mountain?" The maidservant saluted him in an elegant manner. Alchemist Gao has said that Sir is free to do whatever you want. Just make sure to come back every night. Oh, there won't be a problem then, Yang Kai said and walked down the mountain. When he was going up the mountain alongside Gao Ming previously, he only took a glance at the recruitment stage, but didn't pay attention to the view along the way. As he walked down the mountain now, Yang Kai realized that the moving clouds were rather soothing. Upon reaching the middle of the mountain, he saw many people mulling around. The people who were supposed to be asking for pills from the bottom of the mountain were streaming in that direction. As he recalled Gao Ming's words, Yang Kai soon realized that this was around where Seeking Pill Pavilion was located, the place where outsiders came to request alchemy services. A curious Yang Kai shuffled towards Seeking Pill Pavilion as he listened to the people talking among themselves. As he continued moving forward, a huge palace soon came into his sight. There was a stone monument in front of the palace on which the characters Seeking Pill Pavilion were carved into it. Yang Kai was startled for a moment. When he heard about Seeking Pill Pavilion previously, he thought that it would be a small pavilion. It wasn't until this moment that he realized he had underestimated the wealth of Profound Pill Sect. The huge palace before him could easily accommodate several hundred to 1,000 people. As he followed the crowd inside, Yang Kai saw that the main hall was crammed with people, as though it was a big market. Although there were many people, they were not rowdy at all. The cultivators tactfully kept their mouths shut. Even if they had to talk, they would do so in small voices. The first thing Yang Kai could see were long lines of people that looked like dragons. There were many desks around the corners of the main hall, and behind every desk sat a young man or woman with a blue hat. Their outfits were about the same as the one the young man, who had appeared on the recruitment stage some time ago, was wearing. So Yang Kai supposed they were medicine boys and girls of Profound Pill Sect. A sign was hung in front of every desk that looked like a name. Yang Kai reckoned that those were the names of the alchemists. There was a line of people in front of every desk, even though there were some desks where fewer people queued up. There was also a round counter facing the entrance of the main hall. Behind the counter stood 8 maidservants who were scattered around. Some people would come over to ask them some questions, and upon getting the directions they would leave. The maidservants behind the counter were busy, as there was never a lack of people asking questions. "Alchemist Yang," someone suddenly called out. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction and felt helpless. "You really followed me all the way here?" The person standing in front of him was Hua Rong. Yang Kai couldn't believe that the woman had tailed him all the way here from Void Spirit Sword Sect. He wasn't sure how she got to this place, but she appeared to be covered in travel dust. "I knew you'd come to Profound Pill Sect. I was just wondering how I could look for you when I bumped into you here. Don't you think we're fated to meet again?" Hua Rong looked smilingly at him. Yang Kai replied in a perfunctory manner, "And right. You think so too? I totally share the same sentiment. Since fate has brought us together, why don't you take me on as your bodyguard? I can fend off your enemies for you." As she spoke, she looked longingly at the man. "There's no need for that." Yang Kai waved his hand. "I'll get a blood warrior from Profound Pill Sect soon. I don't need to hire a bodyguard." "Well, don't reject me so soon. Although a blood warrior is good, he might not be to your liking. I'm different." "How are you different?" Yang Kai found the woman funny. After giving it a thought, Hua Rong replied willfully, "Anyway, I'm different. By the way, what are you doing here?" "I have nothing to do right now, so I'm here to look around." "Let's go together then." Hua Rong chuckled and followed Yang Kai closely. Realizing that it was the first time Yang Kai came to this place, she took the initiative to explain. "The people who seek pills have to go through those ladies." She pointed at the 8 maidservants behind the counter. "There are many alchemists in Profound Pill Sect who are in the Earth grade, Heaven grade, and even Spirit grade, but there are different experts in different fields. The pills that the alchemists are good at making vary quite a bit. Therefore, the people who have come to seek pills have to find out which alchemist will have the best chance of successfully refining what they want by judging from the amount of pills they've produced before. Those maidservants will give them some information regarding that." Yang Kai nodded. "I can see that." After observing for a bit just now, Yang Kai quickly realized what the maidservants were there for. Just like what Hua Rong had said, every alchemist was an expert in a different field of study. Those who sought pills naturally wanted to look for the alchemists who were most adept at making the pills they wanted. This place is divided into 3 areas, which are Earth, Heaven, and Spirit. They correspond to Earth-grade alchemists, Heaven-grade alchemists, and Spirit-grade alchemists. The people behind the desks are their medicine boys or girls, And the signs in front of the desks are the names of the alchemists. Hence, those who seek pills can easily find the alchemists they want. By the way, when will you be setting up a place here? You don't necessarily have to hire me to be your bodyguard. I can even be your medicine girl. This idea suddenly sprang into Huarong's mind. There's not a single medicine girl in the sixth-step heaven realm, in the entire profound pill sect. What do you think? Are you familiar with alchemy? Yongkai asked. No, Huarong directly denied. How can you be a medicine girl when you're not familiar with alchemy? I'll learn as long as you're willing to teach me, Huarong said matter-of-factly. Yongkai helplessly shook his head. However, at this point, he realized that jobs in Seeking Pill Pavilion were clearly divided, which was convenient for the people who sought pills. Regardless of who they were, they could easily find their targets. Of course, it took time to make pills, and it depended on their luck. Whether they could get the pills they wanted, as an alchemist wouldn't necessarily succeed every time he or she refined pills. There was always a chance of failure. Martial Peak, Chapter 4507, A Test. Yongkai walked around inside Seeking Pill Pavilion for a while before leaving. Huarong followed him, as though she was close to him. Initially, Yongkai intended to go down the mountain and take a stroll around Profound Pill City, but he was no longer in the mood to do so. That was because Huarong was so garrulous that he was unable to take it anymore. So he decided to return to his resting place. Huarong watched longingly as the man shuffled towards the reception peak of Profound Pill Sect. She stopped in the middle of the mountain, as she wouldn't dare to keep going further. Waving her hand, she shouted, "Look for me when you change your mind, Alchemist Yang. I'll be waiting for you." Yongkai pretended to not hear her. Upon returning to his room in the reception palace, he told the maidservant to inform him immediately when there was any news. He then went on to stay in his room for the next few days. It wasn't until 3 days later, when darkness was about to descend upon the world, that Gao X and Peng came over in a hurry. After some small talk with Yongkai, he took a seat and said, "You have to get prepared tonight, junior brother. Those from the Elder Council will give you a test tomorrow." Yongkai replied. Although he already knew that there would be a test, he still became apprehensive when the time finally came. What if his lie was exposed then? After giving it a thought, Yongkai reckoned that it didn't matter even if his lie was exposed. He could just fight his way out of this place, as he was fairly strong now. Even if he was faced with Spirit Realm Masters, he would still stand a chance to flee. However, those from Void Spirit Sword Sect would be dragged into this mess if that happened. The only reason Gao X and Peng was here was to inform Yongkai about the upcoming test, so after chatting with him for a bit longer, he left. Before that, he told Yongkai to be at ease, as someone would lead him to the venue the next day. The night passed in silence. Yongkai got up early the next day and washed up before waiting patiently. When the sun was up above the sky, a voice was suddenly heard speaking from outside. "Is Yongkai here?" Upon hearing that, Yongkai stepped out and saw a middle-aged man standing quietly outside his room. The man's bright eyes looked like those of an eagle. Spirit Realm Master. Yongkai was surprised. Although the man never revealed his aura, Yongkai could still sense that the man before him was in the spirit realm. Nevertheless, he couldn't be certain about his exact step. "I'm Yongkai." "You are?" Yongkai asked politely. The man nodded gently. "I'm the blood warrior of the sect master. I was told to come over to fetch you. Come with me." He never mentioned his name. "Many thanks," Yongkai replied politely, then thought to himself that those from Profound Pill Sect indeed took the matter seriously. Even a blood warrior of the sect master was sent here to personally escort him. Without speaking further, the man suddenly dashed towards Yongkai. The next instant, he activated his spirit chi and engulfed Yongkai in it before shooting into the distance. It was the first time Yongkai flew in the divine armament world. Even though he was technically being carried by someone, nevertheless, he was no stranger to flying, so he wasn't flustered at all. On the other hand, the man glanced at Yongkai with surprise as he wondered why the latter was so calm. Soon they saw a spirit peak where there were a lot of palaces. The man landed in front of a particular palace alongside Yang Kai and extended his hand. Just go in. Yes. Yang Kai cupped his fist and took a glance at the palace. After adjusting his clothes, he strode inside. Since the door was open already, Yang Kai directly stepped into the palace. He initially thought that he would instantly see the higher-ups of Profound Pill sect and go through their test. However, he was surprised that there wasn't anyone or anything in the hall. Before he could figure out what was going on, the door was shut with a loud bang. A shocked Yang Kai instantly put up his guard and scanned his surroundings. Although he couldn't see anyone, he could sense that there were some curious gazes in the darkness. All of a sudden, lights lit up and illuminated the hall. Yang Kai soon saw that there was an alchemy furnace in the middle of the room, and a rack to the side that was filled with different kinds of herbs. A voice abruptly sounded and reverberated around the hall. We've prepared an alchemy furnace for you, and you can draw on the earth flame in this place. There are different kinds of herbs on the rack. Choose what you need and refine a furnace of 10 revolutions clear heart pills. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai became slightly at ease. It seemed that just like what Gao Xian Peng had explained, the pill recipe Yang Kai possessed was the best proof of his identity. As expected, he was asked to refine a batch of 10 revolutions clear heart pills. Settling his nerves, Yang Kai replied respectfully, yes. Then, he turned around and walked over to the rack to look for the herbs he needed. There were many herbs that were not needed to refine the 10 revolutions clear heart pill here, which was obviously part of the test. Nevertheless, Yang Kai had already memorized the 10 revolutions clear heart pill recipe, so he could easily find the herbs he needed. Gathering everything he needed, Yang Kai walked towards the alchemy furnace. In a side hall just off from the room Yang Kai was in, 5 old men with gray hair and beard stood. They were elders of Profound Pill sect. One of them was the sect master, Bailey Yin Sang, who was one of the most outstanding spirit-grade alchemists in the divine armament world. The other elders were also spirit-grade alchemists. Although both rooms were separated by a wall, they could easily see what Yang Kai was doing through a special one-way glass. On the other hand, Yang Kai was unable to see through the wall and look at the side hall. Gao Xian Peng was standing respectfully behind the elders and the sect master. Although he was a heaven spirit-grade alchemist, he still felt pressured in such an environment, as he brushed away the cold sweat from his forehead from time to time. Good. There's nothing wrong with his selection of herbs. Those are the exact ones used in the pill recipe from our sect. Great Elder Wu Fenghua nodded gently. Let's see if there's any problem with his techniques and other details. Bailey Yin Sang stroked his gray beard and said with a smile, we'll see. The second elder turned to look at Gao Xian Peng. Little Gao, are you sure that this brat was an Earth Realm master when he refined the 10 revolutions clear heart pill in your competition? Upon hearing that, Gao Xian Peng hurriedly replied, yes, second elder. I saw it with my own eyes, so it's definitely true. Junior brother Yang was a peak Earth Realm master when he made that 10 revolutions clear heart pill. Third elder remarked, I believe little Gao. In that case, this boy is quite the talent. Wu Fenghua asked, have you looked into his background? Gao Xian Peng replied, yes. Junior brother Yang is an orphan who grew up in Void Spirit Sword sect. He's only 18 years old this year. 18 years old. Bailey Yin Sang took a deep breath. An 18-year-old heaven-grade alchemist who is in the heaven realm. Such aptitude is really rare. Wu Fenghua shook his head. In fact, there has never been a person with such an aptitude in the past 10,000 years. He's probably the first in at least that long. Although it's rare, there have been a small number of 18-year-old heaven realm masters in the past. The crux of the matter is that he's also a heaven-grade alchemist. I was already in my 50s when I became a heaven-grade alchemist. Bailey Yin Sang suddenly stated, stop talking for now. That boy is about to start. Everyone looked in that direction and realized that Yang Kai had drawn on the earth flame as he was preparing to begin. Under their observation, Yang Kai skillfully dropped the herbs one by one into the alchemy furnace and accurately controlled the earth flame below. His mastery of the temperature and timing was quite good and matched up with the pill recipe from Profound Pill Sect. These experienced alchemists couldn't have done better, even if they were to refine a furnace of 10 revolutions clear heart pills themselves. However, some small mistakes were made here and there during the process, likely due to a lack of experience or familiarity with this recipe, but that didn't really matter. The entire process lasted for half a day. The elders of Profound Pill Sect talked among themselves while observing the process, and eventually confirmed that the pill recipe Yang Kai possessed was from Profound Pill Sect. The way this boy condenses pills is a little peculiar. Wu Fenghua fell into his thoughts. I've never seen such a technique before. Second elder added with a smile. You know that guy very well. He likes to study all sorts of strange things. Perhaps he invented this pill condensing technique after he left the sect. Wu Fenghua nodded. That's the only explanation. Just then, Yang Kai's voice was heard coming from the hall. 3 pills have been successfully refined. 1 mid-rank and 2 low-rank. Please have a look, seniors. Bailey Yun Sang arched his brow, then turned to look at Gao Xianpeng. How many 10 revolutions clear heart pill did you say he had made previously? What were the ranks? Gao Xianpeng replied. When I competed against junior brother Yang, he only made 1 pill that was in the low rank. Bailey Yun Sang tooted. His skills have improved so much in just 2 months. His aptitude is truly extraordinary. Second elder followed up. That old guy has a terrible temperament, but he does have sharp vision, as he's found such a talented disciple. Wu Fenghua spoke up. We can basically confirm that he has inherited his skills from Profound Pill Sect. In the hall, no one replied to Yang Kai after he finished speaking. However, he could still sense that some people were watching him, so he could only wait patiently. A moment later, the voice from earlier sounded again. This time, he asked many questions about the person who wasn't really Yang Kai's master. Yang Kai told him what he knew, and tried to beat around the bush when he had no answers to the questions. He just told him that he was a young kid at that time, so there were many things that he had forgotten. The other party didn't really probe him further. Then, Yang Kai was asked to make another kind of pill, and he directly told them that he couldn't. He said that his master only passed him the pill recipe of 10 revolutions clear heart pill, and taught him nothing else. The other pill recipes he possessed were obtained from other places over the years. He wasn't sure if he could fool the elders of Profound Pill Sect using this explanation, but no one replied to him after that. He went on to wait for an hour inside the hall before the door opened again. Turning his head, he saw Gao Xianpeng standing outside the place with a smile. In a passionate manner, Gao Xianpeng called out, Junior brother Yang. Senior brother Gao. Yang Kai walked up to him, and upon making sure that no one else was watching, he asked in a small voice, the test. Congratulations, junior brother. You've passed the test. Gao Xianpeng didn't intend to keep him in suspense. It was only then that Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Martial Peak, Chapter 4508 Generosity. Fixed Moon Peak was a spirit peak where the heaven-grade alchemists of Profound Pill Sect gathered together. With that said, there were only 3 to 5 heaven-grade alchemists of Profound Pill Sect who lived there. Gao Xianpeng was one of the residents on this spirit peak. The palace on the left side of the peak was his territory. Although there were many spirit peaks in Profound Pill Sect, they couldn't afford to assign a spirit peak to every heaven-grade alchemist. Only a spirit-grade alchemist had the right to own a spirit peak of their own. There were about 10 to 20 spirit peaks in Profound Pill Sect that were just like Fixed Moon Peak. In other words, there were about several dozen to 100 heaven-grade alchemists. That was a staggering figure. Besides Gao Xianpeng, there were 2 other heaven-grade alchemists who lived on Fixed Moon Peak. They had previously selected their favorite spots. One of them built a cave mansion while the other built a palace, just like what Gao Xianpeng had done. There was also a ready-made cave mansion in that place, After asking Yang Kai about it, Gao Xi and Peng decided to bring him here. This cave mansion originally belonged to a senior brother. However, he passed away more than 10 years ago due to old age. So this cave mansion had remained unoccupied since then. Although it's in the middle of the mountain, the world energy and environment here are excellent. It's also just half a mountain away from my place, so it'll be convenient for you to look for me. Gao Xi and Peng led Yang Kai to walk around inside the cave mansion, while giving him an explanation. Since Yang Kai had passed the test, he was now considered the 34th generation disciple of Profound Pill sect. Naturally, he had a right to own a cave mansion in the sect. Gao Xi and Peng was the one who brought Yang Kai to Profound Pill sect, and he was also the only person Yang Kai was familiar with, so the elders had asked him to help Yang Kai settle in. He gladly accepted the job since Yang Kai's aptitude was exceptional. He was more than willing to get closer to him. The cave mansion still looked the same as the time when the original owner passed away, so it was obvious that the place was cleaned up frequently. Although the place had remained vacant for a long time, it was still neat and tidy. Yang Kai was fine with this place, so after walking around alongside Gao Xi and Peng, and familiarizing himself with his new residence, he cupped his fist. "Many thanks for your help, senior brother." Gao Xi and Peng patted the other man's shoulder with a smile. "We're one family now, so stop being overly polite with me. It's late now, so you should get some rest. I'll bring you to get an identity token, and make a registration tomorrow. Also, since you're new to the sect, there are many trivial matters you have to deal with. And I'll tell you more about it tomorrow." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. After Gao Xi and Peng left, Yang Kai took a stroll around the cave mansion again, and found a place to take a rest. Then, he closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. The reason he was able to pass the test from the elders of Profound Pill sect was because of the pill recipe he possessed. Just like what Gao Xi and Peng had said, the pill recipe was the best proof of his identity, for there were no great forces in the world that would expose their own pill recipes, especially the pill recipe of the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill, which was extremely precious. Yang Kai's refining process also proved that he had inherited skills from Profound Pill sect. Another reason was probably the aptitude he had showcased. Even if the elders of Profound Pill sect were doubtful, Yang Kai's aptitude was good enough to impress them. Those from Profound Pill sect would want to make such a person stay, even if he had nothing to do with their sect. Since Yang Kai had passed the test, there was nothing else he had to worry about. Gao Xi and Peng came over pretty early the next day, and led Yang Kai to register himself. Yang Kai then obtained an identity token, and some miscellaneous items. It was already afternoon when everything was done. They returned to Fixed Moon Peak together, where Gao Xi and Peng had already prepared a meal to welcome Yang Kai, and congratulate him on becoming a disciple of Profound Pill sect. They had a jovial chat during the meal. A while later, Gao Xi and Peng spoke up. "Junior brother, since you're new to the sect and unfamiliar with everything, the elders will give you 1 month to familiarize yourself. After 1 month, you have to start providing alchemy services in Seeking Pill Pavilion, just like other heaven-grade alchemists." Yang Kai turned solemn. "What do I need to prepare?" Gao Xi and Peng chuckled. "A lot. I was just about to talk to you about it." After taking a sip of the wine, he put down the cup and continued. "Since you're going to provide alchemy services, you'll need a medicine boy to be stationed at Seeking Pill Pavilion. You don't have a medicine boy yet, right?" Yang Kai shook his head. "To alchemists like us, medicine boys are very important. There are assistants who will help us deal with trivial matters, as well as the disciples we personally train. Moreover, since the job has something to do with alchemy, medicine boys must be familiar with both spirit herbs and pills. Not everyone can take on this job." Gao Xi and Peng wiped away the grease from his mouth. "Of course, it's actually quite easy to settle this problem. There are new disciples joining the sect every year, so you can go over to the disciple hall and select some medicine boys that meet your requirements. I'm sure those brats will be more than happy to follow a heaven-grade alchemist." After giving it a thought, Yang Kai asked, "Other than the disciples in the sect, Can I look for helpers from outside? Gao Xianpeng nodded. There's no problem with that, and you're free to do so. However, if you find medicine boys from outside, they'll have to join Profound Pill sect and become outer disciples. Do you have any candidates? Yang Kai nodded. When I was in Void Spirit Sword sect, I taught alchemy to 2 junior brothers and 1 junior sister. They've shown talent in the alchemic Tao. Good. Just tell them to come over. However, that place is far away from here. You'd better get someone to fetch them, so that they won't fall into danger on the road. I suppose your juniors are not very strong yet, right? They're not. As Yang Kai spoke, he took a glance at Gao Ming, who was behind Gao Xianpeng. Gao Xianpeng burst into laughter. Well, please do not have your eyes on him. It'll take 1 month to go back and forth. Moreover, I'm leaving the sect in a few days, so Gao Ming will have to come with me. A surprised Yang Kai replied, I'll come up with another way then. At that instant, he regretted not bringing Wan Ying with him when he came to this place. At that time, he was worried that he might fall into danger in Profound Pill sect, dragging her into his mess if he brought her along. However, it was no big deal, as he could just ask someone to fetch her. A name sprang into Yang Kai's mind as he thought he could use a particular woman's help. After all, other than Gao Ming, she was familiar with the route. After nibbling at his food, Gao Xianpeng went on to say, besides the matter regarding medicine boys, you'll also have to settle the issue of an alchemy furnace and alchemy flame. I believe you still don't have a personal alchemy furnace and alchemy flame, right? An embarrassed Yang Kai replied, I do have an alchemy furnace, but it's an old generic one. The alchemy furnaces in Void Spirit Sword sect were all low quality. Even when he was still just an earth-grade alchemist, Yang Kai found it difficult to use his current alchemy furnace. Now that he was a heaven-grade alchemist, the furnace was basically useless to him. Therefore, he didn't even bother to bring it with him when he set off on his journey. Gao Xianpeng put on a smile and suddenly clapped his hands. Instantly, a maidservant came in with an alchemy furnace in her hands. It was a petite furnace only about a forearm length in height, but the surface was emblazoned with 5 dragons, their mouths facing the lid. What's this? Yang Kai looked doubtfully at him. Gao Xianpeng explained, the 5 dragons furnace. A senior brother gave it to me when I became a heaven-grade alchemist in the past, but I've never used it as I had my own. Since you don't have a suitable alchemy furnace yet, why don't you use it for now? Please don't turn me down. This is a gift from someone after all. Although I've never used it, I wouldn't have the nerve to give it away. I'm just lending it to you. When you have your own furnace, you can return it to me. Yang Kai parted his lips for a moment, then picked up his cup and drained it. Many thanks for lending it to me then, senior brother. Gao Xianpeng waved his hand with a smile, and told Gao Ming to send the 5 dragons furnace to Yang Kai's cave mansion before he went on to say, since you've settled the issue of an alchemy furnace, you can head to the Divine Flame Hall to get an alchemy flame. There are many alchemy flames available. But as for what kind of alchemy flame you'll get, that will depend on your luck. An astonished Yang Kai asked, the sect will also provide us an alchemy flame. Gao Xianpeng put on a proud smile. Profound Pill sect has been in existence for a long time, so we do have a lot of alchemy flames. Those from the Divine Flame Hall are responsible for handling these affairs. After centuries of accumulation, even if there aren't 1,000 alchemy flames over there, there are at least 800. There's a rule though. If you get an alchemy flame from the Divine Flame Hall, you'll have to return it before your death. After all, it belongs to the sect. Yang Kai nodded his head to indicate he understood. Still, he was shocked by the generosity of those in Profound Pill sect. As long as an alchemist reached a certain grade, they could easily get a medicine boy, alchemy flame, and blood warriors. Yang Kai believed that he could also get an alchemy furnace. However, since Gao Xianpeng had already lent one to him, it should be better than the one offered by the sect. Get some rest tonight. I'll bring you to the Divine Flame Hall tomorrow to get an alchemy flame. It's the most important issue for you now, because you'll need some time to get used to the flame after obtaining one. It'll probably take you a month to do so. You'll also have to head to the Blood Warrior Hall. Since you're now a heaven-grade alchemist, you can get 2 Blood Warriors from the Blood Warrior Hall. I'm sure those from the Blood Warrior Hall will be quite excited. 2 hours later, an intoxicated Yang Kai returned to his cave mansion. When he left his residence the next day, he saw a blue hat youth waiting for him outside the place. "Greetings, Alchemist Yang." The blue hat youth saluted him. "Are you Senior Brother Gao's medicine boy?" Yang Kai took a glance at him. He had come across this medicine boy in Gao Xanpeng's place the day before, so he could faintly remember him. "Yes, Alchemist Yang. I'm Senior Gao's medicine boy." Yang Kai looked curiously at him. "What are you doing here? Where's Senior Brother Gao?" The medicine boy replied, "Senior Gao told me to wait here to pass on his word to you. Senior Gao had to leave the sect this morning after receiving an order from the elders. Therefore, he can't accompany Senior Yang to the Divine Flame Hall. However, he has informed those from the Divine Flame Hall about it. If Senior Yang wishes to obtain an alchemy flame, you can directly go over." Martial Peak, Chapter 4509, Divine Flame Cave. Senior Brother Gao has left? Yang Kai was surprised. Although Gao Xanpeng did say he was leaving the sect in a few days, Yang Kai hadn't expected him to be gone on this day. It was an emergency. Since the elders had given the order, Sir had to leave. The medicine boy replied respectfully. Yang Kai nodded. After giving it a thought, he asked the medicine boy about the location of the Divine Flame Hall, then walked down the mountain. The medicine boy thoughtfully asked Yang Kai whether he needed a guide. However, getting an alchemy flame shouldn't be a difficult task. Moreover, Gao Xanpeng had informed those from the Divine Flame Hall about it beforehand. Therefore, Yang Kai turned him down. The Divine Flame Hall was located in a mountain valley where there were many guards. As Yang Kai headed to his destination, he was stopped and checked several times. Nevertheless, after he showed them his identity token, the guards at the Divine Flame Hall stepped aside respectfully. Soon, he arrived at a large palace, and as soon as he entered he saw 2 people chatting among themselves. One of them was clad in the clothes exclusive to heaven-grade alchemists of Profound Pill Sect, and he was followed by 2 bodyguards. The other person was clad in black tight-fitting clothes. Yang Kai was unable to sense his cultivation since his aura was restrained, but he had a feeling that the man was a Spirit Realm Master. The Spirit Realm Master in black clothes said, "Since you're all ready, Alchemist Wei, good luck." Alchemist Wei cupped his fist with a smile. "Many thanks for your kind wishes, Vice Hall Master. I'll definitely succeed. After all, I've been preparing for it for 2 years. You may go now. Someone from the Divine Flame Cave will lead you there." The Spirit Realm Master nodded. Alchemist Wei nodded, then led his blood warriors towards the door. Before he left, he shot a curious and doubtful glance at Yang Kai. Despite finding the man unfamiliar, he didn't say anything. After he was gone, the Spirit Realm Master turned to look at Yang Kai and examined him, then asked, "Alchemist Yang, I presume?" "You know me?" Yang Kai asked curiously. The Spirit Realm Master replied with a smile. "There are only a small number of heaven-grade alchemists in the sect, and I've met them all. The only one I've never met is the newly joined heaven-grade alchemist. Alchemist Gao informed me about your arrival yesterday." Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai asked, "I see. How may I address you?" "Divine Flame Hall Vice Hall Master, Wu Zhengqi." "So it is Vice Hall Master Wu." Yang Kai cupped his fist, and thought that it was no wonder this person was a Spirit Realm Master. Since he was the Vice Hall Master of the Divine Flame Hall, the fact that he was a Spirit Realm Master wasn't so surprising. "Have you come here to obtain an alchemy flame?" Wu Zhengqi asked. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "Senior Brother Gao said that since I've joined the sect, I should prioritize getting an alchemy flame." Although Wu Zhengqi wasn't an alchemist, he knew a thing or two about alchemy, since he had been in Profound Pill Sect for a long time. Upon hearing that, he nodded. Since alchemist Gao has said so, there wouldn't be a mistake. However, it is my first time coming to the Divine Flame Hall. Is there anything I should prepare? Yang Kai inquired modestly. Wu Jingqi replied with a smile. You don't have to prepare anything. The Divine Flame Cave is a special place where the alchemy flames accumulated over the years are stored. You just have to go in and sense your surroundings. As long as you are capable enough, you'll find a suitable alchemy flame. What's more, the alchemy flames will also be looking for worthy masters to follow. Yang Kai was puzzled. You mean those alchemy flames are sentient? Wu Jingqi burst into laughter. Alchemy flames are not living creatures, so why would they be sentient? However, the Divine Flame Cave is a special place. It was built by the ancestors of Profound Pill sect, taking much time and care. It is also one of the sect's foundations. I'm not an alchemist, so I don't understand the abstrusity of it. Nevertheless, the same thing happens to every alchemist who tries to obtain an alchemy flame, so you don't have to worry about it. Moreover, I heard that the greater a person's aptitude, the better the alchemy flame they can obtain. Are the alchemy flames graded? Yang Kai figured out there was a deeper meaning to the Vice Hall Master's words. Of course. Wu Jingqi looked curiously at him, wondering why a heaven-grade alchemist wasn't aware of such common knowledge. Just like we cultivators, alchemy flames are divided into mortal, earth, heaven, and spirit grades. Although there are different grades, an alchemy flame can swallow others to improve itself. Therefore, even if one only gets a mortal rank alchemy flame, it will grow into a spirit rank alchemy flame, as long as there's enough hard work and opportunity. Moreover, the powers of the alchemy flames in the same rank can vary greatly. Good, if you want to find out more about it, you can head to the Records Hall when you're free. There are many books about alchemy flames inside. Many thanks for your guidance, Vice Hall Master Wu. Yang Kai thanked him sincerely, for he had no knowledge of such information prior to this. By the way, do you mean that there are spirit rank alchemy flames in the Divine Flame Cave? Indeed. Wu Zhengqi nodded. The alchemy flames that the elders possessed over the generations were all spirit flames. Before their predestined time of death, they would try to separate the spirit flames from their own bodies and return them to the Divine Flame Cave. This process normally damages the spirit flames, causing them to regress into heaven flames. Nonetheless, some of the spirit flames still survived over the years. However, I advise you against coveting a spirit flame. After all, they are very powerful. If you don't have sufficient power to match, you'll be harming yourself instead. I understand. However, is it alright that so many alchemy flames are put together? You just said that an alchemy flame could swallow others to upgrade itself. Wu Jingqi shook his head. The alchemy flames that have returned to the Divine Flame Cave are all planted with seals, so they won't swallow each other. Otherwise, the cave would have been gone for good long ago. I see. Yang Kai finally figured it out after his explanation, but he still asked worriedly. Is there really nothing I have to prepare? Just now, I heard Alchemist Wei say that he had been preparing for it for 2 years. Wu Jingqi burst into laughter. He's different. He wants to obtain a particular alchemy flame from the Divine Flame Cave. So he has been trying to prepare some bait over the past 2 years to tempt that alchemy flame. If you have your own target, you naturally have to prepare some things in advance. However, if you're just getting a random one, you don't have to do that. It was then Yang Kai realized he had been overthinking things. Following that, he replied, I'll just obtain one at random then. Do you have other questions? If not, you can head to the Divine Flame Cave now. Yang Kai shook his head. Come with me then, Wu Jingqi said, then led the way for him. It wasn't certain whether it had something to do with Gao Xan Peng, or that the fact Yang Kai wasn't familiar with this place was taken into consideration. But when Alchemist Wei headed to Divine Flame Cave just now, Wu Jingqi didn't lead the way for him. Instead, Yang Kai had the honor to receive such treatment. Naturally, Yang Kai had to thank him again. The Divine Flame Cave wasn't far away, and there was an entrance that led to it inside the hall. When they arrived, Yang Kai saw that the blood warriors that Alchemist Wei had brought with him were standing outside the cave, while the alchemist himself was nowhere to be seen. It was apparent that he had entered the cave. Wu Zhengqi pointed ahead and explained, "That's the entrance to the Divine Flame Cave. There's a rule in the sect that only alchemists can enter this place, so I'll have to stop here. You can just go in." "Many thanks." Yang Kai cupped his fists and shuffled into the cave. The Divine Flame Cave was located deep beneath the ground, and as Yang Kai walked down, it took him almost an hour before descended into complete darkness. It wasn't the kind of darkness that was caused by a lack of light, but rather a kind of pure black color that was indescribable with words. Yang Kai initially intended to look for Alchemist Wei and observe how the latter was going to obtain an alchemy flame. However, he could see nothing in the darkness, let alone look for Alchemist Wei. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw that there was a bit of light at the entrance that served as a beacon for when he needed to leave. However, the light was restricted in a radius of 3 meters in an eerie manner. It seemed that the Divine Flame Cave was truly abstruse, so it was no wonder that it was one of Profound Pill Sect's foundations. Shaking his head, Yang Kai continued moving forward. In the darkness, he was unable to determine how far he had gone, so he could only turn to look at the light at the entrance to know that he had moved forward for quite some distance. Reckoning that it was time to stop, he sat down on the ground with his legs crossed. Wu Zhengqi had said that the Divine Flame Cave was a special place, and upon entering, an alchemist just had to sense their surroundings to look for the alchemy flames that suited them. Yang Kai didn't understand the abstrusity of it, so he could only do as he was told. After emptying his mind, he focused on sensing his surroundings. He initially couldn't detect anything special, but as he released his divine sense, he realized that dots of light started appearing out of thin air. He was taken aback by the sight, and almost awoke from his meditative state, which caused the lights to start flickering. However, he soon composed himself, and the lights stabilized as well. This was a strange feeling. Although his eyes were closed as he was only sensing his surroundings, it was as though he could really see those lights. The intensity of the lights varied, looking like different-sized candles that had been lit up in the darkness. Besides that, the lights continued to increase, and soon, they started growing exponentially. From a few dots of light, they grew into dozens to over 100. In the distance, more lights appeared all of a sudden. Are these the alchemy flames in the Divine Flame Cave? Yang Kai fell into his thoughts as he inspected the lights, trying to determine their grades by judging the intensity of the light. Just like what Wu Zhengqi had said, the alchemy flames here ranged from the mortal grade to the spirit grade. The small number of the brightest lights should be the spirit flames, while the slightly weaker ones were heaven flames, followed by the earth flames, and then the weakest mortal flames. What surprised Yang Kai was that these alchemy flames came in different colors, which illuminated the originally dark cave. While he was still awestruck by the sight, something happened all of a sudden. The lights of different colors started rushing towards Yang Kai, as though they had been drawn by something. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by countless alchemy flames. Yang Kai was stunned, not knowing what was going on. Martial Peak, Chapter 4510, Strange White Flame. Yang Kai could sense that these brightly lit alchemy flames had surrounded him as they jumped around him. Despite not knowing what was going on, he had a feeling that if he wanted, he could easily obtain any of the alchemy flames, be it a mortal flame or a spirit flame. This discovery made him arch his brow. He recalled that Wu Zhengqi had said the greater a person's aptitude, the better the alchemy flame they could get in the Divine Flame Cave. It then dawned on Yang Kai that even though he was just a heaven-grade alchemist in the divine armament world, his attainments in the alchemic Tao far exceeded the limits of this world. Regardless of whether these alchemy flames were sentient, they seemed to have instinctively realized his uniqueness, which was why they proactively approached him. Almost all the alchemy flames in the Divine Flame Cave had gathered around Yang Kai except for one particular flame. There was a flickering alchemy flame in a spot that was several hundred meters away from Yang Kai. He reckoned that it was a heaven flame by judging from its brightness, and it could be considered a better one among those in the heaven grade. The heaven flames around Yang Kai were not comparable to it in terms of brightness or purity. Yang Kai thought about Alchemist Wei, who had entered the place first, and had a feeling that the latter was just over there, as the special heaven flame was restricted by him. That was the reason it was not drawn over. Yang Kai wasn't really concerned about what was going on over there. Since Alchemist Wei had prepared for it for 2 years, he must have a special technique to get the heaven flame he wanted. Moreover, Yang Kai wasn't interested in heaven flames at all. What attracted him were the small number of spirit flames. Wu Jingqi had advised him against getting a spirit flame, since he didn't have the power to match, as that would cause him to be injured. However, that piece of advice was only applicable to the average person. Yang Kai had the confidence to subdue a spirit flame. He could still use a spirit flame when he became a spirit-grade alchemist in the future, and he didn't have to waste time upgrading or changing his alchemy flame. Since he had come to the Divine Flame Cave, Yang Kai naturally had to get the best one. After making up his mind, he examined the lively alchemy flames around him, and soon found his target. It was an alchemy flame that was one of the brightest in this place. If he wasn't mistaken, this was supposed to be a spirit flame. Moreover, this alchemy flame gave off a gentle feeling, which was unlike some of the restless flames, so it was suitable to be used for refining pills. This orange spirit flame was originally in the outer ring, but after Yang Kai sent a signal over, it slowly came closer and soon reached a spot that was 1 meter away from him. While the spirit flame was moving forward, the other alchemy flames proactively stepped aside, as though they had realized how determined Yang Kai was. The spirit flame continued moving forward, but just when it was about to reach Yang Kai, it abruptly stopped. Yang Kai had no idea what was going on, but the next instant, all the alchemy flames around him seemed to become flustered, as though a ferocious beast was coming their way. In the blink of an eye, they dissipated and went into hiding. The countless lights that Yang Kai could sense instantly vanished. The originally colorful world soon fell into complete darkness. Yang Kai was shocked, not knowing what he had done that caused those alchemy flames to run away. Looking around, he could see that the alchemy flame restricted by Alchemist Wei was pulsating. However, Alchemist Wei seemed to have a way to control it. Yang Kai couldn't see clearly what the other party was doing, but the alchemy flame was unable to flee regardless of how hard it tried. It seemed to be bound to that exact spot. It seemed that it was just a matter of time before the flame was captured by Alchemist Wei. Yang Kai came to his senses and thought back on what he had been doing since he came to this place. But he didn't think he had done anything wrong. Nevertheless, the alchemy flames that had surrounded him disappeared just like that. Just then, he caught a glimpse of a light that was slowly flying towards him from a distance. It was a white flame that wasn't particularly bright. According to his observation, he reckoned that it was an alchemy flame in the mortal grade. However, the light was astonishingly pure. Yang Kai hadn't seen any other alchemy flame with such purity. The mortal flame soon reached Yang Kai and landed in front of him, then became unmoving. Yang Kai was startled for a moment as he was torn between tears and laughter. What's going on? All the alchemy flames were gone, leaving behind a mortal flame. He was now a heaven-grade alchemist, so there was no way he would take a mortal flame, which wouldn't meet his requirements for making pills. After observing the mortal flame for a moment, Yang Kai concluded that besides the fact that the light was pure, there was nothing special about it. Therefore, he stopped paying attention to it. Then, he emptied his mind and sensed his surroundings in an attempt to draw the alchemy flames back to him. However, his action elicited a strange reaction from the small white mortal flame. Like a naughty kid, it jumped around in Yang Kai's perception to draw his attention. Seeing that Yang Kai ignored it, the flame started circling around him. A moment later, it suddenly charged towards the heaven flame bound by Alchemist Wei. This turn of events finally attracted Yang Kai's attention. He could sense that the heaven flame bound by Alchemist Wei became even more flustered, while the alchemist exclaimed, Alchemist Wei did not have long to ponder the issue, however, as the mortal flame dashed forward and instantly engulfed the heaven flame with its white light. After the dust settled, the light that belonged to the heaven flame was nowhere to be seen. The white alchemy flame didn't change one bit as it swaggered back towards Yang Kai. Upon reaching him, the flame gently whirled around as though it was trying to brag. Yang Kai was flabbergasted. Although it was the first time he came across this situation, it was obvious to him that the heaven flame was swallowed by this white mortal flame. Wu Zhengqi said that all the alchemy flames in the Divine Flame Cave were planted with seals, so there was no way they would devour each other. What was going on with this white light then? Moreover, only alchemy flames of higher grades could gobble up ones of lower grades. How did a mortal flame wolf down a heaven flame? Who destroyed my flame? Who? Alchemist Wei's roar reverberated across the entire cave. Getting no reply, Wei Qing said through clenched teeth, "Good. Unless you stay in this cave forever, this way we'll find out who you are sooner or later. This matter is not settled." After Wei Qing barked for a while more, Yang Kai could hear the footsteps fading into the distance. There was a dark expression on Yang Kai's face as he looked at the white light in front of him. He had practically done nothing, but it seemed that a grudge had been formed between Wei Qing and him. Yang Kai could only hope that he wasn't the only person in the cave at this moment. Otherwise, he would never be able to explain himself. After witnessing how the white light swallowed the heaven flame, Yang Kai realized that this white flame was different somehow. The average mortal flame was not able to do that. Furthermore, regardless of how hard he tried to sense his surroundings, the other alchemy flames in the cave didn't respond to him. As he recalled the sight of those alchemy flames fleeing, Yang Kai let out a long sigh. Now it seemed that regardless of what he thought, he had to take this white flame. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened during the process. As soon as Yang Kai relayed his intent, the white flame flew towards him and directly disappeared into his body. At the same time, Yang Kai could clearly feel that there was a new strange power in his body. The power wasn't harmful to him, but he needed some time to refine and familiarize himself with it before he could really use it. He had achieved his goal for coming to the Divine Flame Cave. Although he had only taken a mortal flame, Yang Kai reckoned that it wasn't just any ordinary mortal flame, judging from its strange behavior. It seemed that he had to head to Records Hall to find out what kind of alchemy flame he had accepted. Standing up, he shuffled towards the light at the entrance and soon left the Divine Flame Cave. Then he walked up the spiraling path. 1 hour later, Yang Kai could finally see bright sunlight again, which suggested that he had finally left the cave. Before he could adjust to the brightness though, he heard someone speaking through gritted teeth. "It's really you." Yang Kai turned his head and saw Wei Qing glaring at him. The blood warriors behind him sported dark expressions as well. On the other hand, Wu Zhengqi was standing with his hands behind his back as he looked curiously at Yang Kai. A dejected Yang Kai knew that the trouble was inevitable, but he still pretended to know nothing. "Vice Hall Master Wu this." Wu Zhengqi explained. Alchemist Wei came across an accident when he was trying to obtain an alchemy flame in the cave. It seems that he was unable to achieve his goal because he was disturbed. Therefore, Alchemist Yang, he wants to know what you did down there. "Of course I was trying to get an alchemy flame in the cave. What else could I do?" Yang Kai frowned. "I didn't act against anyone or anything. Why don't you ask the other alchemists who have entered the cave?" Wei Qing said through clenched teeth. "There were only the two of us in the cave. There were no other alchemists. If you hadn't done anything, this way couldn't possibly have failed. I was about to succeed." Yang Kai shook his head. "I have no idea what you're talking about, Alchemist Wei. I was just trying to obtain an alchemy flame for myself. However, I was shocked to hear someone exclaiming just now. It seems that it was you who screamed." A relentless Wei Qing snapped. "Stop playing dumb. Who else could it be if it weren't you?" Yang Kai gazed at him and replied, "It's the first time we meet, Alchemist Wei, and there are no grudges between us. Both of us are the heaven-grade alchemists of Profound Pill Sect, so why would I act against you?" Wu Jingqi nodded. That's true. What actually happened Alchemist's way? Wei Qing still glowered at Yang Kai, but he realized that the latter was right. It was the first time they met, and there were no grudges between them. There was no reason for Yang Kai to derail his plans. However, as he recalled the 2 years he had spent getting prepared, and the fact that he was so close to succeeding, he was unable to just let the issue drop. Martial Peak, Chapter 4511, Martial Method Stage. It was then Wei Qing sported a dark expression and narrated what had happened in the Divine Flame Cave. According to him, everything was going well initially, but at the most critical moment when he was about to capture the Heaven Flame, it seemed to have been disturbed. After pulsating for a moment, it disappeared. Besides that, did you happen to see anything else? Yang Kai asked probingly. Wei Qing was startled for a moment. What do you mean? Did you see anything else? No, I was just asking, Yang Kai replied in a perfunctory manner. Based on what Wei Qing had said, he didn't see the sight of the white flame engulfing the Heaven Flame inside the cave. In his perception, the Heaven Flame disappeared abruptly, and he didn't even see the alchemy flames of different colors gathering together. If he had, he would have exposed it. That's strange, Yang Kai thought. I'm sorry that your attempt to capture a Heaven Flame has failed, but I really know nothing about it, nor is there a reason for me to interfere in your plans. Yang Kai stared at him in a frank manner. Even if you didn't mean to, this matter must have something to do with you, Wei Qing said through clenched teeth. It was obvious that he was infuriated. After all, he had been preparing for this moment for 2 years, and his attempt failed at the last moment. It was expected that he couldn't get over it. An impatient Yang Kai gazed at him. What do you want then? To fight me? Although Wei Qing's failure did have something to do with him, he didn't mean to do it. Moreover, he couldn't really admit anything, so Yang Kai could only deny it. Surprisingly, Wei Qing's eyes brightened when he heard that. Good. You're the one who said it. This way we'll fight with you. He then gazed at Wu Jingqi. Please be the witness for us, Vice Hall Master Wu. Wu Jingqi appeared hesitant, as though he was trying to say something, but he eventually let out a sigh. Since both of you want to settle the matter in such a way, this Wu will act as witness. However, I hope that both of you won't go overboard as you're from the same sect. Wei Qing cupped his fist. Many thanks, Vice Hall Master Wu. He then glared at Yang Kai. I'll see you at the martial method stage in 3 days. Upon finishing his words, he waved his hand and left with his blood warriors. Yang Kai had just placed his hand on the hilt of True Void sword when his aura dissipated instantly. Shocked, he gazed at Wei Qing's leaving figure and asked in puzzlement, why is he leaving? Wu Jingqi explained. Since an agreement has been reached, he naturally has to go back and get prepared. A helpless Yang Kai asked, what's there to prepare when we're just going to have a fight? An astounded Wu Jingqi stared at him. Are you going to fight with Alchemist Wei just like this? What else should I do? Wu Jingqi gaped at him for a moment before landing a slap on his own forehead. I've forgotten that you're new to the sect, so you're not familiar with our rules yet. The thing is, alchemists are important treasures of Profound Pill sect, so the fights between alchemists are different from those of other cultivators. Yang Kai frowned. Please enlighten me, Vice Hall Master Wu. Wu Jingqi explained. Usually a fight between alchemists is divided into 3 rounds. The one who wins 2 rounds will be the winner. Nevertheless, the first 2 rounds have nothing to do with the alchemists, as only their bodyguards would go on stage. They'll fight in the first 2 rounds, and it will be best if there's a winner. If there is a draw, the alchemists will then go on stage. However, the competition between alchemists will be all about alchemy, not a battle. That way, the safety of the alchemists can be ensured. Even if one of them loses, he wouldn't be injured. Their achievements paled when compared to this young man. If nothing unexpected happened, this young man would become an important figure in the future. On one side of the stage, Wei Qing sported a conflicted expression. He was truly incensed outside of the Divine Flame Hall the other day, which was why he took Yang Kai's words seriously even though the latter didn't really mean it. However, since they had agreed to the fight, he naturally had to look into Yang Kai's background. Upon finding out more about the young man, Wei Cheng was dumbfounded. That was because Yang Kai was a heaven-grade alchemist who was only 18 years old, and he probably would be a spirit-grade alchemist in the future. Anyone would want to form a good relationship with such a person instead of offending him. However, things had come to such a point that there was no turning back. The fight must go on. After all, Wei Cheng was a heaven-grade alchemist, so he could not embarrass himself. Furthermore, it was uncertain whether Yang Kai could really become a spirit-grade alchemist. Wei Cheng also had the potential to be a spirit-grade alchemist in the future. Therefore, even though he slightly regretted it, he was madder at the fact that his plan, which was 2 years in the making, had been ruined. If it weren't because of the accident a few days ago, he could have obtained an excellent heaven flame, which would help him improve his alchemy skills and increase his chance of ascending to the spirit grade. After leading Yang Kai to the stage, the Heaven Realm Master cupped his fist to Wu Zhengqi. "Alchemist Yang is here, Vice Hall Master." Wu Zhengqi nodded. "Good, you may leave now." Martial Peak, Chapter 4513 Wager. "Vice Hall Master Wu." Yang Kai cupped his fist at Wu Zhengqi, who nodded gently in response. Wei Cheng came over and stood on the left side of Wu Zhengqi. He was followed by his blood warriors. Wu Zhengqi arched his brow. "Many thanks for inviting this Wu to be the witness of this battle. I feel truly honored. However, I hope that both of you will not go overboard since you are both from the same sect. Peace and harmony are valued highly here." Then, he darted his gaze between Wei Cheng and Yang Kai before saying, "If there are no objections, the fight shall begin. The rules are the same as always. The fight is divided into 3 rounds, and the person who wins 2 rounds will be the winner. Additionally, no weapons are allowed on the martial method stage. Do you have any problems with this?" Wei Cheng and Yang Kai expressed that they were fine with the rules. "Good. As for how you'll fight, you can have a discussion among yourselves. This Wu will not interfere. The reason I'm here today is only to act as a witness." Then, Wu Zhengqi went away and observed them silently. On the stage, Wei Cheng took a glance at the towering Yang Huai behind Yang Kai, then frowned. "Have you only brought 1 bodyguard with you, Alchemist Yang? How are we going to fight?" Yang Kai replied with a smile. "What's wrong with that? The rules state that the person who wins 2 rounds will be the winner. It doesn't say how many bodyguards we must bring." Wei Cheng shook his head. "That's right, but I guess you're underestimating this way. The bodyguard you've brought out of the Blood Warrior Hall is only in the 2nd step Heaven Realm. The weaker one of my 2 bodyguards is in the 6th step Heaven Realm. There's no way your bodyguard is a match for them. We'll have to let them fight to find out whether he's a match." Wei Cheng stared fixedly at him. "If you're willing to apologize to me, Alchemist Yang, I'll pretend that nothing has happened so that you'll be spared the embarrassment." Yang Kai shook his head. "It's good to have confidence, Alchemist Wei, but overconfidence will do you more harm than good." Wei Cheng's face fell as he snorted. "I'm willing to settle the dispute peacefully, but since you've rejected me, don't blame me for oppressing you as a senior brother. I'd like to know how you're going to defeat the 3 of us when there are only the 2 of you. The rules are the same. If there's no winner after the first 2 rounds, we'll personally have to compete in the last round." Yang Kai nodded. "However, before that, shouldn't we put down a wager? Otherwise, the fight will be boring." "Wager?" Wei Cheng was startled. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai turned to look at Wu Zhengqi. "Will it break the rules of the sect, Vice Hall Master?" Wu Zhengqi replied impassively. "It's fine as long as both of you agree. The most important thing is that there must not be any casualties." "Understood." Yang Kai nodded, then took the sword from his waist and raised it. "It's a spirit armament. Is this wager good enough?" Wei Cheng's pupils contracted when he heard that, and even Wu Zhengqi appeared interested. The alchemists around the martial methods stage immediately broke into a commotion. A spirit armament? Is that really a spirit armament? Wei Cheng gazed at him in shock. Yang Kai tossed the true void sword at Wu Jingqi. Vice Hall Master Wu can definitely tell whether it's a spirit armament or not. Wu Jingqi took the sword and unsheathed it. After he observed it for a moment, a longing expression appeared on his face. A moment later, he put the sword back into the sheath and nodded. It's indeed a spirit armament. Since Wu Jingqi had said so, Wei Cheng naturally wouldn't doubt him. He looked doubtfully at Yang Kai as he wondered what the latter was up to. A puzzled Wu Jingqi inquired, "Are you sure you want to put this spirit armament down as a wager, Alchemist Yang? That is an extremely precious treasure." In the entire divine armament world, spirit armaments were the second-best weapons, after the 10 great divine armaments. Every spirit armament was extremely powerful. The power a spirit realm master could use with, or without a spirit armament was drastically different. Although Wu Zhengqi was a spirit realm master, even he didn't have a spirit armament. Therefore, when he saw Yang Kai, a heaven-grade alchemist, nonchalantly fish out a spirit armament and use it as a wager, he felt that the latter was being wasteful. It would have been wonderful if the sword were in his possession. Yang Kai replied with a smile. "I'm short on money now, and I don't have anything more valuable than this." A myriad of expressions came over Wei Cheng. "It seems that you're confident in yourself, Alchemist Yang." Since Yang Kai had even fished out a spirit armament to be used as a wager, he wasn't just confident. He practically had no regard for Wei Cheng, who became vexed at this realization. "Although I'd like to get this spirit armament, this way unfortunately doesn't have anything suitable to be used as a wager." Wei Cheng shook his head regretfully. It was a shame that he had to let such a chance slip through his fingers. "It's fine. I don't need any precious items. I suppose you have some red jades, Alchemist Wei?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. "Red jades?" Wei Cheng was startled. "You want me to put down red jades as a wager?" He couldn't believe his ears. Even Wu Zhengqi appeared flabbergasted as he secretly cursed at Yang Kai for being a wastrel. The value of a spirit armament could never be measured with red jades. "I said I'm short on money. It's fine as long as you have some red jades." Yang Kai nodded. "I do have some red jades." "How many can you take out?" Yang Kai asked. An embarrassed Wei Cheng replied, "About 200,000 to 300,000. No more than that." It was expected that a heaven-grade alchemist had several 100,000 to 1,000,000 red jades. Wei Cheng initially had more than 1,000,000 red jades as well, but in order to get the heaven flame in the divine flame hall, he had spent quite a lot of money to buy certain items, which was why he was left with so little money. Of course, even 1,000,000 red jades were nowhere near enough to buy a spirit armament, not to mention 300,000. He was fully aware of it, which was why he appeared bashful when he spoke. 300,000 it is. Yang Kai nodded. "Are you okay with putting down 300,000 red jades as a wager, Alchemist Wei?" Wei Cheng stared at him like the latter was a fool. "Are you sure you'll be fine with me only taking out 300,000 red jades as a wager?" "Yes," Yang Kai nodded. On the side, Wu Jingqi was on pins and needles. If he hadn't been restrained by his identity as a witness, he would have said to Yang Kai that he could lend him some money. It was extremely wasteful to put down a spirit armament to be a wager, when the other party could only offer 300,000 red jades. Wei Cheng stared fixedly at Yang Kai, and upon making sure that the other party wasn't joking, he nodded. "In that case, I'll take out 300,000 red jades to be a wager. Please be the witness of it, Vice Hall Master Wu." "N," Wu Jingqi replied lethargically. "Let's start now, Alchemist Yang." Wei Cheng felt elated since he was going to get a spirit armament soon. He speculated that it might be Yang Kai's way of apologizing to him. Otherwise, why would anyone do such a foolish thing? A spirit armament could more than make up for his losses in the Divine Flame Hall. At the thought of this, he felt less hostile towards Yang Kai. Despite Yang Kai's firm stance, he was actually a tactful person. This was his indirect way of apologizing to Wei Cheng. Yang Kai nodded. Good. He then turned to look at Yang Huai. Do your best. Yang Huai cupped his fist and replied solemnly, I'll not embarrass you, sir. Yang Kai nodded and leaped off the martial method stage. On the other hand, Wei Cheng and one of his blood warriors also left the stage, leaving only a single blood warrior to deal with Yang Huai. Wu Jingqi shot an impassive glance at the people on the stage and replied dispassionately, If the two of you are ready, you can start at any moment. The next moment, Wei Cheng's blood warrior charged towards Yang Huai at the speed of lightning, leaving behind only an afterimage. He reached his opponent in a split second, and following a loud boom, the entire stage shook. The towering Yang Huai seemed to have been struck by a mountain as he staggered backwards and almost collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize himself soon, then he extended his big hand. A figure disappeared in front of him as he whisked past his palm and circled around him. Soon another loud boom was heard. A confident Wei Cheng observed the battle on the stage and nonchalantly stated, Alchemist Yang, your blood warrior is too weak. There's no way he can defeat my bodyguard. Yang Kai put on a smile without responding to him. Yang Huai was only in the second step heaven realm, while Wei Cheng's bodyguard was in the sixth step. There was a difference of 4 minor realms between them. On the stage, without any external help, Yang Huai was expected to be of no match for his opponent. In just over 10 breaths of time, Yang Huai had been struck more than 10 times. Every strike would cause him to stagger and almost collapse to the ground, but he could always stabilize himself soon and counterattack. Although he was unable to harm his opponent, his powerful attacks forced the other party to dodge. Such a battle was supposed to end quickly since the powers of both parties were drastically different. Nevertheless, the reality was that Yang Huai surprised the others with his perseverance and resoluteness. Although Wei Cheng's blood warrior seemed to have gained the upper hand on the stage, he was unable to defeat Yang Huai or force him out of the stage. Furthermore, as time passed, a layer of blood mist started forming around Yang Huai's figure. It was initially inconspicuous, but as time passed it increasingly thickened. What's that? Wu Jingqi, who had been observing the battle on the stage, arched his brow with surprise. That was because he realized that Yang Huai's speed and strength were increasing by the breath. Yang Huai was sturdy, but he was not very agile, and he was 4 minor realms behind his opponent. Therefore, since the beginning, he had been in a passive position, and his occasional counterattacks were easily dodged by the opponent. Nevertheless, as the battle dragged on, his attacks gradually became faster and more powerful. Following a tearing sound, the two of them leaped away from one another. Yang Huai was covered in blood as he widened his eyes with fury. There was a piece of cloth that he had torn from his opponent. After he released it, he dashed towards his opponent like an enraged bull, his eyes bloodshot. The spectators around the stage exclaimed. It was the first time Yang Huai managed to hit his opponent, even though he had only torn a piece of cloth from the other party. On the other hand, the 6th-step Heaven Realm Master took a look at his own chest, where a small part of his robe had been torn off, revealing his vest. When he looked up and saw Yang Huai charging towards him, he became incensed and activated his spirit chi to deal with him. The intense battle thus continued. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-14 Draw. The spectators were initially not interested in the first round, as a battle between blood warriors could be quite boring. Both of them were trained in the Blood Warrior Hall, so they were most familiar with each other's moves and techniques. Furthermore, there was a huge gap in powers between the two blood warriors on the stage. It was supposed to be a battle without suspense. However, the reality surprised everyone as the 2nd-step Heaven Realm Master was still not defeated following a series of attacks from a 6th-step Heaven Realm Master. Even though he was weak and covered in blood, he was still unwavering and resistant. Many of the spectators were moved. The battle on the martial method stage remained intense. Wei Cheng's blood warrior was agile as he wandered around Yang Huai and made a move from time to time. Like a cat teasing a rat, he was able to easily mess with Yang Huai. There was a subtle change behind Wu Zhengqi's gaze as he observed the fight. And then there came a moment when Yang Huai extended his hand and bellowed, "Got you!" Following a loud boom, spirit chi surged as an air blast spread around. The sight on the martial method stage shocked everyone. At that moment, Yang Huai had miraculously caught the other blood warrior's calf, while fending off the latter's violent attack. The next moment, Yang Huai put on a hideous grin and lifted his opponent before smashing him to the ground, as though the latter was a chicken. If his move was successful, the other party would be severely injured despite being a six-step Heaven Realm master. Wei Qing exclaimed. Instantaneously, the sixth-step Heaven Realm master curled up his body in a strange way. Like a snake, he draped himself around Yang Huai's muscular arm. Right before his back came into contact with the ground, he pushed out his fists in rapid succession at Yang Huai. Hong! The martial method stage shook violently as the intense battle abruptly stopped. The spectators looked up and saw that Yang Huai had fallen on one knee with widened eyes. He remained in the posture of the last move he made. On the other hand, his opponent was lying on the ground, his face covered in blood, looking all battered. Although he had tried his best to resolve the crisis at the most critical moment, he was still hurled onto the ground by Yang Huai. Presently his back was all numb, which made him think that his spine might have broken. Is it over? After a moment of silence, the people around the martial method stage started whispering among themselves. The fact that a second-step Heaven Realm master had won the battle surprised them. Even Wei Qing believed that to be the case as well. He appeared sluggish as he was unable to accept the outcome. Just then, Wu Zhengqi stepped forward and extended his hand towards Wei Qing before announcing the result. Alchemist Wei has won the first round. Wei Qing was startled upon hearing that. After making sure that he wasn't mistaken, he appeared puzzled. Although he was a Heaven Realm master, an alchemist's cultivation was generally built up using a lot of elixirs. Therefore, it was unlike the other cultivators who relied on tortuous hard work. Even though he had taken in every detail of the battle, he still couldn't figure out what was going on, nor did he understand why he had won the fight. However, since Wu Zhengqi had said so, there shouldn't be a mistake. Wei Qing then gazed at Yang Kai, who appeared calm and didn't seem to have the intention of objecting to the decision. It was then he set his mind at ease. Right then, some noises were heard coming from the stage, as the sixth-step Heaven Realm master got up with difficulty. Although he appeared battered, he could still move at the very least. On the other hand, Yang Huai remained unmoving in the same posture. The blood streaming from his mouth and nose dripped onto the ground and caused some light noises. Seeing that, Wei Qing finally realized that Yang Kai's blood warrior had probably passed out. It was no wonder that he had won this round. "Sir, I didn't disappoint you." The sixth-step Heaven Realm master cupped his fist at Wei Qing. "You've done a great job. Get some rest now." Wei Qing nodded gently. "Yes," the blood warrior replied. When he leaped from the stage, he couldn't help but turn to look at Yang Huai, still reeling from shock inside. He had never come across a person as defiant as this second-step Heaven Realm master before. In truth, he had won this battle only because of a stroke of luck. If the other party had been able to persevere just a moment longer, it was hard to tell who would have won in the end. On the other hand, Yang Kai leaped onto the stage and checked on Yang Huai, who was actually fine. This guy was extremely sturdy, so although he appeared battered, he was only covered in flesh wounds. None of his 5 viscera and 6 organs were harmed. The reason he passed out was that he had consumed too much energy. Confirming Yang Huai's status, Yang Kai circulated some of his own spirit chi into him to wake him up. "Sir!" Yang Huai regained consciousness and realized that he was defeated. With an embarrassed expression, he cupped his fist. "I'm sorry for disappointing you." Yang Kai patted the other man's shoulder. "It's fine. You're much weaker than him after all. You did well. Moreover, it's only been a short time since you started cultivating." Yang Huai grunted in a muffled voice. It wasn't until this battle that he realized how extraordinary the supreme tyrant body art taught to him by Yang Kai was. He was fully aware of his power as a second-step Heaven Realm Master. In the past, he could never have gotten into a prolonged battle with a sixth-step Heaven Realm Master. He doubted that he could even last for 20 breaths of time before. However, after cultivating the Supreme Tyrant Body Art, he was almost able to defeat such an opponent, which was simply inconceivable. He had already gained so much after cultivating the secret art for a few days. If he cultivated it for a longer time, he would have a chance to defeat the other party. Who will go on stage for the second round? Alchemist Yang. Wu Zhengqi asked. Yang Kai had only brought one blood warrior with him. The bodyguard was basically half dead, so there was no way he could go on stage for the second round. Wu Zhengqi had never come across such an incident before, so he had no idea what to do. Therefore, he decided to ask Yang Kai. Yang Huai got up with difficulty and cupped his fist. Sir, I can go on stage again. Yang Kai replied with a smile. Look at you. You're even struggling to stand stably. If you go on stage again, you'll be killed. I'm willing to die for you. Yang Huai appeared solemn. I didn't bring you out of the Blood Warrior Hall just to watch you die. Go down. I'll take part in the fight this time. Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai gently pushed Yang Huai away. Engulfed in a soft force, Yang Huai was directly sent away from the stage. Both Wu Zhengqi and Wei Cheng were stunned. With a frown, Wu Zhengqi asked, Alchemist Yang, the second round is still a physical fight. Are you sure you want to take part in it? Yang Kai nodded. What's wrong with that? Can alchemists not fight for themselves? There's no such rule, but Wu Zhengqi appeared to be in a dilemma. No alchemist has taken part in a physical battle on this stage before. What's your cultivation now, Alchemist Yang? Third step Heaven Realm. Yang Kai replied honestly. At that instant, Wu Zhengqi wasn't sure what to do. He then took a look at Yang Huai and reckoned that the latter really was unable to fight again. If the Blood Warrior were asked to go on stage, he would certainly lose. Since Yang Kai had no one else with him, it was understandable that he wanted to fight himself. At the thought of this, Wu Zhengqi nodded. In that case, please be careful, Alchemist Yang. He then glanced at Wei Cheng. Please tell someone to come forward, Alchemist Wei. Wei Cheng nodded and ordered the other Blood Warrior to go on stage. At the same time, he said in a small voice, Don't kill him. Just throw him off the stage. He's a heaven-grade alchemist after all. If anything happens to him, I won't be able to save you. The Blood Warrior nodded. Don't worry, sir. I know what to do. Then he jumped onto the stage and cupped his fist at Yang Kai. I'm ready, Alchemist Yang. Wu Zhengqi dropped him a reminder. Alchemist Yang, this bodyguard is in the 7th step Heaven Realm. If you don't think you're a match for him, you'd better admit defeat now. Many thanks, Vice Hall Master Wu. Yang Kai put on a smile. But I don't think I'll be the one who will admit defeat. Right after he finished his words, he abruptly appeared in front of the bodyguard and lightly pushed out a palm surging with spirit chi. The bodyguard was initially calm and collected, but when he saw Yang Kai's palm, his expression changed drastically as he was engulfed in a sense of danger. He hurriedly pushed all his spirit chi and met the attack. At the most critical moment, he recalled that the other party was a prestigious heaven-grade alchemist instead of a bodyguard. So he quickly restricted his force a little lest Yang Kai was harmed. Hong! Spirit chi erupted as a figure was sent flying away like a sack. The person then crashed into the crowd and caused them to collapse to the ground. Wu Zhengqi, who had secretly circulated his spirit chi and readied himself to interfere, was dumbfounded by what he just witnessed. On the other hand, Wei Cheng, who was ready to watch a good show, was rooted to the spot. The other cultivators and alchemists couldn't believe their eyes either. At that instant, the entire place fell into silence. It wasn't until a moment later that these people came to their senses and turned to look at the source of the commotion. Over there, a person got to his feet as a myriad of expressions came over his face. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He was none other than Wei Cheng's bodyguard, who was in the 7th step Heaven Realm. A 7th step Heaven Realm Master was sent flying away from the martial method stage by a 3rd step Heaven Realm Master with only one move. If they hadn't seen it with their bare eyes, no one would have believed it. An incensed Wei Cheng glared at his bodyguard. What on earth are you doing? The seventh-step Heaven Realm Master was embarrassed as he cupped his fist. Please forgive me, sir. I just wasn't careful enough. There was a doubt in his mind. Even though he had restricted his power at the last moment lest Yang Kai be harmed, his attack still should have been enough to suppress a mere third-step Heaven Realm Master. He initially had the confidence to push Yang Kai out of the stage in that clash, but he was the one who was sent flying away instead. As he recalled the moment their moves met just now, he felt as though he was faced with a peak Heaven Realm Master instead of a third-step Heaven Realm Master. However, it wasn't like he could explain that to anyone, so he just dismissed it as his own hallucination. Wei Cheng was infuriated. He initially thought that he could easily get a spirit armament to make up for his losses in the Divine Flame Cave, but it never crossed his mind that there would be a turn of events. Since he was unable to change the outcome, it was pointless to say anything else. He glowered at the bodyguard and snapped, "Waste!" The bodyguard hung his head low in silence, his face all red. Vice Hall Master Wu, I suppose I've won this round. Yang Kai gazed at the dumbstruck Wu Jingqi. Wu Jingqi came to his senses and nodded with an awkward expression. Alchemist Yang has won the second round. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-15. How is that possible? Both of you have respectively won one round of the physical fights, so the contest is currently a draw. You can have a discussion among yourselves regarding the last round. Wu Jingqi looked around. Yang Kai and Wei Cheng had already come to an agreement, and it was an unspoken rule in Profound Pill Sect. They naturally wouldn't object to it. Since the last round was about alchemy, Wu Jingqi, a cultivator, was unable to interfere. Standing on the martial methods stage, Yang Kai said, Alchemist Wei, I'm a newcomer, so I'm not familiar with the sect's rules. You can decide on what to compete. I'm fine with anything. Wei Cheng snorted. You're truly confident, Alchemist Yang. What if I say we'll compete against each other using alchemy flames? Will you accept the challenge? Upon hearing that, the alchemists around the stage broke into a commotion, and Wu Jingqi immediately raised his hand. You can't do that. A curious Yang Kai asked, why can't we fight using alchemy flames? It seemed to him that it was a serious issue to fight against one another with alchemy flames. An astounded Wei Cheng asked, why don't you even know this? Have you been living under a rock? On the side, Wu Jingqi explained, Alchemist Yang, all alchemists have their own alchemy flames, which are divided into different grades. You've been to the Divine Flame Cave, so you must be aware that a powerful alchemy flame can swallow a weaker one to upgrade itself. That's why some alchemists fight against each other using their alchemy flames. However, this kind of fight is extremely dangerous. Usually, the alchemy flame of either party will end up getting swallowed. Once that happens, the alchemist will suffer from a severe backlash. Therefore, unless it is an unresolvable blood feud, alchemists never compete against each other using alchemy flames. After explaining it to Yang Kai, he turned to look at Wei Cheng. Alchemist Wei, you and Alchemist Yang are important treasures of Profound Pill Sect. It isn't like there's a life or death feud between the two of you. It will be fine if it's any other form of competition. However, if you really want to fight using alchemy flames, this Wu will have no choice but to report the incident to the Elder Council and ask them to interfere. Wei Cheng pressed his lips together. This Wei was just making a point. Of course, I know how dangerous it is to fight using alchemy flames. Please don't take it seriously, Vice Hall Master Wu. It was only then that Wu Jingqi nodded. That's good. Wei Cheng turned to look at Yang Kai. We won't fight using alchemy flames. However, it will be far too time-consuming if we compete against one another in a complete alchemy session. Why don't we refine some medicinal liquid? Let's see who will be able to refine a purer, more concentrated medicinal liquid from the same herbs. It's a simple contest and won't take a long time. Yang Kai was naturally fine with it as he nodded. It was apparent that Wei Cheng was well prepared. As he clapped his hands, the Heaven Realm Blood Warrior, who was previously sent flying away from the stage by Yang Kai, leapt up with 2 boxes in hand. With his hands behind his back, Wei Cheng stated, "These are starry sky flowers. They are similar in terms of their medicinal age and size. You can examine them and pick out one. Instead of using any alchemy furnaces, we'll only use our own alchemy flames to refine the medicinal liquid and see who can do better." As he spoke, the Heaven Realm Blood Warrior reached Yang Kai with the boxes and let him examine them. The alchemists around the stage whispered among themselves, "Alchemist Wei is trying to refine a starry sky flower? It isn't an easy task." That's right. Of all the heaven grade herbs, even though starry sky flowers are not the most precious, they are definitely the most difficult to refine. I heard that even the best heaven-grade alchemists in Profound Pill Sect can only refine 70% of its medicinal efficacies. Even the spirit-grade alchemists from the Elder Council can only reach 90%, let alone heaven-grade alchemists. However, it's a good test to find out an alchemist's foundation. This will be interesting. Noises could be heard coming from everywhere as Yang Kai gazed at the boxes. Just like what Wei Cheng had said, there was no difference in size or age between the 2 herbs. They could be said to be identical. They looked like flowers the size of a palm with 8 petals each, on which silver lines were seen glowing, making them look like a sky full of stars. Yang Kai had never seen these flowers before, and had a feeling that they were native to the divine armament world. Wei Cheng extended his hand. "Please, Alchemist Yang." Yang Kai nodded and randomly selected one. The bodyguard then walked towards Wei Cheng with the other flower. Wei Cheng took the flower and said with a smile, "By the way, Alchemist Yang, I have some unique insight when it comes to refining starry sky flowers, so you'll definitely lose." He wouldn't have come up with such a form of competition if he were not confident in himself. That was the reason he had prepared 2 starry sky flowers from the start. Yang Kai didn't respond to him. Right then Wu Jingqi was heard saying, "If the 2 of you are ready, you can start at any moment." "Please, Alchemist Yang," Wei Cheng shouted while activating his spirit qi. At the same time, an orange flame appeared above his palm. The brightness of the flame suggested that it was a very high-quality heaven flame, though Yang Kai wasn't sure exactly what kind of flame it was. The heaven flame surrounded the starry sky flower, as its intensity shifted from time to time. Under Wei Cheng's control, the flame started extracting the medicinal liquid out of the starry sky flower. Seeing that, Yang Kai hurriedly activated his spirit qi and alchemy flame. A white flame appeared out of thin air and flickered in the next moment. Although it appeared very pure, it wasn't comparable to the heaven flame of Wei Cheng when it came to color or grade. "Immortal flame?" someone exclaimed all of a sudden. Many of them were dumbfounded as they gazed at the flame above Yang Kai's palm. Although they had no idea what kind of alchemy flame it was, they reckoned that it was a mortal flame, just judging from its appearance. It was inconceivable that the alchemy flame of a heaven-grade alchemist was a mortal flame. If they hadn't seen it with their eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Mortal flames were usually used by new alchemists, as they were the lowest grade of alchemy flames. Wu Jingqi was also astounded. Yang Kai had visited the Divine Flame Cave a few days ago, so he should have gained something. Why did he only get a mortal flame? A busy Wei Cheng took a glance at Yang Kai, then guffawed. "Alchemist Yang, how can you use a mortal flame to refine a starry sky flower? Do you know that it's a heaven-grade herb? There's no way a mortal flame will work on this spirit flower. I suggest that you admit defeat now to save you from embarrassment." Yang Kai shot him a glance and replied impassively. "What difference does it make whether it's a mortal flame or a heaven flame? The alchemist is the foundation of everything. As long as one is skillful enough, he can refine a heaven-grade herb using a mortal flame. Like this." As he spoke, the white flame surged while the medicinal liquid was extracted from the starry sky flower and formed into a ball. With continuous burning, the impurities were slowly removed. Wei Cheng was stunned. How is that possible? While he was in a dazed state, his heaven flame almost destroyed the starry sky flower. Flustered, he quickly restrained the heaven flame's power. The alchemists around the stage broke into a commotion, as the sight before their eyes was inconceivable. A white mortal flame could really refine a heaven-grade herb, as fast as Wei Chang's heaven flame. In fact, Yang Kai was actually suppressing the white flame. Although he already knew that the white flame he had obtained from the Divine Flame Cave was strange, he hadn't had time to carry out any experiments with it yet. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the white flame was incredibly powerful when it came to refining medicinal liquid. He didn't really exert much force when the medicinal liquid was extracted out of the starry sky flower. Moreover, the impurities in the medicinal liquid were swiftly purified with the help of the white flame. This made Yang Kai feel even more curious about the kind of alchemy flame he had obtained. Unfortunately, there wasn't any record of it in the Sex Records Hall. The competition was still ongoing. On the martial methods stage, Yang Kai and Wei Qing continuously adjusted the intensity of their alchemy flames. The original starry sky flowers were now gone, and replaced by 2 drops of medicinal liquid. The drops of liquid glowed as though a sky full of stars had been condensed together. As the impurities were removed, the drops of medicinal liquid shone brighter and brighter. Wei Chang's forehead was covered in sweat. He didn't mind losing 300,000 red jades, but he couldn't bear to embarrass himself in such a way. It had been decades since he joined Profound Pill Sect, so if he lost the competition against a newcomer, who only arrived a few days ago, he would be too embarrassed to show his face again. Moreover, Yang Kai was only using a mortal flame in this competition. Therefore, Wei Qing went all out. Under such immense pressure, he was able to exceed his own limits, and compared to the times when he refined starry sky flowers in the past, he actually achieved a new record in performance. 1 hour later, Wei Qing took a deep breath and abruptly withdrew his heaven flame. There was a drop of very pure medicinal liquid hovering above his palm, swirling around in mid-air with the influence of his spirit qi. Under the sunlight, the medicinal liquid reflected a rainbow of lights. He let out a breath, and without even needing to look at it, Wei Qing knew that he had extracted 70% of the medicinal efficacies from the starry sky flower. Although it wasn't the best record in Profound Pill Sect, it was the best he had personally achieved so far. Then, he looked up and saw that Yang Kai had also finished his refinement. There was also a drop of starry sky flower's medicinal liquid hovering above his palm, and from the looks of it, the drop of medicinal liquid was about the same as his own. With a conflicted expression, he felt his chest tightening. That sight before his eyes alone made him realize that he had lost. That was because he used a heaven flame to refine the starry sky flower, while Yang Kai used a mortal flame. Wei Qing didn't think he could have achieved the same result using a mortal flame. Still, this was a competition between 2 alchemists with a huge wager on the line, so Wei Qing naturally wouldn't admit defeat easily. He looked provocatively at Yang Kai and commented, "You're pretty amazing, Alchemist Yang." Yang Kai nodded. "You've done pretty well yourself, Alchemist Wei." Seeing that neither of them was sincere, Wu Jingqi coughed and said, "This Wu is a cultivator who knows nothing about the profundities of the alchemic Tao. Both of you will be the judges of the results. I believe you'll be impartial and conscientious." He might have been sincere when he said those words, but it could also be that he wasn't willing to be the judge of the last round. Both parties came to a draw in the combat rounds, and the winner would emerge in this final contest. It was inappropriate for Wu Jingqi to decide and announce the winner. Therefore, he decided to leave the matter to the 2 competitors themselves. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-16, Famous after a single battle. Wei Qing nodded. "In that case, Alchemist Yang and I will examine the medicinal liquid ourselves." Then, he circulated his spirit qi, and pushed his drop of medicinal liquid towards Yang Kai. Seeing that, Yang Kai also sent his medicinal liquid that was extracted from starry sky flower over. While they examined each other's medicinal liquid, The alchemists around the martial methods stage watched attentively. They were eager to find out who the winner would be. However, before the results were announced, they had no way to tell. A moment later, Yang Kai put on a smile and gazed at Wei Cheng, whose expression kept changing as though he had just seen something shocking. The spectators could see that while Yang Kai was calm and collected, Wei Cheng appeared conflicted. They were shocked as they thought that Wei Cheng might have lost the competition. But how was that possible? Both of them on the stage were heaven-grade alchemists, but one of them used a mortal flame, while the other used a heaven flame. There was no way Wei Cheng would lose. While they were lost in their doubts though, Wei Cheng suddenly let out a sigh and became dejected. The medicinal liquid hovering above his palm fell apart. Then he cupped his fist. Alchemist Yang is truly skillful. This way is no match for him. I've lost the competition. You have my respect. Yang Kai nodded gently. He wasn't surprised by the outcome, but Wei Cheng had earned his respect at the last moment by being straightforward. That guy was foul-tempered, but he could still be considered a righteous man. At the very least, he wouldn't refuse to admit defeat. The crowd broke into a riot as the alchemists looked at Yang Kai in shock. They could not figure out how he used a mortal flame to refine such pure medicine liquid, and even defeated Wei Cheng. In the past, they would never have imagined such a thing was possible, but it now happened right in front of them on this day. I'll tell someone to send the 300,000 red jades to you later. Goodbye. Wei Cheng's face was crimson as he hurriedly left the stage. He soon disappeared into the distance alongside his blood warriors. Congratulations, Alchemist Yang. Wu Zhengqi stepped forward and passed the true void sword back to him. You've surprised all of us with your capabilities today. I'm sure your name will be known to everyone in profound pill sects soon. Yang Kai took the sword and replied with a nod. Many thanks for your kind words, Vice Hall Master Wu. But fame doesn't really matter to me. Since this matter has been settled, I'll take my leave now. I'm sorry for bothering you today. It's fine. I had fun watching the competition as well. Wu Zhengqi chuckled. Yang Kai nodded and walked down the martial method stage, followed by Yang Huai. Wei Cheng was a pretty efficient man as, barely 1 hour after Yang Kai returned to his cave mansion, he received the 300,000 red jades as promised. It took Yang Huai quite some time to carry all the red jades into the cave mansion, and once he was done, the entire place appeared quite luxurious. Yang Kai had previously obtained 100,000 red jades from Heavenly Martial City, which allowed him to go from the peak Earth realm to the third step Heaven realm in just 1 month. With 3 times as many resources than what he previously possessed, Yang Kai reckoned that the red jades could last him for quite some time. However, he was uncertain about how much his strength would increase. As one's cultivation improved, he would consume increasingly more resources. Yang Kai even doubted that these red jades could allow him to achieve an ascension of 2 steps. With that said, things were easier now with these red jades. At the very least, he could buy the ingredients for the body-tempering medicinal liquid that Yang Huai needed. Having said that, he would occasionally let out some of his insight in a tactful manner and allow others to benefit from it. He had made friends with many people in the past month, and he was well received in all circles. If he claimed to be the most popular heaven-grade alchemist in Profound Pill sect now, no one would object to it. After all, given his young age and exceptional aptitude, any heaven-grade alchemist was willing to become his friend. The 1-month deadline imposed by the sect was fast approaching, but Hua Rong still hadn't returned. However, considering the distance between Profound Pill sect and Void Spirit Sword sect, Hua Rong should be back soon. As Yang Kai expected, Hua Rong returned barely 3 days before the deadline. With the temporary identity token given to her, she was able to enter Profound Pill sect without difficulty. When Yang Kai rushed over upon hearing the news, Hua Rong was already waiting in the reception palace. Upon seeing him, Hua Rong cupped her fist. Sir, fortunately, I've not disappointed you. They're here. She seemed exhausted, and it was obvious that she hadn't had proper rest in a while. Well done. Yang Kai nodded and turned his head. Wanning Ying and the other two junior brothers from Void Spirit Sword sect came over with excited expressions and cupped their fists. Eldest senior brother. Yang Kai raised his hand and stroked Wanning Ying's head. You must be tired. Did anything happen on the road? Despite being jovial, Wanning Ying still muttered. Stop stroking my head, eldest senior brother, I'm not a child. Nothing happened as big sister Hua was there to protect us. That's good. I'm sure you already know why I've asked you to come here. I need a few assistants. And since you have some heritage in alchemy now, you can stay here to help me while continuing to study the alchemic Tao. Yes, eldest senior brother. We won't disappoint you. The two junior brothers cupped their fists. Get some rest tonight, and I'll bring you to register your identities tomorrow. You'll first have to join Profound Pill sect and become outer disciples, before you will be allowed to become my assistants. He then led Wanning Ying and the others to head to his cave mansion. Huarong approached the next moment and poked his waist before asking in a small voice, Sir, who's that ugly and ferocious-looking bear behind us? Show some respect. Yang Kai looked down at her hand and chided her. I brought Yang Huai out of the Blood Warrior Hall to work as my guard. Since you will work with him, you should get to know him. So he's a blood warrior from the Blood Warrior Hall. Huarong seemed to have expected this. When she took one more glance at Yang Huai, she shuddered and asked dejectedly, Sir, am I not good enough for you? Why did you get one more person to be your bodyguard? I'm saddened by what you've done. I went to Void Spirit Sword sect and back in the past month for you. Is this how you're supposed to treat me? She seemed ready to sob as though Yang Kai had thoughtlessly abandoned her after having his way with her. Yang Kai glared at her. If you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll kick you out of Profound Pill sect. Huarong instantly pressed her lips together. Why do you sound like an old fart when you're only a young man? Humph. Then she exclaimed, Wow. This is what the inner circle of Profound Pill sect looks like. This place is magnificent, and the world energy is so rich. Yang Kai shook his head and ignored her. After returning to his cave mansion, Yang Kai told Huarong and the others to choose their own rooms and settle in. Then, he had a servant prepare a meal for them. As they gathered together, they started wolfing down the food. Yang Kai asked about Void Spirit Sword sect, and upon learning that all was well, he finally set his mind at ease. Martial Peak, Chapter 4517, Providing Alchemy Services. 3 days later, a Profound Pill sect deacon came to get a wooden token engraved with Yang Kai's name, to hang in front of a vacant desk at the Seeking Pill Pavilion. The two junior brothers who came from Void Spirit Sword sect also went to assist. One was tasked with running errands while the other was tasked with receiving the cultivators who came to ask for pills. On the other hand, Wanning Ying remained by Yang Kai's side to help him personally. Compared to the two other junior brothers, her aptitude in alchemy was better. Besides, Yang Kai intended to nurture her talents. Although Yang Kai mastered countless pill recipes, none of them belonged to the divine armament world. Many of the pills in the outside world did not exist in the divine armament world. Similarly, some of the pills in the divine armament world did not exist in the outside world. That was why he only listed one type of pill, which was the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill, when the deacon came to collect the wooden token for registration. In other words, Yang Kai would only be refining the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill at the Seeking Pill Pavilion. Fortunately, this pill was also the most in-demand pill among all Earth Realm cultivators. Even though he started providing alchemy services today, Yang Kai was not too concerned. Refining the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart pill was not a difficult matter for him after all. It would take some time at most. Therefore, he continued to cultivate even after the deacon took his wooden token. On the other hand, Wanning Ying waited outside his secluded home, with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. From time to time, she would raise her head and look down the mountain frantically. After waiting for more than 2 hours, a figure suddenly came speeding in this direction from the foot of the mountain. She let out a cheer, and quickly went to greet the visitor. A short while later, she came hurrying into the secluded home with a bag clutched tightly in her hands. She exclaimed excitedly, "Eldest senior brother! Eldest senior brother! Somebody came to request a pill." Wrapped in a burst of fragrant wind, she rushed over to Yang Kai. She was completely out of breath, and her bosom that was just beginning to take shape heaved up and down violently. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at her. Then he spoke with some amusement. "If somebody is here to make a pill request, then they are here to make a pill request. Why don't you catch your breath first?" She quickly took several deep breaths and calmed her excitement. After that, she placed the bag beside him and looked at him eagerly. "Open the bag and take a look inside," he motioned to her. She responded and cheerfully opened the bag. When she saw the dazzling array of items inside the bag, she couldn't help exclaiming in astonishment, "What are all these? These must be worth quite a lot." Yang Kai swept a glance over the items and nodded. "The pill recipe of the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill is a secret that only the alchemists of each sect are allowed to know. That's why the people who come to request the pill do not know what kind of herbs to prepare. They either prepare enough black jades and red jades, or precious treasures with enough value as compensation. Of course, how much they prepare will depend entirely on their means and generosity. The more generous they are, the further up on the waiting list they will be placed, and the faster they can obtain the pill they want." This was a piece of information Yang Kai learned after spending time with other alchemists over the past month. Due to the number of cultivators in the divine armament world, there was an overwhelming demand for the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. The speed at which alchemists could refine pills could not keep up with the demands of the cultivators. It had to be said that not every cultivator only required one 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill to advance to the heaven realm. Some might even need to undergo many attempts before they succeed, and each attempt required one or more 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pills. Compared to other heaven-grade pills, the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill was much harder to refine. Among hundreds of heaven-grade alchemists in Profound Pill Sect, less than half were listed to refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. The other half either did not have enough contribution points to exchange for the pill recipe, or their success rate in refining the pill was so low that Profound Pill Sect forbade them from refining it. Therefore, all the Heaven Realm alchemists listed to refine the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pills had accumulated large amounts of resources brought by the cultivators who came here to make pill requests. It was just that performing alchemy required time. That was why not all the cultivators who came to make a pill request could obtain the pill they wanted quickly. Some people who came to make a pill request might be placed on the waiting list and told it would be several years before it was their turn. That was what happened to Tian Luo Hall's palace master, Xu Wancheng, back then. He once came to Profound Pill Sect to request a 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill and offered up a substantial remuneration. Even so, he was told to wait for several years. It was not as though one's priority on the waiting list was immutable. If they offered a gift valuable enough to tempt the alchemist performing alchemy for them, then their request would be brought forward on the waiting list. For that reason, most cultivators who came to make a pill request would prepare as much compensation as they could afford in order to obtain the pill they wanted as soon as possible. This was not a secret, and when Yang Kai heard this from his senior brothers and senior sisters, he finally understood why most alchemists were such wealthy people in the divine armament world. With the ability to perform alchemy, it was difficult not to make a fortune, and Yang Kai was now one of them. There was basically no need to worry about his cultivation resources from now onward. As long as he continued to provide alchemy services at the Seeking Pill Pavilion, the riches would continue to flow without pause. "Ying, have you prepared the things I asked you to?" Yang Kai placed the bag of items to the side and asked. "I've prepared them, eldest senior brother." Wan Ying quickly nodded in response. "In that case, let's begin. You may stand to the side to observe my actions. If there's anything you don't understand, don't hesitate to ask." "Yes," she nodded seriously. She knew that her eldest senior brother wanted to nurture her talents, and that an opportunity to observe a heaven-grade alchemist performing alchemy was very rare. Even the medicine boys serving beside the other alchemists in Profound Pill sect did not enjoy such generous treatment. This was the first time Yang Kai performed alchemy after he obtained the White Flame and the Five Dragons Furnace. And he soon discovered that the support provided by the White Flame when performing alchemy was simply incredible, be it in terms of condensing the medicinal liquid or other processes. The results were countless times better than when he used the radiant flame stones. At Seeking Pill Pavilion, Ma Tai sat in a corner with a depressed look on his face, looking as though he had lost his soul. At this moment, he was staring lifelessly at the desk by the side. There were two young medicine boys sitting behind the desk. Moreover, there was a wooden token hanging above the desk with the name Yang Kai engraved on top. Unlike the other desks where there were people constantly coming and going all day long, this desk could be said to be noticeably empty. It could even be said that nobody visited this table. Of course, it was not completely without visitors. At the very least, Ma Tai had gone up to that desk to make a pill request when the Seeking Pill Pavilion opened its doors this morning. He also offered up all the wealth that he had been accumulating for many years. He initially waited with great excitement and anticipation, but after making some inquiries, he was completely dumbfounded by what he learned instead. It turned out that the heaven-grade alchemist named Yang Kai was providing alchemy services at the Seeking Pill Pavilion for the first time today. As if that was not bad enough, it was rumored that alchemist Yang was only 18 years old. An 18-year-old heaven-grade alchemist? How can there be such a person in this world? When I was 18 years old, I was only in the mortal realm. Even if alchemist Yang began learning alchemy from inside his mother's womb, it's still impossible for him to be a heaven-grade alchemist. Let's just say that he is indeed a heaven-grade alchemist, but he is so young. What is his success rate in refining the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill? Ma Tai finally understood why nobody had been lining up at this desk when he arrived here this morning. He initially thought that he was incredibly lucky and hit the jackpot. But who could have known that this was the real situation? It's over. It's all over now. If my pill request fails, I will never get another chance to advance into the heaven realm again. If I don't advance into the heaven realm, then how will I get my revenge on my enemies? Thinking back to the person who died in his arms 3 years ago, he was tempted to kill himself by ramming his head into the table. He deeply regretted his foolishness. There are so many alchemists. Why did I have to choose this fledgling alchemist Yang? Another pitiful person whose pill request failed. A passerby couldn't help sighing when they walked by and saw him. Then, they casually tossed a black jade to him. There were many people at the Seeking Pill Pavilion like Ma Tai. Those who spent a great fortune just to come here, only for their pill request to fail in the end, generally had the same reaction as him. Some even went mad from the shock. It was just that there were spirit realm masters guarding the Seeking Pill Pavilion all year round, so those who dared to act without restraint in this place tended to suffer tragic endings. The clattering of the black jade startled Ma Tai back to his senses, and he stood up abruptly. Maybe I still have time to change my mind. I only just offered up my compensation this morning after all. Less than half a day has passed since then. Alchemist Yang might not have started refining yet. I might have the chance to get back what I offered earlier. As soon as the thought passed through his head, he hurried over to the desk. The two young disciples from Void Spirit Sword sect sat upright behind the desk, looking at the lively scene in front of the other desks, and comparing that to the quiet scene in front of them. They could not help feeling envious. Senior brother Jing'an, why won't they come and make a pill request to eldest senior brother? We don't have anybody here. They don't even need to queue. The slightly younger junior brother asked. Senior brother Jing'an replied, it might be because eldest senior brother is just starting to provide alchemy services, and his name is not well known. The people who came here to make pill requests feel uneasy about eldest senior brother's skills. Even if there's no need to queue here, they won't dare to try asking us. After all, it was not easy for them to gather their wealth for compensation. The junior brother said, But isn't eldest senior brother amazing at refining the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill? I heard that the former sect master has many 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pills that eldest senior brother refined before he left. Jing'an laughed and explained, "You might know that, but others don't. Don't worry, junior brother. Fame is like fine wine. The older it gets, the more fragrant it becomes. Time will tell. Besides, didn't we get a customer who came to make a pill request earlier? Oh, somebody's coming. Stop looking so gloomy. Smile quickly. Things might be a little quiet here, and our business might be a little lacking, but we can't lose to others when it comes to hospitality. Why does this customer look so familiar?" The junior brother muttered. "This person seems to be the one who came to make a pill request this morning. So it is him." Ma Tai walked straight up to the desk and cupped his fist with a slight bow. "Greetings, sirs." Jing'an smiled. "So it is the sir who came to make a pill request this morning. How may I help you, sir?" Ma Tai opened his mouth. Despite rehearsing what he wanted to say earlier, he didn't know how to bring up the topic at this moment. Should I say that I want to take back what I offered up earlier? Should I say I'm regretting my decision and don't want to go through with my request anymore? If I say these words, will they beat me up? But this matter is related to my advancement into the heaven realm. Even though he was extremely anxious, he could only steel himself now. Just as Ma Tai was about to speak though, he heard the medicine boy call out while looking at something behind him. "Little junior sister, you're here. Does eldest senior brother have instructions for us?" You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.